Hello everybody. Oh, the pigeon's falling off. Welcome back to the channel. It's what's the pigeon doing? Why is he over here? It's I said I'd be back. It's the morning. There he is. He wasn't even looking at the sim rig. Stupid pigeon. what an idiot. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have touched him. Don't touch the pigeon. Alright, we go. There it is. Now he's looking at the camera. How's everyone doing? It's time for some iRating. It's my favourite game. That's my it's my mask laugh. We got some F4. We got. Let's do a poll. Let's get a poll on here for some of you that guys are Polish. We'll do a top 10. Gain 20 iRating, gain 15 IR. And we might as well start easy. Start the farming easy. There you go. There's a bit of poll for you guys. Hello. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I'm like with my sleep issues? Sometimes I sleep, sometimes I don't. Either way, I feel terrible all the time. That's how it is. I walk around like this. This is how all British people walk. Do you have any tea in stock? Can I have a biscuit, please? There's a nice impression of British people. Pretty good impression. Oh, I got cloud. Right. I don't know this track. Is Red Arm Warrior on? This is Red Arm Warrior o'clock, isn't it? Do you guys know this track? I'm new to this track. I hope it's a full layout. It better not be the short layout. It looks like a bloody apocalypse. Let's do a Robert Kubica down here. Hello Novotny, how's it going, man? Man, I felt terrible yesterday. I struggled through the last live stream. Headache. So, I felt awful. I shouldn't have live streamed. I felt terrible. I'm sure nobody noticed. I mean, I don't feel amazing today, but we're feeling a bit better. Rain's coming. Oh, missed it. What does a female race car wear, guys? What does a female race car wear? Come on, it's a joke. Come on, what does a female race car wear? Come on. God damn it, guess the joke. God damn it. Come on. You can do it. No, not a skirt. Are you ready? Are you ready for the answer? A DRS. A DRS. A dress. A DRS. That's a good joke. That's a good pun. No, that was good. Shut up. That was good. That was bloody good. What was my other joke I made yesterday? I need to note them down. My awful puns. What was the one we did yesterday, the other day? It was really good. It was actually genuinely good. Oh, I've forgotten it now. It was that good. Look, you rate that pun out of 10, please. I think that was a 7. I think that was an 8 out of 10. Oh, shut up! Was it a 2? It was an 8 out of 10, easy. 8 out of 10. Bright candle. You're more like a dull candle. Oh well, none of my jokes are as big as the joke of planting in the open on in Counter-Strike, are they? That's the real joke. I won my last 2 games of Counter-Strike, playing random games. I'll have you know. Oh, you guys are miserable. I can't swear because I'm trying to keep my streams monetized, so I can't say all. But I can say that Bright Candle is a right. And Novotny's really, he's thick as shit. What a head. You're such a Welcome, Punitic, to the farm stream. It's time to farm some fields. Amy, the only thing funny about Amy Schumer is that she managed to become a comedian. That's the joke. Isn't that weird? Like, there are female comedians that are actually good. How on earth did she get a career? Like, how on earth? Yeah, I was sleeping perfectly, obviously. I'm feeling a bit better today. I didn't feel too good yesterday. I probably shouldn't have streamed. I quite enjoyed the mod, but I had like a headache. Oh. I'm dissing you, Novotny. It's time to farm, though. When in doubt, get the farming. Oh, Lunatic with the great... Wow, that's original. Here all day. The most tired joke. The most tired joke ever. Oh, it's like the shittest anti-woman joke. It's so... It's like... Oh, dear. From the... There must be better anti-women jokes. There must actually be good ones. Like, what's a good anti-man joke? What do you call a society largely run by man for thousands of years? Reality. I thought that was funny. Yeah, look what man's done. To be fair, Margaret Thatcher is pretty bad. Can't just put all the blame on men. Margaret Thatcher's an example of that women can be just as bad as men, if not worse, or equally as bad. Hello, John Proctologist. How's the fingering going? Western Canada. Oh, Canada. That's all I know. Yeah, that's the problem. might need to turn my force feedback down here because my hands are hurting. I need new hands. Need new elbows. I'm probably gonna have to take like a month off sim racing, guys.
You've got the fastest lap.
Maybe even longer. I might just go walking. I might go for a walk today, actually. I've got really fat, so I need to like. I'm not eating. I'm not buying any biscuits. I'm just gonna eat like healthy food, vegetables, eggs, pasta. Oh god, my air fryer's gonna be out of service for nice stuff. Well, no, I like walking. I do too much sim racing, to be honest. I'm like 90 kilograms. I'm 6'2". I am fat. I'm morbidly obese. I'm fat for me. Like so, as far as weight's concerned, I think it only. Well, first of all, there's medical obesity. That's one thing. But then there's if someone's happy or not with their weight, then that's up to them, isn't it? Like, I know fat people that are fat and they're happy being fat, so there's no problem. Like, I don't care. Like, good for them. But if you're not happy being fat, hello, Brian Chatfield. You'd understand farms, Chatty Field. Yeah, I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be as fat as I am. So, if you want something, you have to change it, don't you? So, that's how it is. So I just need to eat less and walk more, that's it. Simple. It's not hard, is it? Well, it is, because I keep wanting to eat, but... apart from that part, need to... Also, my blood sugar gets low. Then I find it hard to concentrate. But, you know... deal with it! Stop being a bitch. I don't even want to lose weight for other people. It's purely for me. I've had no problem attracting women being a fatty. I don't know if like if being oh, thanks for subscribing, DRD Boy. I don't know if being more like slimmer made you more attractive to the opposite sex. I don't know if that motivate me more. I don't think it would. Like, fortunately, if you're tall, that's all that really matters. I've found tall and comedic legend. So yeah, maybe if I was shorter, I'd be more healthy. Oh no, most of my viewers are gay guys that are into bears, so they're like, oh, I hope he eats more. Yeah, it's not for anyone else, purely for me. I used to have a 6-pack when I was younger. Now I have a 12-pack. Slim and funnier. Yeah, but you don't know how to plant the bomb in your silver, so, you know. I've got a keg. That's my plan to fit into Germany, with a keg. Go.
You just hit the fastest lap.
This halo's made out of glass. It's not there for safety, it's there for a quicker death. It's designed to shatter and stab my neck. You watch Matt Malone and his impression of you was hilarious. Yeah, Matt Malone's a legend. If I was American and gay or woman, I would plough Matt Malone. I'd put my in his over and over again all night long. I have seen his. I've seen Matt Malone's sausage. Yeah, I actually have. Actually, I'm not even joking. I hope sausage isn't a filtered word. Shouldn't be. Who doesn't love a sausage? What's the current guidelines for language? I don't know. It's YouTube. I'm not allowed to say anything on YouTube, so I just get good at the beat button. But it does mean I can imply even worse things, you piece of... Yeah, but Limmy's like a famous comedian, so he doesn't need any ad revenue or anything, does he? Also, he's a legend. He's far funnier than me. What a bastard. Court martial, go and yourself. Oh, this is the best thing ever. You guys are all fat. Oh, this is perfect. I could just say anything. Why don't you go to a forest and yourself? This is the beauty of a meat button. Court martial, you've got a tiny...
You got a slow car on the right. Slow car ahead.
I slept and then woke up. I went to bed after the stream yesterday. I wasn't feeling too well yesterday. As I say, I don't think anyone noticed. I was quite enjoying the mod, actually. I just had a really bad headache and I just didn't feel well. I couldn't even put up with Skywork for like one comment. I couldn't even put, like, Skywork's the ultimate test of how if I time Skywork out after one comment. Normally Skywork lasts about 3 or 4 comments before I have to time him out.
Car 5, just set the fastest lap. 59.375.
Yeah, well, why don't you go and yourself? Ah, this is so good. I need one of the. I need the beat button in real life. Would you like to leave a tip for that service? No, go and yourself. I shouldn't have to tip for a basic service. Though people often tip me, so maybe I should be less critical about tipping. But I produce a negative service, so it's not basic. We're one of a kind here. Nobody else does this. The 80s music going. I know. Why ask for just the tip? Maybe they're shy. Maybe they're worried about getting too hard. Oh, this is I can't believe we've not used this button more. Bright Candle likes it in his hole. Bright Candle put a big fat in his mouth last night. It's worse with the beep. It's honestly worse with the beep. Could be anything with the beep. iRacers are all morons. Who's playing? I haven't watched ice hockey for years. I need to get used to driving this with lower force feedback. My body can't take this. My left arm is absolutely wrecked. Christ. I don't know what else we can do. I mean, I can sim race like this. Maybe not like that. Fortunately, the camera cropped the hand there. Otherwise, that could have been risky. Oh, no, it's right hand. It's fine. We're safe. Accidental there. Ottawa Senators versus Washington. I don't know who they are. Most positive thing about being awake at this time is that you can watch Game of Muscle, plough the fields. If you haven't seen it, guys, just check the thumbnail on YouTube. Pretty damn good thumbnail. Skamuchakutanen. Yeah, that's the problem with all sport, though, isn't it? It's all a bit crap. What's PM? I don't know what that is. Yeah, sport's kind of stupid how it's like, okay, well, you didn't win that game, but there's another game next week. It's like, who cares then? If there's going to be a game non-stop every week for, like, eternity, who gives a shit who wins? Unless the game was fun, but winning and losing doesn't really matter. Well, I haven't done any exertion. Yeah, my post-exertional malaise is normally 2 to 3 days after doing stuff. Basically, it's really funny. Well, it's not funny. It's really annoying. But I'll take it as funny. You know, what happens is, so this is how it works. I've done it so many times now. On the first day, I feel amazing because I'm exercising, and I feel awesome. And then the second day, I feel pretty good. I'm like, oh yeah, I've got energy, and I'm like in a good mood because I've been exercising. And then the third and fourth day, I'm like, oh, please shoot me. Yeah, no, yesterday was just from lack of sleep and just not feeling well. I haven't done any exertion recently. I need more exertion. I've learned to just ignore my body. That's how I live. I just ignore everything. I do what I want and deal with the consequences. I'm hardcore. It's like base jumping, but with my body. Well, most of it's from reading chat messages, Bright Candle. If you had to read chat messages that I read, that causes pen. Piss. Oh, hang on. Off. Bloody. I don't know. Something. I just had the NHL on in the background. Nice. Well done. Congratulations. Right, let's try driving with the force feedback turned down. We're getting faster. Oh, we're going to the race. We'll have to turn the force feedback down a bit. Yeah, but I don't think I'm not suffering because I ignore reality. So that's how I get through reality. I've found it's mind over matter. That's how I deal with life. It's genius. That and tea drinking. Yeah. I'm not pushing through anything. You can't get worse. I'm already permanently worse. That's what I do in iRating. I've been pushing through it for years. The iRating keeps going down. But that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and sulk about it. Ban. Right, here we go. Right. Where's this sodding force feedback? There we go. Turn it down a bit. Just watch a video of... Yeah, that video's BS, right? Right, that video... The one by the factory, I don't know if he's done a separate one. First of all, they copied my sim rig. For, like, loads of people... I came up with this joystick on the right, a HOTAS Warthog on the left and using the sim pedals as rudder pedals. I came up with this like 8-9 years ago, right? Maybe not, like 6 years ago. And everybody's copying it, and they don't give me any credit. They don't go, oh yeah, we actually saw this idiot called Gamer Muscle actually wasted his entire life fiddling around with it and finding out what's optimal.
Okay,
We did it all ourselves. We came up with it all ourselves. We totally didn't rip it off from this guy. And to be honest, the funny thing is, Red Eye Warrior has a better rig than me. He's done it better, but they didn't copy him because they don't know. Because my channel's got more visibility, so they've ripped off my stuff rather than Red Eye Warrior, who's got a better, who's done it even better. So that's what's funny, is they ripped off the wrong person. Red Eye Warrior has the best rig. I'm sorry, like, as someone that I've used like every rig on the market, pretty much. And I've obviously built like I've got 3 sim rigs myself, and I've built loads and I've tweaked this one. So I'm telling you, Red Eye Warrior has the best flight sim rig on the market, no question. Yeah, well, the 70k thing. Okay, so it's like 6k for the D box, fair enough. Or like, let's say, yeah, let's say 10k for a D box, fine. Let's say 3k for the PC, fine. So we're on like 10 grand. The T slot is about $1,000. So 1,100, 10,000, so 11,000. Wheel, pedal, all that stuff. Let's say another 4 grand. So let's say 15,000. Let's give £5,000 for building and delivery, and a service fee. So we're on 15,000, and let's add another 5 grand for screens and other stuff. So let's say £25,000, which would give the company that built it a margin. Let's say £30,000, which would give the company a margin of like, you know, because they've got to do marketing and all the other bollocks. They're getting like £10,000 to £15,000 from each rig sold. If they were to sell it for 30,000, I don't know where they're getting to 70,000 from. Like, as I was saying before, at least with Visaro, for example, they build that's their own design of rig. Like, they came up with that design, they powder coat the steel, they shape the steel, they put the stuff together. You might not like Visaro, fine, whatever. You might think it's overpriced still, fine. But at least it's their own steel chassis. Granted, that might only cost a couple of grand or something, whatever. But the point is, they came up with that chassis at least. It's not T-slot that's just been... I mean, I would prefer T-slot in many ways, utility-wise. But, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the value of that T-slot sim rig is them ripping off what I came up with. The layout of it and the setup of using it for flight sim and driving sim. Ironically, I have a force feedback joystick on mine. They've actually cheaped out. They've actually put a shitty joystick on it. So they've actually effed up. And they've also put some stupid shit on it that actually really doesn't help, that doesn't add to the quality. Yeah, well, my flight sim, I have much better force feedback joystick on mine. So, I don't think anyone's got a... I think I'm the only person with a driving sim rig that has a proper high-end force feedback joystick on it. It's about £1.5 grand for the force feedback joystick. So... And actually, the force feedback joystick does add a lot to flight sims. If you because it's got more movement. If you like helicopters and planes and so. You could say about £4,000 for a PC. Yeah, I told you, you could do that computer. You could do the Joe Rogan sim rig exactly the same for like, let's say, like for £35,000, and that would include like £10,000 margin for the people putting it together. Also, anyone that's used like those sorts of rigs would know, oh well, actually the screens are a bit annoying, or this equipment is superfluous. But you know, whatever. That's how these things are, isn't it? It's really funny though with computers. So like, with a car, you're getting a whole car that is like a massively complex thing that is uniquely put together by that car company, right? But a sim rig is like a bunch of random off-the-shelf components slapped onto a bit of. It's not actually. It's nowhere near as difficult to manufacture and put together as a vehicle, if that makes sense. Because it doesn't actually have to. There's no like safety standards or compliance, or you know, well, there's the basic consumer compliance of it not catching on fire. The DJ, yeah, so yeah, they've basically added like another 20k to it. Even on top of what they do. So I think it's totally fair. I think it's perfectly fair for a company to, you know, charge like a couple of grand for service and, or, you know, all the setting up and all that stuff, because that actually does. That is quite an expensive, time-consuming thing to do. Also, in that Joe Rogan rig, they make a big thing about the seat. And it's like, actually, that seat is shit for a sim rig. That's terrible. It's really not. There's no point in having like a bucket seat. Well, it depends what you're doing, seat position-wise. But unless you were doing like a Formula rig, in which case the Sebelt Formula seat would be like the perfect type of comfortable bucket seat. Like you wouldn't want a real race car seat. If you're going to do a bucket seat, maybe like one of those Eau Rouge seats with fans in it or something. They're the D-Box 5s. They're about £5 grand. I think you could. They do different packages. But even so, as I say, I'm very familiar with this stuff. Have we got a poll, guys? If you want to, oh no, it's closed. But the thing is, I don't mind other people doing business and making money and overcharging rich people and making money out of that. You know, whatever. It's like they're not affecting poor people, so it's not really a problem. What I don't like is when companies don't give any credit to who's actually doing the work. So, for example, me coming up with the layout of the rig, or for example, the actual equipment. Like, it's the difference between a company that builds a computer and the actual manufacturers of graphics cards and things. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between being a reseller of sim racing steering wheels and actually being someone that builds servo motors. Well, I did a poll, yeah, but it's closed now, so. But the other thing is, compared to driving a car on a track, even if it was 100 grand, it's still not that bad compared to real stuff. The people have no idea of how much real motorsport costs. Yeah, so someone else will just do it. Yeah. Oh, that was the dumbest quote I saw from Jordan Peterson. Was like, Joe Rogan's not an intellectual, he's a listener. So okay.
Great laugh, Diego.
Right. Okay, guys, I'm just here to farm iRating, so if you want to all pull over and let me win, that would be absolutely fantastic. I'll be giving out a Porsche and a Ferrari and a passenger jet to the top 3 guys that let me pass. Thank you very much. Here we go, guys. That's good soundboard.
It's gonna be one of those races.
Here we go. Stop begging it, por favor. Ah, this is gonna be shit already, isn't it?
The estimated strength of field is 2,632. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Did you guys know that even though this track's called the Nürburgring, it has nothing to do with burgers? Ah, no, you didn't know.
I am a little hungry now, though.
More facts after the race.
Green flag, green flag. Car on your left. Clear. You got a slow car on the right. You're on the right. 3 wide. You're on the right. 3 wide. Clear. Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the left.
I can only think about burgers now.
Left side. Still there.
No, Mikey, no, Mike, that was so not right.
No, Mikey, no. Don't want to go through that corner for the Vidal chicane. We're learning how to drive. Oh, bloody hell, minus 36 already. Well, we're doing better than that. Oh, minus 17. Need to get faster. It's a nice time of day. Toast that map. I've been to this track 3 times in real life. Nice, it's a nice track, nice area as well, really nice countryside.
Thank you for waiting. Y'all see that car going backflips up there?
I've been around it as a passenger twice. Not driven around, not myself. I've had a lap around it in a GT4 car, and Random Call Sign's driven me around it in his Alfa Romeo, which was more scary than the GT4 car. Random Call Sign, he's a good driver, but he's like a really high anxiety driver. He's a safe driver though. I don't like passenger laps personally. It makes me feel really motion sick. I only really like driving myself. I'm a really safe driver actually, like, because I literally see cars as transport, and all my driving is in Devon, where the roads are mental and people are mental. So I'm actually pretty. I'm definitely safer than other people you see on the roads that are doing weird shit. Like I leave loads of room on roads for the car in front.
Oh, fuck you, dude.
Oh, hello.
You're not moving the braking zone.
I'm never in a rush in a road car. I don't need to get anywhere.
Yeah, it kind of was.
Fair enough.
Can you please mind your language, guys? I'm live streaming and there's a lot of immature people watching that their ears will hurt. Thank you.
Were they not bothered when you were bullying me a couple of months ago? That was good for the audience, I guess.
Well, in what way were you bullied? Let's hear it.
I watched your stream, you made fun of me and you acknowledged your every mistake, and when we were talking in game you were saying how you were right, so you were mocking me with your audience. That was a really interesting one.
No, I probably was right, and we're probably mocking the fact that you wouldn't admit that you were wrong. I'd imagine. We can look at the footage again. Do you want to bring it up? But yeah, I probably did do that. I do mock people that are insistent on being right when they're wrong, yeah.
That a report was appealed, or rather took, I don't know the English word.
No, well, no, nothing happened, because I'd imagine it was probably your fault.
Oh, you're lying too. I got the email, bro.
Well,
Protest?
sounds like you're having a really fun time at iRacing, reporting someone for God knows what, and then months later bringing it back up in a race. Wow. What?
No, I just remember your voice and how you were bullying people, and now you're telling people not to swear.
Yeah.
Just a bit hypocritical, I think. So, made a comment.
Yeah, now, see, what I'm remembering is you have a lack of humour and you can't detect, you're struggling to detect what was a very obvious joke, you see? That's probably what the issue is. What you find in life is when you have no humour, life becomes a bit dull and boring.
Yeah, so when we were discussing an incident, like you were telling me, no, it's not your fault. It's not my fault, and to your audience just saying, I did actually do this. So yeah, you're kind of hypocritical again. And I don't know if that was a joke. If it is, then my sense of humor is not the one that's bad.
Hey, Dr. Phil.
How about...
Okay, it's like, bro, you're in 20th and you're just doing the most talking right now.
How about we just make up and look, it's in the past. I have got no beef with you. I'm sure you're a nice guy. I'm a bit of an idiot. I am a live streamer. I have to make my live streams vaguely entertaining. If I'm saying stuff, it's probably a joke. Can we make up and be friends?
¿Cómo estás, Hugo? ¿Cómo andas, güey? Ya me cansé de escuchar a estos hablar.
I've given him an olive branch. I don't know how someone can hold a grudge. I don't know how someone can hold a grudge for months. It's really weird, isn't it?
Did you know Gerhard Burger's not actually a burger?
Are you sure I need to check that on Wikipedia?
El pozole me gusta mucho también.
On that note, what's everybody's preferred burger accompaniment?
I like tacos.
Poutine. Rob wins.
As you can see from the chatting, this is a high intensity, very technical and difficult racetrack.
This is less than optimal. The car in P3.
I'm not gonna lie, I am working very hard, and all this joking around is making it even harder, but I'm having fun.
Just think how much more fun this is going to be with some rain. Oh no, wait a minute. It's going to be the opposite.
Oh no, I'm ready. Bring the rain. I love it. I can't wait for rain to come and then no one to drive in rain after a week.
That's sim races for you. We need this. We want this. We need. Oh, we don't actually want it. After using it once, we don't want it.
Shut up.
No, you. You just made the list!
You know you can mute people, bro, right?
We need to get past this car. We've got good pace. This is actually a very hard track to overtake on. Please wait, pink car. I'm trying to get past this car.
Alright, hurry up then.
I'm trying. It's like a bloody puzzle game, this.
Execute order 66.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear on the left.
Woo! It's a good move, that.
The leader is running 58.
Alright, Silas, now it's your turn. I'm following you.
The car in P2.
Well, we had to get him to the left and then overtake him on the right.
0.88.
That was an E-woo. That was a good move, though. We made it happen. We made it happen.
Car on your left. Clear.
Get in there. That was a whole job to get past him. That was a Sebastian job. Sim Racer reference. We have all right pace here. Oh, has anyone got?
I don't know what you're doing, Martin, but it's not nice.
Has anyone got a setup for the open
Sorry.
one?
James, he scared me. Same thing.
Yeah, you're coming too fast. I don't realize that.
We'll get these guys now after that. Blockage. Oh, that's a crash waiting to happen. That is a crash.
You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped on the
Oh,
right.
that
There's an incident ahead. Go left.
wasn't the crash I was expecting.
The car in C3 just set the fastest lap. 57.774.
Moving up, guys. What was the pole for?
You're in the top 10.
Takes me to them.
We got pretty good pace here. Natural talent. Yeah, but we're stuck behind traffic, so look, got good pace compared to the average person in this race. That'd do me. Shut up.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
Tried there. Don't think you can actually pass around there.
Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear. Right side.
Can't be
Clear.
honest, trying to wreck me. Can you not drive into me, please?
The car in P1 just set the fastest
Can you just
lap.
pass the guy in front of you and not drive across my nose, please? Thank you.
I didn't drive across your nose. I was defending the inside line, and there's a convoy of cars in front. I'm trying to pass.
Car on your left.
All right, well then do it.
Keep to the right. Keep to the right.
Please drive
Clear.
into him more.
Right side.
We're going to need you to push.
Still there. Clear.
Why would you brake on the racing line? What are you doing, you idiot? What are you doing?
Your car has too much
Fucking
damage.
idiot!
For what it's worth, you did eventually pass them.
Slow down.
Why? You can't just... Did you have a slowdown and just brake on the racing line? Oh my god. Fucking idiots in this game. Sorry.
I did have a slowdown, man.
Yeah, you can't just serve your slowdown on the racing line spontaneously.
There is no such thing as one racing line.
You can't just slam your... Like, what is that? Why am I can't brake, like, he's just suddenly... It's a flow-through corner. I'm loaded up into the corner. I react to him. I'm on my brake here. I can't... There's no avoiding that. Absolute idiot. Fucking iRacers. Guys. Oh, god damn idiots. Every time you try and... Like, it was an alright race, and then you just have...
Watch the replay, James. You had no gap.
Are you stupid? The guy's serving a penalty and slams his brake on through the corner. I'm on my brakes. I can't slow down anymore. My rear's going out of control. I'm not overtaking. I'm trying to avoid him.
James, I didn't have a penalty.
Well, why? What are you doing then?
I got forced wide by the guy in front of me. I turned in. If you look at the replay, you didn't have room.
I'm on my brakes. I can't. I'm not trying to pass you. I'm trying to like slow down whilst turning. Yeah, because you can't go full brakes in this here because the car will spin. Like you can see, I get on the brakes as hard as I physically can. Are you mental? Like, look. I see. As soon as he slows down, I'm like, oh shit! Off the throttle. This is as much brake as you can put. This is as much brake as you can put. You can see my back of my car's flying out. That's the best I can physically do. There's no, like... It's not like I can brake harder. It's gonna... My back end's flying out. What is he doing? Like, what on earth is the car in front doing? Absolutely insane. Yeah, he wasn't even forced wide. He's just driving on the right. What, like... He's just driving into the corner normally. Doesn't make any sense at all.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
Absolutely ridiculous. He just... so as a result of that, we were doing perfectly fine there. We get minus 93 thanks to a guy spontaneously doing the most erratic.
Guys, it's not nice to laugh at people.
Left side, still there. Clear.
What was he doing? Like, it didn't even make sense because he's like, oh, I don't have it. If you had a slowed down penalty, I'd be like, oh, I get it.
5 laps of fuel.
I get it. You're serving the slowdown. There's no indication that he's going to suddenly just trundle through that corner. It doesn't make any sense at all for him to just suddenly ride his brake through the corner. He must have been on his brakes. I mean, I don't know how else I'm supposed to... like, I really don't know what he was doing. Yeah, there was nothing I could do because I reacted to it immediately as soon as I saw that he was turning in really slow. I got on my brake as hard as I could, and you could see the back of my car stepping out from me. That's as much as I can brake before the back's gonna... before my car's gonna rotate. He didn't even get forced wide though, did he? Yeah, like the fact we had such a gap and still hit him.
One, just set the fastest lap. 57.603. Go left.
I mean, absolutely insane, guys. Absolutely ridiculous.
There's the flag. It's over.
Ah,
Okay,
God.
we'll get him
Well,
next
minus
time.
83. But, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? Right, look at it from my onboard as well. How do you even, like, factor this in? Right, so he's gone wide here, and he's just driving. Like, you're thinking, oh, they're in a gaggle. This is normal racing. This is totally normal racing for all these cars. At no point here are you like, oh... Nothing indicates that anything is going to happen here, does it? Like, looking at this picture... There's no...
I mean, I had fun, and I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you.
There is no indication.
Shout out to Beef Hamburgers with Poutine Sides.
Thanks for subscribing, Atomic Punk.
Shout out to that one guy who complained the whole race and finished 418th.
In his defense, he did get his revenge on James West, though. He finished ahead of him. Could there be a sequel? The revenge.
Why can't I control this? What's going on here? Why is this not working? use that. Yeah, right. Look at this. There's no indication. He suddenly just gets on his brakes here. Like, what? Look at the two cars in front of him pull away as well. Oh, he's already slow here. So he lifts. He basically lifts and then dabs his brake. No, I don't know what he's doing. It just doesn't make any sense at all. He's going for a pass here. So he's on it. He's got a draft. He's on it. Going for the pass. And then here, for no, like, starts braking randomly. You see this guy launch past. And that's the point where I'm like, oh shit, something weird's happening here. So I lift, and then I'm on the brakes, and then I can't brake anymore. So, and you can see the back of my car's like flying out because I'm trying my best. And there's no. I mean, even the car behind me is confused by what I'm doing. So it's not. This is a good indication of like how the cars in front are doing weird shit, because. Look at the car behind me. He's like, fuck. Oh, dear. But he had plenty of road. Like, I don't understand this. I do not understand this. Why is he slowing down so much here? He's on the track. It's fine. No, yeah, John. If I'd have, then I wouldn't be going around the corner, would I? If the cars, because it's a corner, yeah. So I want to be going through the corner. If I want to go in a straight line up there, I really don't expect this guy to be going that slow. At no point when this is occurring am I thinking, oh, like, I haven't even factored in that this guy is going at 5 miles an hour. It doesn't make any sense. He's not even on the throttle. He's still coasting here. Yeah, but then, like, yeah, if I stamp on my brake and accelerator at the same time, the car behind's going to just rear end us, because they would be like, why am I doing that? That doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid when there's a crash and then people are like, well, you know, if you did this, if you knew exactly preemptively what the car in front was going to do, and you knew exactly preemptively what the car behind's going to do, and then, yeah, you know, if you do the one thing that would have avoided an accident, which you could have only have known to do if you knew all the situations. Yeah, he thinks I'm overtaking him. He thinks I'm trying to make an overtake. I'm trying to, like, avoid him. Yeah, because Blue probably has enough time to see that the cars in front are going slow as shit. So he's like, oh, it's fine. He gets to he has more time to see what's going on. Also, Blue doesn't have a car behind him driving on his arse, does he? So, you know, that's the other thing. Blue's right on my tail, so Blue can, like, he's got much more time to see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't make any. The way to avoid this crash would be at this point here to not turn into the corner at all. Well, it's not even at this point, because the problem is the motion of these vehicles mask the motion of this vehicle. So it doesn't look to me like he's slowing down, because he's lifted there, but the blue car is like, do you know what I mean? The motion of the blue car makes it look like he's driving at the same speed, but he's, at this point here, he's actually slowed down loads. Yeah, so I mean, the only thing I could do at this point here would, about now, would be to go, oh shit, he's actually going really slow. I need to put on my accelerator and brake at the same time and just take the off track to the right. But then, why would you do that? Well, no, the guy behind didn't spook us. It just means you can't... Okay, fact is, if I got my brake and accelerator at this point, he would have rear-ended us, 100%. Because why would he expect me to do that? So we would have been... it's lose-lose, whatever. There is no... I'm sorry, but there's no getting out of that. Really. If we broke here, brake accelerator, he would have hit us. Well, it's obviously not a dive bomb, is it? I'm clearly not trying to overtake. By the fact that you can very clearly see I'm trying my best to avoid the crash. Oh dear. I mean, what can you do? We got better pace anyway. We got up to speed. We just need a... Has anyone got a setup they could send us for this track? That'd be awesome. Oh, it's just dumb. It was quite nice driving. I can't avoid that, can I? Like, there is no avoiding that. As I say, if we stamped on the brakes, rear car behind would have driven into us. Yeah, no, it's a virtual pigeon. Goddamn iRating. Right, well, there's the poll. Choose outcome. No. Do a new poll here. 20 minutes. There we go. It's called Virtual Pigeon. Yeah, no, I was getting up to pace. We got good position. Car behind was doing stupid moves on us, which he's allowed to do. I don't know. Ironically, if the car behind had overtaken us, he probably would have crashed into that guy. But, oh well. We don't get members at this time of night. Well, also this is a momentum car, isn't it, as well? So, the amount that he lifted did not make any sense at all. So he should have let you pass, and you would have died exactly. Jesus Christ! You were probably like you were the car behind me. You were just watching. You're like, oh. Did you notice how much he'd slowed down? That's why I thought he'd served a penalty. He hadn't even served a penalty. Like, I'm like, okay. If he'd done a penalty, because iRacing penalties are moronic, and I'm like, I'd fully understand it then. I'd be like, well, why turn into the racing line? But I've done that. But he was driving with those other cars perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden... And he was doing the overtake. It doesn't make any sense. He was doing the initial move. Love the Arab looks. What's the Arab looks? I'm up for. I like Arabic food, so I'm all up for that. I'm atheist though, so under Islam, I probably need to be put to death. But I'm friendly atheist, so maybe I'll be forgiven by moderate Muslim. Maybe I won't be put to death straight away. Right, I need a setup for this. Unless I've got one, let's have a look. I might have an old one. No, I don't have one. Or maybe I do. No, I need a setup. Can someone send me a setup for this track? Otherwise, we're going to be racing the default. Inshallah. Salam alaikum. Oh, hang on, we need to turn the force feed back down here. Seek muscle. Oh, thanks for subscribing.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Rob Snar with the sub, really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting us, man. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with our pace around here though. Like we can be faster, obviously. But no, only on YouTube. YouTube members get a DD girl. Because Twitch is like Twitch is not as glorious as YouTube. I did a new prediction already. Novotny, you're a bit slow. Twitch gets no adverts though for being a member on Twitch, so that's good. Ah, there it is. And there's a DD girl. Woodwick. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. She's got servo motors for her legs, yes indeed. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a beautiful Eastern European babe. DD girl, dreamy girl, always rotating at full force feedback. Everybody needs a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sim rig. Everybody loves the DD girl, she's so firm and powerful and strong all night long. DD girl with a DD wheel, what a babe, a beauty, sexy lady. DD girl, beautiful, what a babe. DD girl, where are you? You are in Woodwick's bedroom. DD girl, she comes from the forest to emerge and say hello with the DDs. There she goes again. Mysterious, magical lady. She's disappeared. That's because she's got to consume copious amounts of alcohol from appearing here and she's sad. Thank you very much for the DD girl there. Appreciate that. Your neighbour is always singing at 3:30 AM. He's probably singing DD girl. It's a classic tune. Thank you very much for supporting us, guys. Helps keep us in the sim rig. Donations, channel memberships, watching adverts. Really do appreciate it. It's going to pay for my physiotherapy. It's all good. should probably do some physiotherapy, actually. That'd be nice. I've seen them, yeah. I do my own beats. We have songs that you can use sound alerts on Twitch to play our remixes. We have. I used to produce music for shitty video games. It was one of my jobs.
Car stops on the right. Go left.
Oh, guys, we've gone back down to 2,900. Oh, my goodness. What a disaster. This is terrible farming. This is meant to be... This is meant to be good farming. Bloody hell. Well, you are technically meant to steer with the rear wheels by using the brake. It's not too much. It means I'm no longer sexy. UK DJ battle DJ. Oh, imagine that. That's like a 90s. That's a 90s blockbuster movie. Battle DJ. Imagine explaining battle DJs to like a medieval knight. In the year 2024, people will be battling with music. Not swords, music. What is a good? I thought is 2,400 a good credit score? I have a really good credit score, which is surprising because I don't really use credit. I do have a credit card, and I guess I buy stuff and then pay it off immediately. I hate credit. I think it's terrible. Not credit score, but like, you know what I mean. Credit cards are good for buying stuff on the internet, or just buying stuff. Debt, personal debt, I don't like. High interest debt, I think, should be illegal. There you go. Muslims have got something right there. I don't know. I think my credit score's like 2,400. I don't know. I haven't checked. It's good. Like it's. I've never missed a payment for anything ever. And I had like mobile phones when I was like 16, 17, which so you build credit that like really early on. Yeah, I basically auto pay stuff off. Is it forbidden in the Bible? Yeah, well, you know, we just ignore. What you do is you follow the bad parts of religion and ignore the good parts, and you just do it as it suits you. That's how religion works. Oh man, if anyone's got a setup they can send me, that'd be amazing. Like a VRS. I should probably buy a VRS setup. Yeah, we have the best wisdom here. I still have my wisdom teeth. What is pace on this track? Okay, you can't use the gravel to open the corner up there. That's good to know.
You cut the course. Not got it there. Give up that time.
Calvin Coughs. Coes. Thank you for following. Welcome. 157s. Fair enough. Maxing out several credit cards, refusing to pay them off, and then inheriting shitloads of money. Yeah, that's good. That's a pro tip. Yeah. When people say to me that they struggle to make money and stuff, I say what you need to do is you need to create a YouTube channel in a niche, and then be really lucky that people somehow watch it and send you money on the internet. And that's my business tip. Be like somewhat middle class, speak a language that's popular, and that's what you need to do. I think it's an easy. I don't know why everyone doesn't do it. All you have to do is just you just have to be born into England at the right time and then spontaneously do the right thing. Did someone do a donation now? If it's a chat message, thank you very much. It'll come up on the screen in a bit slow. Yeah, basically the key to success is inherit money or inherit like a social class. That's my pro tip. And then also inherit maybe being like a bit mental. Hello, Lawrence Vines. How's it going? Oh, you could play the F1 games, but then you'd have to have no soul, so... I mean, if you could, like, stomach playing Gran Turismo and the Formula games, and you can play them not, like... You can genuinely come across as positive and ignore all the shit in them, and then role play that it's Formula 1 and play into that narrative, and then leverage the brand of Formula 1 and make yourself attractive to like 13-year-old children, same with like FIFA and stuff, then that is a good way of making a lot of money. Like if you can present yourself as like a likeable like person.
3,
there we go.
2,
thank you.
1, go.
Yeah.
I have a coffee for a change.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I do have a coffee machine. I have a DeLonghi Dedica, so I will have a coffee. I've got plenty of coffee beans at the moment, so that'll go towards milk. Well, I would feel like I would be lying. So, like, what you notice in business, especially with like influencers, is either you have to be someone that's you play a character, which is fine, and then you can put up with it and you don't mind, or you're just a bit of a dull person, generally speaking. Like there's maybe nothing wrong with you, but you're just a bit dull. Like so normally, to be a fan of motorsport, to be a fan of Formula 1, unironically, unless you're like an engineer or something, or like working in it, you know what I mean, you generally have to be pretty dull, because it's an absolutely terrible sport. Like it is pretty awful, you know. It's not a real sport. It's super vapid. It's super shallow. It's really lacking in any like real soul and personality. It's just corporate. So the type of what you find in business in those corporate environments is that people that are really dullard people tend to do really well, because they're just being themselves, which is fine. I'm not having to go at them. If you are generally a bit dull yourself and you're having a nice time, and you're being honest to yourself, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong. I can't have a go at that. I'm happy for them to do that. But that's just the type of person you have to be to do well in that, you know, unironically. Like, for example, Crofty, his commentary. I can appreciate, like, the talent of always having the energy, going through the procedure of the race weekend and it being consistent. So that's good professionalism. So that is a skill that I really appreciate. But the fact is, it's absolutely terrible. Like, it is awful. Like, the commentary is really, really terrible. Like, compare it to like Murray Walker or even some other commentators that have gone by for other stuff. They don't really talk about the actual handling or what the drivers are doing. It's really like constant shouting. The dynamics of the voice is just boring. It's a constant barrage of screaming. So there's no, artistically, there's no, it's really similar to if you watch a modern sort of blockbuster film like Transformers, where there's just shit happening all the time, and as a result it's just all meaningless drivel. Whereas if you watch a film where there's like calm bits and intense bits, you know, it's like someone playing a piano, banging on the keys constant on every single thing, rather than doing dynamics and flow, and you know, it's insane. And and on the other side of it, they're not even giving information that's like explaining stuff to the viewer that they wouldn't necessarily get clearly. It's the same. They have like 10 talking points at every racetrack that are the same for the past 15 years. Oh, it's the Wall of Champions. That's where this guy it's like, and every time there's a crash, it's a testament to the safety. It's like, can you not just think of some new words, like just for yourself? Are you not bored? Are you not bored of using the same words for the past 15 years? Whereas Murray, yeah, but Crofty doesn't really say anything much, and Brundle, who's all right, doesn't really add that much, even though he could do, because he can't, because Crofty's too busy screaming. David Coulthard's a lot better, but again, and the thing is, Murray Walker did actually know a lot in terms of why a driver would do something, why a driver would be under pressure. You don't have to be a driver to you know, if you've watched a lot of races, you can really understand what's going on, obviously. Hey, you don't know what you have? No, you don't know what you have. I'm from Eastern Europe and our entertainment of any sort is giga cringe. Well, no and yes, though. So the thing is, Formula 1 when Formula 1 was on the BBC and ITV back in the day before its pay-for stuff, the thing was, it was way more entertaining because the commentators would be taking the piss out of the sport to some extent. They're not part of the sporting package. So also, cringe stuff is entertaining, so the stupidest thing. The stupidest thing would be every race. Modern Formula 1 since about 2005 has been pretty crap in terms of actual racing, but they have to pretend it isn't. And so basically drivers, especially post 2007, they can't actually drive quickly because it wears the tyres out and they already know the package of the car and what it can and can't do, and they're already so close to driving on that defined train-like limit. There's very limited what a driver can do to get more out of the vehicle, and there's less yellow flags, there's less breakdowns, so there's less variability for drivers to then be able to take advantage of it. So the dumbest thing the commentators do is they pretend to the audience that don't know any better that there's a likelihood of an overtake, or that a car is catching and going to do an overtake, or that a DRS overtake is actually an overtake. you know, it's so dumb. And if you know race driving and you know motorsports, it's really obviously stupid, but it works. The thing is, probably 60% or so of the audience watching don't know anything about, you know, they're not sim racers. They don't know anything about race driving or race cars or draft or, you know, they loosely know about it, but they don't have an intuition as to the tyres wearing out or what the strategy would actually be or what the actual likelihood of stuff is. So, yeah. And what's weird is, with Formula 1, the engineering side of it, which all happens before the racing, is actually really quite interesting. But it's not covered in any depth because it's deemed too complicated for the idiot audience. So, the one thing that could actually be really quite interesting, or actually quite deep, and actually is where the actual sport of Formula 1 is the engineer, for the most part, is the engineers working with whatever budget they have and the business decisions. But obviously, for a sport to be popular, you have to focus it on the personalities, because that's the mainstream focus point, and people at a base level, people are social animals, so that will hit the widest audience. But oh well, that's what it is. It is what it is. So I don't. I mean, I do sometimes watch it. I do still like race cars. Occasionally you do get interest in racing. Well, so the point is, I agree with you, Woodwick, but the point would be, so what you really want is the commentary should be saying stuff that's not immediately apparent. So you're watching a race, but you don't know. You can only see what's on your screen at any one point in time. So you don't know that a certain team is pitted, or you don't know what strategy they're doing, or who's in the garage for what, or, you know, filling out the technical stuff, or if someone's performing a lot higher than they normally would do. But then this is the other thing with Formula 1, because of the business contractual obligation of who they have to show on the screen, they don't focus on the cars that are actually racing. So, like, you know, like there's like 5 or 6 cars at mid-pack, the sort of McLarens, you know, the guys that are like 4 or 5 cars down. There's normally a cluster of vehicles that are all in the same sort of pace, and that's where there's actual interesting racing going on. But it's not. There's no footage of it. Unless you have the Sky package and watch the onboards. But it's not on the main, you know, the highlight has to be the first. If someone does a overtake, which is normally a DRS overtake, and then basically first place, or if there's a crash or something, that's, you know.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, G5007, welcome. Well, the worst thing that happens, which has been a problem for the last sort of 8 years, is you would have the first place car is winning the race by like 20 seconds, so you know they've won and they're just taking it over the finish line. But then you would have a battle for second, third and fourth with the cars actually fighting and actually, you know, because the drivers are like, well, it's the last lap, the tyres are still good, makes sense to go.
It's over.
So they're battling, and then for the last 5 corners, it has to cut to the car that's currently winning for the whole production stuff. It's insane. Every time, and you're just like, well, hang on, I want to watch the racing.
Well, see you very soon.
How many litres of fuel do we need?
My dog, mate.
Oh, we've got some children in here.
I am horrendous. I cannot believe I didn't just miss that whole qualifying run. I spun out on the first lap. Taking that got cut off because I was on my phone too early.
We've got some Australian children in it. Australian bandits. Is 17 litres enough? Is 17 litres enough? Is 17 litres enough, guys? I'm going to go for 17. Oh, let's put 18 in. I know. Well, we've got to go 17 as max. I think 15's enough. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a beautiful cloudy day at the Nürburgring. The drivers are getting into their cars for what is going to be one of the most exciting F4 races of the season.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Womp 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 womp. Who's starting like 6th? Because they're gonna see some big bombs from back in 19th, mate. Nah, just kidding.
We'd like.
Bit of a driver.
We'd like to apologise. It seems like Marco's got a problem with his microphone, and we were looking to upgrade his broadcast equipment for the next race. But apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for Marco's microphone. He's on a tight budget, but it's good to see him taking part and getting in on the broadcast action. Where are we going? I want to...
Mate, you can hear me clearly, can't you?
We're going.
Green, green, green.
Right, time to recover some iRating. We got 4th.
Left side. The next car's the leader. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line.
Hang on.
Clear.
Just like to apologise for driver in P2. He does indeed have an anime character on his vehicle with some large those will definitely be slowing down the vehicle, weighing things down, certainly affecting the aerodynamics of those side pods, though they are some lovely side pods, if you don't mind me saying so.
Okay, easy now.
Alex Shen, they call him the side pod master.
Hey man, I'm just showing what I'm racing for.
Are those a safety feature? Someone drives into the side of your car, they bounce off. More pod than side.
Well, good luck here, boys.
Why am I playing iRacing? Because we're farming iRating. As you can see, it's going really well because we lost 90. No, we lost 80 iRating in the last race. Great! Go me! But we're in the... I like this track. So, you know. It's a nice relaxing drive. We've got the house music. We've got people sending us cups of tea. I've only screamed at a few people. Hello, JarQ. JarQ. I need to push a bit harder here. We need to keep on these guys. Liu Kang. We have pace to keep up with these guys.
Where'd our commentator go?
The commentator's here, currently in 3rd place, analysing when to make a move. Exciting race so far, only lap 2. We'll be back later with another report.
Run.
Please stop.
There's an incident behind.
Oh. Death behind us. Alessandro Sendra. I'm just going to let them pass us. They've got good pace.
Right side.
A pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following.
Clear.
Hopefully we can follow them. I'm counting on you, Alejandro, in your pace to get me to the front. Come on. They've got a better setup. You can tell they're probably faster as well, but they also have a good setup. That's how you can normally tell when someone's got a good setup, when they literally just disappear down the straight, even though you've got the same exit.
Sorry.
Nice rejoin.
That was the worst rejoin I've ever seen.
What in the fucking scam?
Bro, you saw it. That's a typo, right?
Whoever rejoined like that, your check is in the mail. Thanks for clearing up the field for me.
Safety car, safety car, safety car, safety car.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Beautiful. Yes, look at this. That's right, battle them and slow them up. He hasn't just... That's it. Watch out, Alex Shen. He's coming for your side pods. I think he's going to rub those side pods. Here he comes. Can't believe you let him touch your side pods so easily.
Gotta protect him at all costs.
Those are some juicy airbags. That's the new line. If anyone's got a setup they could send me for this open setup race, that'd be fantastic. Because we're about, I think we could gain another 2 or 3 tenths from setup. Oh, he's made a mistake. He pushed too hard. I think he got distracted by the side pods and missed the corner. Strategy's paying off for Alex Shen. He couldn't forget the side pods. They were flashing in his face.
Can you please stop?
I vote for you to not stop. Keep going.
No!
Because you're just annoying me, mate.
Thank you.
Car on
Oh,
your
what's he
left.
doing?
My young man.
When you pass Alex Shedmist F1 commentator, you need to close your eyes.
Just please stop, man. Please.
I've been told to stop by a toddler. He's 12.
Butch and cats and butch and cats and butch and cats and butch and cats and butch and cats and.
Hey, bro, can you please stop?
That's not how you do it. It's like this. You have a lot to learn.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Marco, that was pretty horrible.
The car in P1, just flat. 6.018. We are where we expected to be.
Oh dear.
Marco sounded like he just had some Taco Bell.
What's Taco Bell?
Fast food.
What's fast food? What's fast food?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Why? Is it bad?
Marco, do you do go-karting?
Yep. Yep.
In New Zealand, Australia?
Yes, I do.
Ah, there you go.
No, the kid's loaded.
Do you have a like a trailer at the track?
No, I run with a team.
Karting champion in New Zealand. Which is the best go-kart track in New Zealand?
Hamilton.
Now that's a Formula 1 driver. Which is the best go-kart track?
No, it's a city called Hamilton.
Yeah, that's the name of a Formula 1 driver. What's the best go-kart track?
No, that driver's not that good.
Yeah, but what's the best go-kart track?
The track is called Hamilton.
Yeah, that's the name of the Formula 1 driver, but what's the best go-kart track?
The car in P1, just set the pass flat.
Auckland.
7.891.
Oh, so stupid. Oh dear. I entertain myself with it's the simple things, guys. He's got the lowest mental age.
It's Auckland, the race car track.
Hi, young man.
When you get into F4, you're going to put a Game of Muscle logo on your car. It's a really good YouTube channel.
No.
Well, you can't be turning down sponsorships so readily.
I've already got sponsors.
Yeah, you know, he's loaded.
What'd you say?
He said you're a load of shit.
Let him cook.
Search me up then. Search me on Google.
No one cares. Shut the fuck up.
Be nice. He's young. Be friendly.
I'm reporting you, man.
You should do. I'm disgusted. Someone talking to a 12-year-old so rudely.
Slow car ahead. Car stops on the right. Go left.
No! Don't give me the side pods! Oh my goodness.
Womp womp.
One, just step the fastest lap. 57.88.
Christ!
Back in third. Keep hustling.
At least the grass is grippy. No, in iRating that should have been like a 2-minute penalty.
You don't like that I'm gonna report you now, do you, mate?
To be perfectly honest, I just don't think he cares.
Oh well. He called my bluff.
I don't mind.
You do know saying that if you report someone in and of itself is a reportable offence, so that now everyone's going to be reported. Start being at school again.
Womp womp.
Oh no, not school.
I'm schooling all you guys in third place.
Even me.
Yeah, well, I'm in third place, and I can't even see where you are. You're not even on my delta. That shuts him up.
57.642.
Bicker, thanks for following. Welcome along. Welcome to Farm Simulator. When I was 12, I asked my parents for a go-kart, and they showed me the bank statement, and I didn't get a go-kart.
I can't hear you.
Everyone else can.
My headphones budget, remember like what you said at the beginning?
It's not the headphones, it's the microphone. Get yourself a nice microphone.
I just can't hear anything. I can only hear the car.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Never mind.
He's less annoying
so
than
he can hear more.
He's less annoying than the British bandits. Imagine being 12 and having iRating to play. Do you have a DD wheel?
I do. Just not today.
I mean, imagine being 12 and having a sim ring and a DD wheel. God, it didn't even exist when I was 12. I was lucky enough to have a colour monitor.
Ha ha, very funny, James.
He's probably never loaded a game off a tape. He's never lived.
But
Probably doesn't even know what a tape is. Marco, do you know what a tape is?
yeah, like duct tape.
Yeah, pretty close. Duct tape. I'm so old.
Yes, you are.
Oh, God. I'm just going to drive into the wall and dig a grave.
Duct tape with sound and movies on it.
Alex, please don't side pod me.
You can just let me pass then.
I mean, if you're going to side pod me, do it nice and softly.
Dude, quit saying side pod. God.
What do you want me to say? Coffee pod? Pod racing?
I don't man.
Right side. Stay on the left. Keep to the left. Clear.
Woo! That's how you hold that.
White flag, white flag. Car 2 has taken the lead.
I think we're going to get wrecked by him, aren't we? Feel it coming.
Left side. Clear.
James, I'm getting a lot of messages from people saying that you're a really popular guy, and they wanted me to ask you, how does it feel to have all of your hard work in life pay off?
How does it feel to have all this cash?
Oh gosh.
Taking some unconventional lines here.
Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line.
Oh, he's there.
Stay on the right.
Fair play
You're
to
on the
him.
left.
Good overtake. We need a setup. We can't really do anything here. Nice overtake, Mr. Side Pod.
You got a slow car on the right. You got a slow car on the right.
That was alright. Good racing there.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Good racing, James. Good job making me work for it.
Very good job.
I need a setup. I couldn't compete with you through the Schumacher S's. So I was like, there's no point in me trying to contest it. That was good.
I've never had such a good commentator, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that shit ripped. Good job, James. Hey, good race, boys.
Having a commentator hits different.
I know. Right, 42 iRating, there we go. Yeah, we just need a setup and we're alright in that. We need a new microphone. Where is he? He finished in 7th. Thank you, that MKK. There we go.
I'm hot, and you're not.
That was a pleasant race. No one did anything dumb. Alex had nice side pods. It was better than the last race. Also, why is my camera out of focus? It's focused on the back. I look better out of focus though. What do you mean? Please don't show. I can't.
I don't.
It's
I don't
gonna
like
get shown
ACC,
that
but I do
MKK.
like the normalist. So that is amazing.
It's gonna
So
get
it's
shown.
Probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Right, there's a poll results in here. I think we got we're back in the farm. We had a bit of a flood earlier. We had a flood earlier, but we're back. We're now back. Just got to do a bit of recovery, but it's all right. Good car track combo as long as we don't get punted. New Zealand's never had a Formula 1 driver, I don't think. Presumably it's pretty easy or easier to be a national karting champion in New Zealand. Because there's less competition. Like UK would be hard, America would be hard. But then in America there's a lot more race series. Like, I don't know, I'm not recognising any of them, so yeah, I'm right. 42? Come on, lad. I mean, in the UK, it was just full of, like, rich kids. Like, basically, you can track the top race drivers through history are generally just rich people from each country. That's it. Awesome sheep shearing. Yeah, the sheep shearing competition's really where it's at. Can I make this in focus? Let's try. Oh. I can zoom it in and out. But oh, there we go. I don't know. I can zoom it in and out, but I can't make it in focus. Right, it's poll results. Choose outcome. Yes, we gained 15 iRating. We're going to do the next one. Beautiful. What's this car called? What is it? iRacing IR04, is it? No? What is it? Is it Delara IR04? No. What's the F4 car called? FIA is the series. It might just have a weird name. Oh, Formula IR04, that's it. I think it's a Tata. I don't know. Hang on, who makes F4 chassis? There's like 6 companies that make them now. F4 chassis. Liger. So Tatus, Dome, Mygale, Liger. I think it's the Liger. Or it could be the Tatus F4 T421. So the TO14 is the one that's in Assetto Corsa, so it's a slower spec. So it could be the Tatus F4 T421 actually. I think it's that. So I think it's the Tatus F4. It's either the Tatus T421 or the Mygale. Although it looks a bit like the Dome. I think it's the Tatus. F4 T421. It's quite a nice looking car. Right, how much is an F4 car? Let's see. Let's look at the price near. I think they're about 80,000, 90,000 for the car. Let's have a look. Status. Oops, wrong button. Price. Here we go. Racecarsdirect.com. It is. Oh, they've not put the price on it. You can buy a race running F4 car. This is an older one for £30,000. Oh, 85,000. Here we go. Ready to race. 85,000. Bargain. 2021. There you go. There you go. It's. I don't know if it's competitive, but 85,000 for the car. Well, the problem is a Radical costs like. The car's only like 40,000. You basically have to spend like £70,000 to get a Radical, because you have to get a trailer, you have to get all the stuff for accompanying it. Set tyres are £700 per set of slicks. You basically, if you're going to race a Radical SR3, you probably need like 100,000 or something, 120. Because you probably also want an engineer with you at tracks to set stuff up. Radical SR3 race cost. Yeah, that's even more expensive because they just have crazy prices for the teams, and it's a bit of a rip-off as well. Yeah, basically, you just need to be rich. What is funny though, you do see these rich guys coming into like YouTube sim racing, and but they don't mention it. They don't act. It's like, this is the thing with rich people. I have nothing against someone being rich, because it's not their choice that they inherited wealth, and I feel like I'm really lucky with my life. So I don't have any I'm not bitter about people being wealthy, but what you do see is that they don't mention there's a difference between someone that's doing motorsport that's stretched to do it versus someone that has hundreds of thousands of pounds, or do you know what I mean? Same as so you have YouTube as an avenue that someone that's seemingly that doesn't have tons of money can go on YouTube and they could maybe get into something or be successful with it, right? But then if YouTube as a space has people that are already so totally loaded and can do real world stuff, and then they come into YouTube and then they're like, this, real race driver, and it's like, okay. And so in a sense, in some ways they're building an audience, but also in some ways they're actually taking away audience from people that don't have access to that that selling point. It's the same with in flying videos on YouTube. Someone that's like a former pilot can be like, pro pilot, and then they can just do drivel videos and leverage the fact that they were a pilot or military pilot or just did whatever. Whereas someone that's then I don't know, from a rural place or just doesn't have access to the wealth of it, but they really like flying, they're just going to get ignored because, they don't have the... do you know what I mean? They don't have that backing behind them, which isn't a problem. Generally speaking, the issue is that backing component is never talked about. So even though it is a very, very relevant part of stuff, so just it doesn't quite work like that. Yeah, that's it. I just worked it out. Skanken. It's not that it makes it easy. There's no problem with that. The point, as I'm saying, is the not recognising it or being honest about that. Do you know what I mean? It's not the observation isn't, oh well, wealthy people have it easier, or well, if you've got money then you can do this and that. That's not the observation I'm making. The observation is one of people leveraging wealth but then not talking about the wealth at all and just casually ignoring it when it's actually the biggest factor as to why they're successful at a given thing. You know, or like why it's one of the large factors. It's not the only factor, but do you know what I mean? So it even goes into something like Formula One, where it's like they don't talk about how much budget the teams have, and it's like surely that's the most important. If you're going to evaluate if one team is better than another team, you would need to know who spent the budget on what and what budget and what was available to them. Like, especially for something technology related, like it's not particularly impressive when Facebook or whatever, or like Apple or Microsoft or a big company just dumps shitloads of money into something and produces a product. It's like, well, yeah, well, you'd expect it because they've burnt through hundreds of millions of pounds to get to that product. That's less impressive when someone has found some off-the-shelf components and made something that pushes things forwards, right? Like, in business, people are aware of that. They're like, oh yeah, you kind of expect that from a massive corporation. Yeah, people have a habit of justifying. They're lucky, and then they rewrite their own personal history, attributing the luck to their own actions. It's really common. So, you know, it's just a common thing, isn't it? But I think it's the most insidious form of lying is lying by omission, because you're not really lying, but you know you are. Well, with anything in life, success basically comes from doing stuff over and over and over again. But I think the problem is people dismiss it because they go, they will go, oh yeah, but they put a lot of work into the thing that was successful. It's like, yeah, they did. But that doesn't mean it still wasn't due to like a huge amount of luck, or like, and that's not saying that perseverance isn't valid. If anything, it's saying perseverance is what you need to do, because if something's luck based, if you keep doing stuff, if it's generally the right kind of thing, or you're not just like, you're not in the wind, you're probably eventually going to be successful with something through sheer chance and through odds of doing it over and over again. But guess what allows people to do stuff over and over again? Having the funds to be able to keep attempting stuff until they have something that luckily takes off. So like for me personally, doing YouTube is my fourth business. Like I tried to set up a games company. I tried to set up two separate games companies. I did a business doing audio and games design. So the first two companies didn't make any money at all, really. Like there was turnover, but they weren't profitable. The audio and game design stuff I did made like a basic income, but not like a huge amount, but like a basic income. And then I happened to just do YouTube, and it happened to start taking off, and now it makes an all right living. Like, it's not massive, but it's like it's I enjoy doing it, so I'm happy. So that's four attempts, like, and I'm only able to do those 4 attempts because I'm from a middle class family, which allowed me to go to a university that I could pick without pressure of having to do a specific degree that I had to make money from immediately, and then I was in a position of being able to do like what I wanted to do, which isn't available to everyone, especially if you're from a lower class, like you've got less family wealth, or you've got to look after your family more directly, which is more the case if you've got less, your family at large has less wealth available to them. Don't contact Ian Bell. I've spoke with Ian Bell. I wouldn't say I know him, but I've had conversations with him. He's funny. I like him. He's crazy. And yeah. He's pretty. Ian Bell's pretty typical for like some CEOs of companies. This privilege is making me vomit, as it should. But it's weird when people try and like deny the privilege that they had, or even see it as a bad thing. So it's not even a bad thing. It's just like it's just going, oh yeah, this is the reality of what occurred, and yeah, I was lucky, and yeah. I mean, I put a lot of time into YouTube. I put a lot of time into. I used to sleep in the office. I specifically rented a room that was I slept on the floor for 8 months in a tiny little room, sharing a house with people in Middlesbrough. So it was costing me like £100 a month rent. You know, so. But I chose to do that, and I don't think it wasn't even that bad. But yeah, I put a lot of time into it, and because I want to do what I want to do. But like, that's not, you know, it's still luck, and whatever you end up, if you persevere with something, there's still a huge amount of luck to it, and also being in the position of it as well. Yeah, but even if you start a business selling street products, you still have to be in a position to do that, either through health or through having communication skills. Presumably, either you're brought up in a certain way. You know, there's normally. The thing is, whenever you talk about the sort of luck and other components of it, people think you're dismissing the time and effort and ingenuity, which isn't the case at all. Like, people still make terrible decisions when they have good luck as well. So yeah, I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with you, Sugar Free. I was just saying, I was just talking in general. It wasn't a response to you. I was just saying in general when people say what they're saying. You are a determinist. What do you mean by determinist? I don't know what you mean by that. No, I don't know. I don't agree or disagree. I don't know what you mean. You all LFSMX. All you can think of is how this would be much less of a problem if humans weren't so overdeveloped for our environment. Yeah, well, no, there's aspects to that, but the thing is, if wealth was distributed more fairly, which would still be, you could still have people making £100,000-200,000 a year, but you tax people on hundreds of millions a lot more, and you also tax property wealth a lot more, for i.e. not people that are inheriting one house per sibling, but taxing people that are inheriting huge portfolios worth hundreds of millions. Then you could you distribute that money, then everybody in the society is going to be better off, and everything is just going to be nicer for everyone. The problem is, there's a small group of people that are living in absolute abject luxury that's never existed before, and they don't want to give it up at all, and it's not really covered at all regularly. It's not really talked about regularly, And anytime it is talked about, it's framed as, oh, someone's saying that people earning £100,000, £200,000 a year should be taxed more, rather than it being framed as, no, these giant corporate entities and these huge, like I say, people with hundreds of millions. That's the issue. But that is basically you saying the establishment. That's you going against the establishment. So the British establishment are people that have hundreds of millions of pounds of property portfolios, and they also own a large part of the media. So if you dare to say, if you're a politician and you say these groups should be taxed, these tax loopholes should be closed, and this money should be redistributed, you will not get into politics, because they will pump out so much propaganda to shut you down. So, and you'll be framed as being like a communist or a socialist, Determinism entails that a situation in which a person makes a certain decision or performs a certain action, it is impossible that he or she could have made any other decision or performed any other action. In other words, it's never true. Yeah, well, no, there is no such thing as free will. And people will basically... There's the illusion of free will, but the problem is, for day-to-day conversation, you talk as if there is free will, and you explain things as if there's free will. But there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that there's actual free will. But if you want a society to function, you want a legal system, and you want to have a normal conversation within the established framework of how conversation operates, you talk as if there is free will. And, at any point in time, people can and will make different decisions, and people do have the illusion of free will, so, But, yeah, ultimately, the one thing that ends up being successful, there's a lot of data and studying on this. People have done completely the right thing and not being successful. People have done the wrong things, technically the wrong things, and been very successful. In business, basically, business success can fundamentally normally be tracked to the environment that the business is in and the connections of that business. Like, it's just like a basic thing in business, is that people know that it's not how good you are at the thing you do, it's who you know. That, like, anyone that's done any form of business knows that's the reality. Like, you don't have to do business for more than a year to be like, oh yeah, actually, it's not really about the quality of the product. It's not about how good the branding or the logo is. It's not how good the company structure is. In most cases, like, yeah, a good product will help, and yeah, good branding will help, but in the vast majority of cases of business being successful, it's that they already know people that have money to spend, so that it doesn't really matter. It's who you know. And then, but what happens is, you get these, like, successful wedding photographers, and they're like, oh yes, I use this equipment, and I use this technique, and I do this. And it's like, you're not going to talk about you having this initial investment, or you being a wedding photographer in this very affluent area, so people can pay you a lot more. Do you know, when I first did business, I went to quite a few business coaching things and courses, and it was absurd, because this was in the Northeast, where they would do all these things about, oh, this is how the business structure, this is employment, this is how you do this is how you do that, and it's all fine, it's not bad information, but it was like pretty much everybody on the course was like, yeah, okay, that's great, but where do you find the business? Where do you get the money? And it's like, yeah, no, actually, we don't cover that part. It's like, but surely that's the most important part for a business to be successful, is where is the money? It's like, right, if you're searching for water, someone can tell you, well, this is where you typically get water, this is how weather systems work, this is fresh water, this is stagnant water, this is how you can filter water. That's fantastic, but if we aren't near the sea or a river or a spring, we're not going to get any water, are we? So we can't do anything with it. It's so dumb. So dumb. It's one of the stupidest things about business. funnily enough, that's why you'll notice it's easier generally. There'll be locations geographically where there's more free, like liquid cash, or more even like government grants or just whatever. There's more cash flow, so it's more likely a business is going to be successful than in an area where there's no cash flow. Funnily enough, you see that through the entirety of humanity. Gelmore, the thing about big business and increasing taxes, they'll start laying off people. Well, only to a certain level. That's actually a myth. That's not quite the case, because if the tax law is actually, so first of all, people geographically locked down to some extent due to family and due to other connections, due to buildings, due to like the reality of physicality. Secondly, if you internationally actually proactively approach approach it, well, not necessarily. And then also the fact is, you can lay off staff. You can only lay off staff to a certain extent before you're not going to be able to produce any of your product. So, and also, in terms of paying staff, the more staff are paid, the more in a society, the more money there is at the lower side of society for the economics to take place. Like the more purchasing power, the more stuff can be bought. So it's the taxing big business. Also, it depends how you tax them. So that's totally vague as a statement. Taxing big business doesn't mean anything. But saying taxing them will cause them to employ less people is a massive. It's just low. It's not true. It's really just like a weird. It's a weird thing that I don't know what the word would be, but in California they increased minimum wage and Pizza Hut laid off all delivery drivers. Well, then how are they delivering pizzas? Presumably there's like Deliveroo and other businesses that are exploiting loopholes in the system. Also, I don't know that example, so yeah. Well, that business is exploiting people by not paying the minimum wage, so there's still a legal issue then, isn't there? But also, if you're not being paid minimum wage, how are you meant to do the job anyway? This is a weird thing, actually. So in America, minimum wage is like people fight against the idea of minimum wage as a contentious issue, where it's in the UK, minimum wage has been like a thing since, like, I don't know, like the 50s, and it obviously works. And there's lots of countries and examples where it makes sense to have a national minimum livable wage for specific regions. Like, I don't know, you'd have to argue against it and then offer something else in exchange for it, and then give examples where non-minimum wage on aggregate is better. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, if you had basic universal income, or you had a support structure and people didn't need money to, like, just live, then you wouldn't necessarily need a minimum wage. So I'm not saying there's all scenarios where you don't need a minimum wage. But the argument that you hear from Americans where they go, oh, well, not more people can get jobs if there's no minimum wage. It's like, hang on.
The pace car is out of control.
Goon Actual, thanks for following.
Green flag.
Yeah, but that's what minimum wage means, Jalmore. Like, it's not the number of minimum wage. It's more the idea that you would have thought as a society, someone that's willing to do work, whatever work that is, but someone's like, oh, I want to be productive. someone that's genuinely been honestly productive or trying their best to actually be productive and spending time doing something for someone else should then receive enough for them to be able to live in you know, not even they don't necessarily deserve a sports car or like a luxury massive house, but like a basic clean flat that's nice in a somewhat nice area, you know, with, do you know what I mean? Given technology, that should be available to everyone. That should just be the basic. Like, we accept that clean water, nobody on earth really would argue that every human should have a right to clean water, oxygen. You know, we accept that because we're like, oh, you need that to live. And it's like, well, guess what? You need like a basic place to live. You need central heating. And these are all things with modern technology for the last 20 years, everybody can have. Everybody can have that. Can have like mixer taps, a nice medium-sized flat with a bathroom en suite. That is easily doable for everybody in America and in the UK and anywhere in Europe. And that should just be a basic human right. The technology's there. The like food accessibility, it's all there. And then you can have capitalism on top of that. It's absurd. It's just weird that people will accept it for water, but then they can't extend that to things like a house. No, but businesses are greedy regardless. So prices go up when wages have gone down. So that you're mixing together different things here that are unrelated. Businesses will always do whatever to extract as much profit at the expense of the environment, the staff, or anything. You know, they'll do whatever they can do for short-term profit, not even long-term profit. Businesses will do stuff that's genuinely against their interest in terms of long-term profit, because of the structure of how a lot of businesses operate is short-term. Due to how the stock market and investing works, it's all about short-term profit at the expense of everything, even the business. So they will even sacrifice making more money. That's how broken it is. It's absurd. Do you mean that's a Western way of looking at it? Yeah, if you're a subsistence farmer, you probably have access to water. It's just not being put into their capitalist system. So it's probably just there as a base right, as you would expect. Oh, we need to actually try and not be shit. Unfortunately. That's easier said than done. We're consistently shit though, that's good. We'll take it.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
Well, the dumbest thing that a lot of businesses do is they need to make a short-term profit, so they sack a load of staff, or they have staff on like rotation, and then they have to buy the staff back when the product inevitably goes down the shitter. But then it takes more time to retrain the new staff mixed in with the old staff that you've got to re-employ, rather than having staff that are work. You know, they understand the whole context of how everything works and what's going on, and they're in that system. You know, but oh well.
Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, and I bet afterwards they probably had to re-employ people, and it probably cost them more. Because they're like, oh, shit. turns out that middle management underestimated how much work people would put up with. Turns out that you can't just put work on fewer people and keep adding it up. There's going to be a limit, and then when that limit happens, it will happen explosively, with a whole bunch of staff having breakdowns and going, oh, well, I'm quitting the job altogether, or, you know, they're ill. So then the patch, the fix is a lot more expensive than having just kept a certain amount of staff. I'm not saying keep all staff on. I'm not saying that you know, there is a limitation to how many staff you can have, and you do get bloat from too much employment. So I'm not saying that it's not always appropriate to sack people, but you know, there are some specific patterns that are a result of short-term profit, which is in the detriment to large businesses. I'm sure there's like case studies on it and papers. We should probably get them so we could link to them.
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Well, that's true, Richard, yeah. I guess that is one way of applying inflation to employees, but yeah, it's slow boiling frog. Well, you notice it in the UK. Apparently, you can steal thousands of pounds off everyone by messing up the economy. But if you do it subtly through slow price inflation, they accept it. But if you were to increase their tax by a small amount that would negate all that, then no. Tax is bad, but paying twice as much for basic food.
Left side, 2 wide. Clear. Left side.
Oh, what an idiot. Why is he sending it up the inside? I've already covered it off.
Car on your left. Still there.
These corners are a nightmare.
Car on your left. There's an incident
Oh
behind.
my god.
Right, 3 wide. Still hold.
Sorry. I was trying to drift to the outside so you would miss me.
Left side. Still there.
It's absolute carnage.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, the COVID app, the PPE. There's so many examples. Liz Truss's devaluation of bonds through her, not even her idea, which is probably a terrible idea, but you can't. Anybody that knows anything about like, I'm not an economist, but I know that you can't just spring something on a complex national marketplace. You can't just go, right, we're going to do this next week, because you're obviously going to shock the market. So even if you had the right decision, even if what you're doing was a great idea, it's probably going to cause unpredictable.
Go right. Left side. Clear on the left. Clear.
Bloody hell.
Behind.
It's going to cause unpredictable price fluctuations and a lack of trust in the economy that you operate in, because they'll go, well, the government's going to do random shit. We don't know what they're going to do next. That's what also happened with something like COVID, where you saw like a huge shock to the marketplaces, where in some cases people had a lot of money to spend, and some people had no money to spend, and some businesses like quadrupled their income, and some made no income at all. And so it then takes like 3 years for it to all pan out and average back out, for good or bad. I didn't see the NASCAR finish. I heard it was a bit ridiculous, but how much? Well, we don't have gallons. We do milk in pints. 6 pints of milk is, well, 2 litres of milk is about what like it used to be about 80p. Now I think it's like £1.30.
right. Clear.
Jesus Christ. iRating is so unforgiving if you turn too fast. This is what you have to qualify up front. The thing is that it's hard to compare American prices with UK prices, but a big problem in the UK, so we have a National Health Service which is taxed through national insurance and some other stuff, but the problem is, so in theory, you get ill, you can go to a hospital, they're not going to charge you any money, or you have to pay for some drugs and stuff, but nothing major. So basically everyone can get healthcare. But the Conservatives have completely destroyed the health service. Like, they've not invested in staff recruitment, and then there's a lot of racism that's stopped. But there's policy that's based around... Oh, it's not even racism, it's just it's a load of shit. Anyway, the point is, for a whole multitude of reasons, the healthcare system's being run, like education, police, everything. Anything national has been run into the ground over the last 15 years. And the previous government also didn't do the best of jobs. And the result is, in theory, you have free healthcare, but the quality of that healthcare is just decreased gradually, more and more. Why is he driving into me?
Stay on the left.
What's this guy doing? Oh, he's...
You're on the right.
What on earth? Get a bit of draft and they just drive into you. Yeah, mostly way more the Conservatives than Labour, though. I mean, Labour sort of did some weird privatisation component of aspects of it. You know, that Labour made a lot of the same mistakes and opened it up in many ways, but Labour haven't been in government for 15 years, and the Conservatives have made it demonstrably worse to like just an insane level. So and it's on purpose. It's not like oh yeah, no, it's very difficult. It's absolutely on purpose. Like, it's the Conservatives just don't care. They all have private healthcare, private access to anything else. They could fly to America or any other country. They have so much money that it doesn't matter. They could just pay whatever anywhere. So they have no invested interest in the national healthcare system being even working. Like, they just don't care. So it doesn't affect them. Like, if it was the case that the government ministers had the exact same access to healthcare, dentistry and everything else that your average person in the UK had, it would be a lot better, because they would be like, oh shit, I don't want to go to a grotty. If someone in my family or I get ill, I want them to be looked after. But obviously they don't use the same system at all, so they don't care.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 58.108. New fastest lap for you.
Daniel Gray! Australian invasion! Didgeridoo rampage! Daniel Gray is in the house. Daniel Gray is here today. Good day to Daniel Gray. Yeah! Nah. Welcome along, followers of the Gray, Guru Gray.
The pace car is out of control.
We are farming iRating in the F4 on the finest of German tracks, If you're joining us and you're new, by all means you can click the follow button, but you will feel severely depressed within a short period of time. If you're here and you don't know Daniel Gray is sadly a terminally ill live streamer, and he's decided to spend his last years on Earth playing iRacing. I don't know why. He also does walks around Bathurst. Think of Daniel Gray as like a adult Make-A-Wish Foundation survivor. So go and follow him before he leaves us. That would make my wish. For those of you that don't know as well, Daniel Gray is famed for running over ex-girlfriends, sounding as if everything he says is a question, but it's not, it's just his accent. And also having a bizarre attraction to marsupials. But it's better than Rolf Harris's bizarre attraction to children. So, you know, I think he's alright. As far as Australians go, he's not the worst of them. So go and follow him, guys. He puts in the hours, he puts in the banter. He's a good streamer. And also a long-lost relative of mine. He's from the lineage that has hair. Yeah, nah. But yes, if you're new here, we're also live on YouTube. We're using a filter for Twitch, which puts clothes on me. We're actually topless on YouTube. So if you want to see that, which I know all of you do, you can go and follow us there on YouTube. Give us a sub. Trying to get to 10 subscribers on YouTube. It's my subscriber goal for the year. And we have videos and even more disappointment. Pretty beautiful, really. What a legend, what a guy. What else can I say to those of you that joined us? I don't know what else I could say, really. It's like 3 in the morning in the UK. I am in the UK. I have issues with sleeping and basic health, lifestyle. I've not quite worked it out. Daniel Gray watches my live streams to learn how to drive. He's still learning himself, but he loads. He's like, oh, what is that responsive vehicle that you're driving? I don't understand this. I only like to drive sloppy GT cars. And so occasionally he tunes in for that. Can't blame him. Can someone explain the UK political system? Think of it like the Australian political system, but less about coal and more about killing as many homeless people as possible. That is, unlike Australia, the homeless in Australia get to experience sunburn. The homeless in the UK get to experience crippling austerity and hypothermia. So, basically the same place, to be honest. Less risk of kangaroo attack, though, in the UK. But only slightly less risk. Thoughts on American politics? I think it's all going perfectly fine. It's very entertaining, and it's really good that America has 2 youthful and completely not senile politicians as their primary party leaders. Because that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? It would be absolutely ridiculous, absolute insanity to have arguably the 2 most powerful people in the world to choose as a leader, both being completely senile, incapable of basic communication, elderly morons. That would be that would be probably the worst type of person that you'd want their finger on the nuclear button. So no, I'm sorry, they are both senile. Like, in no way could you think that only one of America's politicians has seen it. Like, they are both utterly brain dead. But we're all still alive, and at least if the UK gets nuked, thanks for following. If the UK gets nuked, at least it'll be warm for a day. That'll be nice. Oh, look at this. We're cruising here. We've got a nice 2.2 second gap. 2 laps to go. I can ruin this, so we lose this gap and we get punted, as is tradition. This race will be back. We lost 90 iRating due to a car, not last race but the race before, decided to slam their brakes on the racing line spontaneously. I think they were a paid actor by Daniel Gray. Daniel Gray's upset at the fact that I'm closing again on his iRating. If these politicians think I'm going to war with Russia, keep dreaming. I think you'll find that the West is at war with Russia pretty extensively. I think you'll also find that there's a lot of Russian influence in Western politics, which is manipulating things quite extensively. But you know, let's all pretend that everything's fine. The naivety is that people on one side don't realise how much Western influence there is, obviously, with any other country. Like, obviously, the West is influencing loads of stuff. Africa, India, Asia, Russia, whatever. Obviously. But the naivety is the complete ignorance of how much Russia, Asia, and other countries will be influencing the West. And where do you think they would be influencing it? Maybe directly involving themselves into funding of politicians could be a good way to influence things. But it's really weird how people are perfectly willing to realise that the West would influence stuff for their own interest, but be totally ignorant that other countries would do that in the West. It's quite bizarre. It's really quite strange. Am I calling Trump a Russian asset? No, it's not that simple. He would be an asset for Russia if he was in power, though, for sure. Just as some other politicians would be. I mean, our current politics in the UK are assets to the ultra wealthy, and not an asset to people just trying to live normal lives. But yeah, you know, or the I mean, you'd have to agree that the Democrats are assets towards incumbent oligarchical wealth interests and neoliberalist interests in finance that are a massive detriment to the majority of people in society. So, you know, it's not really a surprise, is it?
The car in P2, just set the fastest lap.
It's almost as if different individuals have different interests that are largely of no interest to the general public. And then what they do is they play off their own selfish interests, but pretend that their selfish interests aren't selfish interests, but their interests are actually your interests, when in both cases they are not. So, strange that, and you'd have to be an idiot to not realise that that's the world that the scenario we live in. Or maybe just living under a rock. But, you know, it's easier to fight, it's easier for the peasants to fight among themselves. That's a good way of keeping the peasants away from the actual, you know, the actual issues is getting them to fight among themselves. It might prevent a world war. Well, no, you could argue that not countering Russia, aggressively funding a nation that's willing to sacrifice its youth, which is arguably not necessarily a good thing. You could easily argue that that would actually be more likely to prevent a world war, as much as just letting a country, from its perspective, take what it deems as its previous territory. So no, in both scenarios, you could argue could be ways of stopping world war. So if you're going to think that not supporting Ukraine against Russia is going to stop a war, that's just utterly naive. Just as someone saying that doing the alternative could prevent or start a World War III. Like, both would be complete oversimplifications and utterly naive interpretations of the politics of the situation. So, yeah, well, the Tucker Carlson thing's just insane. Like, what's more insane is the comments underneath his interview, where people are like, "Oh, he's such a good reporter." It's like all he did was sit there and have Putin lecture him some GCSE. Well, that's a like low, basic level history with some interesting reinterpretations of Poland during the 1940s and what actually happened in the 1940s. And then his pieces with Tucker Carlson going on about supermarkets. It's like, how dumb do you have to be to not see that Tucker Carlson is an absolute moron? Like, and there are some genuine questions that you could actually ask someone like Putin, but obviously he wouldn't answer them. And you'd have to be a moron to not realise how that interview with Tucker Carlson serves as a piece of propaganda for Russia and for their national TV. Like, you would have to be a complete idiot to not see how that would play out. Like, it's bizarre. It's just really weird how selective people are now. They think about stuff.
Good race, Connor.
The car in P2, just at the fastest lap. 57.552. Left side, still there.
Whoa!
Keep to the right.
Give me the draft! Why are you giving him the draft? Yeah, why did you give me the draft? Good racing. Ah, Phil! Why do you give him the draft?
You had too much speed. You would have got us both.
Absolute, you robbed me.
Good race, man. Good race.
I'm not sending you the money in the post. Oh my god. It was good racing. But he drove into him there. He goes off the track. And then he was really slow on the inside. And then the other car's got the draft. I can't do anything. Oh well, good racing. We still got some rating out of it, so it's all fine. Right, next race. Discord, Gamer Muscles, the Discord. I don't have these fancy buttons. Do you think people with easy access to knowledge would be learning anything other than what's easiest to consume? No, well, you know. I just think it's just really weird how people are so happy to have really simplistic views on like complex political stuff. I never do that, obviously, but like the whole Russia-Ukraine thing is so depressing. So many innocent people are dying, like Russian soldiers that don't know any better because they're from rural areas and they're being conscripted and forced to fight. And then Ukrainian youth that are forced to fight for Ukraine, but they're basically fighting for the West as much as they are Ukraine. Obviously, it'll be framed as if it's their sovereignty, but like, okay, fine. But if you're dead, you're dead. Doesn't really matter if it's for your sovereignty. And then you have politicians in the West that effectively would in terms of if you like. I don't know how America can go from being basically at war with Russia since the 1940s, and that being the right-wing narrative, Red Scare, right, and go in the space of 15 to 20 years, suddenly going, oh no, we're not at war with Russia. Actually, Russia's, you know, just another country, and we shouldn't do foreign politics. Almost as if the narrative changed at the point in time when there was another political entity in America that wanted to leverage that world situation for them to be able to get power by presenting a somewhat distorted and convenient view of the political situation. Almost as if there's a lot of money also to promote that narrative. You know, just as there's a lot of money to promote the narrative for the incumbent wealth structures in America and the banking system that is killing millions of people every year. You know, it's weird that. Jeez. You need to take it way back even to when Obama was in power. They laid the foundation in Ukraine with Victoria Nuland funding the Maiden... Well, no, so that's actually a conspiracy. No, that's actually a conspiracy. So if you look into that, if you the DJ of choice, if you research that situation, it's actually quite murky and very hard to pin down. Obviously, American and Western interests will obviously be involved with Eastern European countries for their interests. Obviously, Russia will be involved doing what they can do for their interest, because Ukraine is a useful piece of territory for Russia's access to the Dead Sea and also for closer access towards Europe. So obviously Russia would be interested in manipulating that politically and financially. The West would be interested in manipulating it politically and financially. The West will typically tend to throw lots of money around, and Russia will typically tend to assassinate people. Or you know, try and be a bit more sneaky beaky because they have less resources. So you know, but at the same time, you would have to go, hang on, well, what do the majority of the people living in a specific country seemingly want? If you're going to make an argument from democracy or quality of life, you could then go, well, okay, which is more likely to produce the highest quality of life for the average person in that country? So then you could have a discussion about it from that perspective. But either way, you would actually have to state the specific facts of the situation, and then you'd have to make a specific argument based off the assertions of what you think would be the better route to go down and why. It's just not a simple case of, oh, it was the Americans, oh, it was the Russians. Do you know what I mean? It's so stupid. Let's have a look at the start of this race. Well, yeah, that Brownie, exactly. So from the perspective with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, from the pure perspective of value for money, ignoring the loss of life and the depression that it is, America has a lot of weapons and a lot of liquidity. There's a lot of money available in America. I don't think people realise how much money is spent on like the Gulf War, Gulf War II, Afghanistan War, or just like... People don't even understand what money is. They think it's like a specific token that relates to something else. They don't really understand how value operates, and they don't understand how debt works or doesn't work on a national scale. They just don't get any of that. The point is, America, if you're talking for militarily pure value for money in terms of cost of America, but this is nationalist and racist as well, pure cost of life, America doesn't need to expend American soldiers, which has a huge amount of cost. Every American soldier that dies, think how much it costs to train an American soldier, you know, all that stuff. America can, like, basically absolutely waste Russia massively by just throwing a little bit of investment into Ukraine, with Ukrainian bearing the brunt of the human cost of war. It's like the most value for money war. If you're purely talking about we're America and we want to win for American power and interest, you'd be so utterly moronic to not go, yeah, let's just give stuff to Ukraine. Like, think how much money America spent on Afghanistan and the West and UK spent on Afghanistan with an army that probably, like, the Afghan army didn't really even want to fight. You know, what were they fighting for? They didn't even really care. They weren't even motivated. You had to train them and everything, like, insanely, and they just didn't care because that's the structure and tribal nature of Afghanistan doesn't fit into the Western structure of military and war doctrine. So we were happy to throw shitloads on that project, but apparently, under the same, if you're going to apply the same logic, it's insane for America to suddenly go, oh yeah, no, actually we're not. No. The one time when it would make sense, if you're like, I'm not saying what I'm pro or against. Personally, I'm a humanitarian. I think it's disgusting, the whole thing, and I would hope that there would be more diplomatic way of sorting things out. And I think there could be other ways of dealing with things. I don't know exactly what they are. I don't know enough about it, but I'm just talking under the specific paradigms that we're aware of. It's insane. The DJ of choice is not a conspiracy. No. You stated it as if it's a singular fact that America specifically started the initial protests and the westernization of Ukraine. It's not that simple. Ukraine and other areas, when the Soviet Union collapsed, where would they likely go towards? Would they stay within the operational control of the Kremlin, which they were part of, but it's actually quite far away from them geographically? Or would, when the Soviet Union collapses, would they probably likely move towards more, if they're geographically closer to Europe and they see the general success over the last 40 or 50 years of the European project, would those nations probably more likely go towards Europe? Like, just forget intervention and promotion. Which direction do you think they're probably likely to go in? You know, there will be sections of those societies that would want to stay within Russia and have close ties with Moscow. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying there's a really obvious, clear divide. But so when it comes to former Soviet Union countries, when the Soviet Union collapses, it wouldn't be a surprise that they might want to go in a different direction. So, and also, again, Russia would be influencing things as much as the West would. It's not a simple case of the West started protests. I mean, you've even got like what was it, like the Beirut, what was the war before where Russia, where they blew up those apartments? But then that's framed as if that's a conspiracy. So, I'm just saying it's really naive to not think that both the West and Russia, or any country that's got different interests, would not be fighting for their interests. And you really do notice that people seem to somehow selectively think that one side is only doing one thing and the other thing, or like, do you know what I mean? Thanks for subscribing, Zen Porter. Like, personally, I'm not massively pro EU. Like, there's a lot of issues with how the EU the EU Parliament, or whatever you call it, there's issues with how neoliberalism operates and how finances are distributed, and the fact that that's not addressing fundamental environmental issues, and it's not addressing fundamental wealth inequality. It might do in the long term. I'm not saying it's completely flawed, but I'm not personally, I'm not like some like weird mega pro EU, mega pro NATO, whatever. Do you know what I mean? My personal thing is whatever would be the most humanist outcome, and that could be a mixture of things, and and I don't know what the exact solutions would be. Connor Clifford, yeah, from my understanding, with Ukraine, the eastern parts of Ukraine were more pro-Russia. There were areas of Ukraine that are pro-Russia, but the bulk of Ukraine saw itself as an independent nation that was probably closer aligned to European values than Russia. Like politically, they would see themselves closer to Europe. That's the impression I get. I could be totally wrong though. Yeah, at the end of the day, we just like the biggest issue with the Russia-Ukraine thing is that at the end of the day, Russia invaded Ukraine. Like you can go, well, who's right or wrong, or should it be Russian territory? Well, Russia did a special military operation into Ukraine that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Russians and Ukrainians. So you can go, well, NATO's expanding and Russia needed to respond to that, but which is I don't necessarily disagree with entirely. Though that is part of a Russian propaganda narrative, but there is truth to it as well. Like all propaganda, there's normally nuggets of truth in there. Obviously, the West there's like American military bases all over Europe, huge military assets all over Europe that would be which would impinge on any other country that wasn't part of that structure. So, it's not completely unreasonable. But at the end of the day, though, if I attack another nation, even if I'm right, it is me attacking that nation. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if French were for some reason like, we're not allowed baguettes anymore because we're English and 50% of the population are idiots and vote for Brexit for the wrong reasons, or if the French are like, we can't have croissants and baguettes, or we can't have tea bags, that still doesn't mean that I would be right to invade France and kill hundreds of thousands of French people, would it? Like, we would have a choice to go, oh no, we don't want to invade, but there's other things we can do. Yeah, and ironically, that military action by Russia has united most of Europe against Russia, so it's not really worked for them, has it? Like, the European project, it's like with Brexit. Ironically, Brexit helped solidify Europe in the prior to Brexit. There were loads of European countries going, well, maybe we don't want to be part of Europe, or the politicians in those countries trying to leverage nationalism to not be part of, to leverage the idea of nationalism for them to get into power, basically. They knew it was a load of bollocks, but, But post-Brexit, most of the EU countries were like, well, actually, Brexit really doesn't make any sense because, well, you're so geographically close, you've got to work with these people anyway. You've just created a shitload of paperwork and inefficiency and damage things economically for what benefit? Because there really is not much benefit. So Brexit has helped unify France, Germany, Belgium, all the other EU countries that were maybe potentially thinking, the EU project's not the best. Portugal, Spain, I don't know. And so that's the same thing that's happened with this Russia invasion of Ukraine. The EU countries have gone, well, okay, well, we really want the EU to, like, now there's talk about an actual EU military that there really wasn't in the past. now they're like, hang on a minute, it would make sense for us to have a European military that can act as a defensive force or a defensive deterrent. That was not really a big emphasis, but now there certainly is. So yeah, it's not really worked. Even if you're Russia, even if you're pro-Russia, their invasion and the inefficiency of it has been such a cock-up that it's not really worked out for anyone, has it? It's just a waste of life. There you go, politics, guys. Blame the Australians. It's their fault. I think we should blame Australia. Yeah, no, we only do F4. That's it. Just F4 life. F4 farming. Oh, hang on. We gained mega rating here. Let's have a look. Yeah, the thing that I think is really crappy is I get the impression. Hello, Unlucky Vader. I get so to me through my upbringing. We got 24. There was like a reluctance for war, right? Just nationally. Oh, we already done the prediction. We already paid it out. Let's do a new one. Let's do 20. There was like a reluctancy and like a recognition that war is absolutely terrible and the loss of life is awful and there's no real winners ultimately. Like the average person doesn't win. Like some country might win. Some people make a lot of money out of war, but generally it's like really frowned upon and sort of a disgusting thing, right? I feel though in the last 10 years or the last 5 years, there's like really weird like pro-warmongering that seems to be in the same vein as what was happening in the 1900s, where like it was like, oh, war, well, you die in a boat, oh, you're a soldier, oh yeah, some people die. Just like the value of human life. So I think after World War II, there was a whole thing from like 1948 or 1950 to like 2000 where it was like, oh, we value life. Life is really valuable. We appreciate lives and all human life. Like a sort of humanitarian sort of view of life, right? And in the last 5 to 10 years, it's like that general consensus on the value of different people's lives is now like, oh yeah, well, those lives don't matter. They don't matter. They're poor. That doesn't matter. Like, even in like, so with the 80s and 90s, you had stuff like largely a cock up, but like this sort of humanitarian attempts with sort of African stuff and things. And even if that wasn't particularly successful, and even if it could have been done a lot better, the general sense of it was that there was a sense that people cared about other people and that their lives still mattered. And that was important to value, even if you didn't really help as much as possible, or even if the actual issue wasn't addressed as best possible. It was like all human lives matter. I just feel like in the last 10 years, it's like we've gone back to like 1800s. Well, I don't matter. They're dead. Don't matter. 100,000 dead soldiers. Don't matter. It's not really virtue signaling. It's attempting to try and do something better, and not succeeding as best possible is better than just not giving a shit or not trying to do anything at all. Why would you miss Reagan? Like Reagan I see what you're saying, like compared to modern like Tories and stuff, yeah. But to be fair, Reagan and Thatcher are basically the instruments of what's created the current climate now. So their Thatcherism, Reaganomics, and that approach and that deregulation of markets and the nature of what they did basically broke the stuff that was set up post World War II that was allowing for massive economic growth and actually mitigated wealth inequality. So Reagan and Thatcher basically destroyed those components that have now created the situation now, which is...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you. Q3 Sim Sport, appreciate it. So... But yeah, at least they could talk coherently. At least it wasn't as dumb. Drentas, thanks for following, welcome. Yeah, at least you didn't feel like your brain was dripping out your nose when you listened to them talk. So I guess that's positive. Right, bloody politics, guys. Let's get in a race. Oh dear. Thank you very much though for subscribing, guys, and supporting us. Really appreciate it. Colin Nitro with the follow. Thank you very much. We're just loading back into we'll get some practice with this setup. No, Chad, are you joking? We've been through this before. Gold standard is irrelevant, especially with how economics operate. It was irrelevant at the time as well. Like the obsession with gold standard is due to grifters trying to get people to invest in gold as it's a way to profit off people that don't understand finances. Well, this setup doesn't bloody work. Good setup here. Bloody hell. Hang on. How do we fix this? Tire model is just ridiculous. Why is this too low? Is that because the height's too low, or is it because the toe's too low? Oh, why haven't we got any music? Let's get some music back on. Spring perch. Where's that? Was it the high car hire or? I don't even know what.
Gamer Master should learn how
Oh,
to drive.
thank you.
Wait. I'm confused about the movie. So the cops knew that internal affairs were setting them up?
What's that? Thank you very much for the donation. It's super generous. This spring rate. No. Ride height. I would do ride height. Where is there a global ride height setting? No, that can only make them lower. I can make that stiffer. Oh, there's a ride height here, push rod offset. No, it's still not working. Oh, Jesus. Pull the rod offset. Well, you have to tell me where that setting is. I don't know. Oh, you got a good setup, Connor Clifford. There you go. Okay. I need all the setup hacks I can get. Although we were driving all right with the default setup on this, to be honest. Hello, filing account. Yeah, the fix. I think the fix was all right. It was just a bit slow on the straights. Can you? Are you in the same split, Connor? Can you send it in game, so I don't have to load out? Where is the perch setting? Well, this isn't helping. Oh, here we go. No. Nah, nothing's. Thank you. How much fuel for the race? Is it 16 litres? Easy win. Easy win. There you go. Absolute theft. The downside of using, in some ways, you're better off having the same setup for the fixed and the open. Otherwise, you have to alter your driving between the two, and it really throws you off. Because you're like, I'm driving the same car, but then you're not. Let's go. Welcome to all the new followers, new subscribers on YouTube, the late night crew. I'll have some pasta after this race. Look at that mound. It's like an old castle. Because it upsets people. iRating asked me if I wanted to change it, and I said no, because it gives me a strategic advantage over people with OCD, because they see it and they're like, and then they crash. It's genius. I'm playing 5D chess. I'm not even playing 4D chess. I'm playing Tesseract chess, 6D, infinite, interdimensional chessboard. I'm on such another level. My level's so high, there's not even a building that can support it. I'm in a hot air balloon.
Green, green, green.
It's a direct, exactly.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Big. My brain's so big it's small again.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Hyper-dimensional intergalactic brain cell. Bit too much girth on that one. You don't want to give the corner too much girth. Girth master. 50. Oh, we're getting there. Getting there.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
Do you know what is really fun? Is driving from the tyre sound to know where the limit is. That's what real race drivers do. Couldn't possibly use forces to know where the limit is. You have to use tyre sound. That's why race helmets all have speakers in them. A lot of people don't know that. Why are people so much slower in the open as opposed to close, even when we were using the fixed setup? It's really weird. Maybe they do. Maybe the faster guys race something else. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. You always want ears in your bottom. Oh, look at that. We did exactly the same lap time. Well, not exactly the same, but oh dear. We could do a 58. Oh no! Is it 15 litres? Is 15 enough for this? Oh, is 15 enough? Is 15 litres enough? Okay. It's on the limit. I hope so. This could be costly. Well, Connor. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a beautiful sunrise at the Nürburgring, located in the heart of the German countryside. On pole position for today's race in the Tatus F4, we have Connor Clifford with a 1 minute 58.013, almost in the 57s, but not quite. Second place, hot in his tail, 3/10 behind him, is Ryan M. Bell. And in third place, all the way from Japan, Yasuyaki Nashihima with a 158.355. There's also another 158 in fourth place. It's Lucas Feman, and he's rated as driver number 13, so he'll be looking to get some iRating out of this. Good luck to everybody as we go to the grid. The drivers get in the cars and we start the engines. Let's go racing at the Nürburgring. There we go. The intro for them.
That was beautiful.
There we go. Professional intro. It's what we bring to the table here. The table's been brought.
That was amazing.
The estimated SOF is 2022.
7th place for the old quali.
Keep it clean. The DNF
Easy
today
going.
would hurt our points a lot.
Easy times. Easy. Ease on toast. Well, you might be waiting. You might have to wait a few weeks. I am the table. Times table of how to lose iRating. Swamp King 04, thanks for following. Welcome. Who was it that did the donation earlier? Their name says me. Absolute, you know, they wouldn't even take credit for it. They just send me money. Typical. Must have been Donald Trump. He was trying to buy a cheeseburger, but he accidentally put my PayPal in. I'd have a cheeseburger right now. That'd be good. Here we go. Yeah, or doona kebab would be nice. I've got some pasta. That's what we're going to have.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, I don't want to be on the outside of this corner. Don't have a choice though, because we've got a car on our inside.
Car right. Stay on the left. You're on the left. 3 wide. Go left. Clear on the right. There's an incident behind.
You're better off just going really wide, just in case they crash. What are they doing? It's like people just do so much weird shit in this.
Car right.
What?
Still there, hold your
Why
line.
is he wobbling all over the place?
Still there. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right.
What's this guy doing in front? He's just wobbling around randomly. Oh, what is going on here? Are people serving penalties? Oh, what are they doing?
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
My goodness. People are so random in what they do. Like, I just don't get it. I can't even understand what's happening. And these guys are really slow.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
I don't trust this guy at all. He seems really erratic. Like, is he driving with a keyboard? He's not carrying any speed through the corner. And then he's like, what line is that? Why is he doing that? I'm not even close to him. Has he had a few drinks, do you think? UK West.
I don't know how you did that.
Well, it's not working, is it? I just don't want to get punted. The only thing that's thrown me off, yeah, to be fair, it's probably eating a cheeseburger. Anyone that has a Formula 1 livery, that throws me off because I'm like, oh, they're going to wreck me, guaranteed. As soon as you see, like, especially Red Bull, but then, like, Ayrton Senna or, like, 80s Formula 1 liveries, and you know you're in trouble. Do you know what I mean? You just know, you're in trouble. I mean, Red Bull livery is still the king of the, like, you're going to die. But it goes Red Bull, 80s Formula 1 livery. Then I'm not. Then like Haas is a pretty bad sign because they're being ironic. Yeah, Weeb liveries are comforting because at least you know that they're probably just a furry or something.
There's an incident behind.
Ah, we need an incident in front, not behind. Well, if I get past, he'll probably ram me. So, isn't this the little kid, the New Zealand kid? I have a Voodoo too, yeah. That keeps me fast.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. The car in P3. Just set the fastest lap. 58.381.
Do you know what I'm predicting? The car in front spinning when I'm close to them and me not being able to avoid it. Yeah, it's a shame he's not fast enough to catch up with the cars in front, and then he could tow me to them. That'd be nice. He probably just needs a setup. He is towing me away from Taylor, though. He's slow through this corner, though, weirdly. And I think he's slow through the NGK chicane, but then he's alright through the other corners. Yeah, he's slow through that left-hander in the NGK, but then he's fine everywhere else.
Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left.
Ah!
Ahead, go right.
Why do they keep trying to drive into me? How many times is that? Jesus Christ. That was close. Connor can wreck people. He's part of the Game of Muscle conspiracy crew. We need to do like a 58 fives would be good for me.
The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 58.108. Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Naomi, hello. As well. If I say hello. Got to be welcoming. Nice sunrise or sunset. I need some pasta here, I'm dying. Everyone goes quiet at this time. 6 o'clock in the morning. It's quiet time. All the Australians are falling asleep at the computer. We have a roll call of where everyone's from. Hello, in Jay's brain. Yeah, this is a nice. Oh, he's
leader is running.
Mowing the sand.
58.128.
Well, it was. We lost 100. We lost 80 iRating in our first race, but I think if we finish this one here, we'll back to where we started. Normally it takes me at least 5 races to get up to pace. Well, up to my pace. Hello F Spirit, not the pace, but my personal pace. We're actually managing to catch back up with this guy without the draft, so we have about the same pace as him. The harvest will be bountiful. Always is.
Car stop on the right.
Sorry, mate.
Oh. Here we go.
No worries.
Oh, I think he's just trying to break 58.57. There we go. I think he's just trying to break the draft up. There's no real point. I don't know. I think I've used boat wheels at events and things. Well, in my own rig, I've got a Logitech G293, but I've not really used it.
8.026.
It's been a right cruise, this. This track seems to be a bit weird, like we seem to have absolute carnage races and then absolute pacifist sessions.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel left.
Ah, yeah, we should be fine. Ah, we could get so much more time through that chicane. And I'm turning in too soon for that as well. We could definitely get another... We could do a 58 too.
One, just set the fastest lap. 57.868.
We do have draft at the moment, but we're getting time through the corners where draft isn't really the key thing. I'm really worried that this guy in front of us is just going to spin it and I won't be able to avoid him. Because I feel like we might get close to him, he then does something stupid. Do you know what I mean? They have run off the track twice. Maybe I've been paranoid. Bit of healthy paranoia though is good for you. It's really weird how maybe he's got a low downforce setup because he's slow through the chicanes, but seems better than us. Like he's slow through this corner and this chicane, but then he's all right down the straight. So he probably just has a low downforce setup. That would explain why he's running wide on some of the corners as well. I don't know. It's a bit of a puzzle. Sherlock muscle. Oh, special Sherlock Holmes. Have you seen that the comedy sketch with the drunk Sherlock Holmes? Try and get the pressure on a bit. Mitchell and Webb. They're like homeless Sherlock Holmes. Is really funny. They're like alcoholics. It's just stupid. I don't think they're homeless. They're just. Are we the baddies? Hello, LFSMMX. Right. I mean, we know we got to get this position. We got to get 4th place, guys, because we just got to. We have to assert dominance. It's all going to be about the NGK chicane smash up, isn't it? He's terrible through there.
White flag, white flag.
He's like 2/10 a lap faster everywhere else on the track, and then through the NGK,
New fast flat for
he's
you.
like 3/10 slower. Oh, we did a 58 flat with draft. That's good. We're cooking him. Ready meal in the microwave. Oh, slop the tyres a bit there. Bit of a draft bailed out.
Right side.
There we go.
Clear on the right.
Oh, he's going to wreck us on the NGK chicane, isn't he? 100%.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Here we go.
Right side, clear.
Woo! He didn't. Yes! Muscle hustled. Beautiful. That was good. The pressure worked. Cooked him.
Chicken flag,
Absolutely
chicken flag.
boiled him. Not bad.
Nice run, solid work.
35. Good racing, guys. Ah, I don't know how we cooked it there. It was really weird. Oh, he downshifted and got on the throttle. Yeah, not bad.
That was fun.
You almost... I mean... Oh! Thank you for subscribing! Who's that? Should come up on the screen.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Brigide! Brigide! Thank you very much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome along to the teapot. Yeah, they muscle microwave the tyres. It's just funny how you can't just count like any other sim. If this happens, you just counter steer. Like, look, you would just counter steer immediately. Any other sim, you just go, and in iRacing, he's like, oh no, nothing he can do. It's pretty stupid. That's what happens when you muscle microwave the tyres. Hello, Vandis. Yeah, I mean, fair enough for him to try and block us a bit. He didn't drive into us, so he forced us to do some work, which is fine, isn't it? Really, I think it's what I'd have done.
Okay,
He should have gone fully to the left. Though. I don't know why bother doing that, but not just literally going right over. Why leave enough room for a car? You know what I mean? Like, if he'd done that, yeah. With the thing with LMU is it's just the force feedback's not so good. So, are they going to change the tracks? Actually, I'll drive it with the GTE cars when the tracks change. Yeah, maybe he thought I'd just drive into him. How did he? How and why?
You suck, Carson Long.
He just turned in too hard. And shifted, so he just turned too hard. Let's have a look at the start of the race here. I don't really get why people are so aggressive and weird at the start when they're not. It's quite a long race. Oh yeah, I think he was on a lower downforce setup, Connor. So he was really slow through the NGK chicane and really slow into the braking zones. But I mean, you know, I don't know. He was really slow just on the tight corners. He might just have not been very good on the brakes. I don't know. This setup seems to have quite a lot of downforce. It's alright. Nice and easy to drive. It just feels like a VRS setup, to be honest. Why'd they put out? It's just a copy of the real car, isn't it? What lap times were you doing, Connor? 58 flats. I think I got a 50. Oh, we got a 58. 58.08.01, but that was with draft. 58.5, I think, is the best we could do without draft. If I can do 58s, I'm happy with that. Without draft, 58.3 is good for me. Pretty nice. Let's get some pasta. We'll keep going. We're back to 3K. We're slowly clawing ourselves back. My goodness. My goodness. Poll results though as well. Get in there. Why do I keep getting this cannot connect to system message? Early morning. We've got alright viewers watching for 6 in the morning on a Tuesday. Appreciate you guys hanging around with us. Got some anyone still from Daniel Grey Zone? From the Australian crew. Did we just get plus 35 from that? Yeah. So we're back. I think we're back to where we were. First race of today was horrendous. No, it wasn't the first race, was it? It was the... I know, it was the first race. Minus 83. Jesus Christ. We were on 3033, so almost back where we started. I know we're up. We're up. We should have a meter on the screen here. How much are we up? Like 33? Yeah, we would if we hadn't had that guy just park it on the apex in front of us. We'd be up like 200. Oh well, that's how it goes. So you have to take it, guys. That's the challenge of iRacing: is can you survive it without having a mental breakdown? I've only had a few mental breakdowns today, so you know. You lost 400. The most I've managed to gain, I managed to gain 2,000 in 24 hours. And I think I've managed to lose about 1,300 in 2 days, in a day or two. $1,000 in it, yeah. You just need to get punted a few times. You gotta love this simple beat. Complex. Yeah, never practice. It's just get straight in there. Boots and cats and boots and cats. Little fish, big fish, cardboard box. I'm gonna get some pasta. Faster pasta! And we'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere, or do if you've got a life. Actually, let's sort out the focus of this camera as well.
Looks like Gamer Muscle's taking a little bit of a break right now from the stream. Just hang tight, he'll be back shortly. Just wanted to come on and let you know that looks like he's taking a little bit of a break from the stream right now. He's probably making a fresh hot cup of tea, getting a biscuit, you know, thinking about his next 7th place finish in an F4 race maybe. You never know. I mean, heck, he doesn't only play iRacing, he plays all sorts of sims, you know. He's getting in there on the other sims. I could name them if I knew them, but he's out there, he's having a good time. You're having a good time in chat. You're having fun expressing your opinions, letting them know how much you love the stream. Hey, he might even sing you a song. Get that auto-tune going, you know. It's a great time. We're all having a great time. We're having a great time. So just sit back, relax. The stream will continue once he's back. I'm sure he's got some story that happened on his way to the kitchen or something. Maybe, you know, something happened. He'll share with you all the juicy details. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream.
Matt Malone should have been on loop. You could put pasta in the air fryer, do cheese on it, boil it, and then heat it up in the air fryer with cheese. That'd be awesome. This is pasta. Oh, I'm even more out of focus. No. God. Oh, I can't even reach. Oh, we'll just be out of focus today. I'm so blurred. Where is the focus plane? Oh, I don't even know what's going on. Just blurry muscle. This is pesto, Brussels sprouts, pasta, and peppers. I air fried the Brussels sprouts. No fish. Well, the fish is always in focus. For some reason, the background is always in focus. I don't know why. Maybe I just need to move the fish and then it'll be in focus. Right. Brussels sprouts are good for you. Fish is always in focus. There we go. There we go. Focus muscle. I used the fish to decoy the camera. You can buy bags of Brussels sprouts pretty cheap, and then air fry them. Pretty good. This pasta's like 2 years old, but apparently its use by date is for another, not for another year or so. So Who would have thought it? Have we got any Brits watching it this time? Brits in the morning. Dutchman. Hello. Why don't you like sprouts? Sprout hater. Oh, do we need? We got a new poll. Hang on. That was the last one. Let's do a new prediction. Start a prediction. 20 iRating. Yay or nay. 10 minutes. There you go. I need to set that up on here so you guys, so we can put them on the screen. They're bitter. I guess it tastes a bit sulphury. They're alright. They are a bit weird tasting, yeah. Oh. I think they're good for you though. Have a look. Brussels sprouts. Normally there's shit or something to taste about it is. There you go. Add in even just 1 or 2 servings of Brussels sprouts to your diet a few times a week can help meet your minimum vitamin C. They're full of vitamin C. What else have we got? Top 5 health benefits of Brussels sprouts. You ready, guys? Antioxidants. Wow. Protein. Gut health. Heart health. Yeah. Are they safe for everyone? For most of us. However, if you have a thyroid issue, don't Brussels those sprouts. Do they come from Brussels? Why? Why are they called Brussels sprouts? Here we go, some fascinating sprout facts. They're from the Mediterranean. They're actually called Brassica orycea, native to the Mediterranean region, along with other it says cabbage. I didn't know they were a type of cabbage. I guess they are like mini cabbages. They should be called cabbage sprouts. Fact. I guess that, yeah, never really occurred to me that they're basically mini cabbages. They're nice with cheese on. An 80-gram serving of Brussels sprouts contains more vitamin C than an orange. Beta-carotene as well. Yeah, seems like they're pretty good. Easy to cook in an air fryer. I don't know what is vitamin C. That's a good question. What is vitamin C? What is it? Do people actually know what it is? I mean, they know it's a vitamin, but like, what is it? Ascorbic acid is a nutrient your body needs to form blood vessels, cartilage, muscle, collagen in bones. Vitamin C deficiency is likely in people who smoke, have certain gastrointestinal conditions, have limited diet that doesn't include fruits and vegetables. Getting the server here. What about vitamin C class race car? Oh, I mean, oranges are nice, but you could have an orange as well. Hang on. Oranges are quite good. You put them in your fridge, they last for ages. Here we go. Vitamin B1 from an orange. Health benefits from an orange. Here we go. Lots of sugar, lots of protein. Right, lots of carb. Yeah, it's mostly
Thanks.
sugar.
Love this combo. Can't even lie.
Sorry, what was that?
I love this combo. I remember the stat battle.
One orange contains 92%, or 77% of a male's daily requirement of vitamin C. It's got thiamine in it, folate, fair bit of fibre. I need to buy some oranges. Hello, Suzuda. I like oranges. Scraper drunk. What's Havoc? What's that? Modern orange Havoc. But yeah, I think the thing is, if you're going to eat something with a lot of sugar in it, if it's also got a lot of fibre, it's not too bad. It's that whole glycemic index thing. I've already broken the US time sync thanks to this guy.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
Potato is good for you. Potato's amazing. Stops you from dying of starvation. I only personally consume endangered species, but I don't eat more than the calories that I burn. So today's diet is snow leopard with pasta, endangered flower pasta. I like to enjoy the experience of being the last person to consume the animal for the entire history of the entirety of the universe. I was eating woolly mammoth yesterday. Quite nice. Siberian tigers tomorrow. Turtle for breakfast. Oh no, I've got pasta hiccups. Well, it makes you drive faster. I like to use my private jet to get from track to track and then complain about the environment. Turtles taste amazing. Especially good boiled. I like turtles.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
You can take a wider line through that. I prefer taking the tighter line. That way people can't do dive bombs up the inside. They just drive into the back of you. I prefer to call that physical DRS activation. Opponent based DRS. We'll definitely be faster now though, because we've had pasta. As soon as you have pasta, you go faster. Same as mould and vinegar. They both help you go faster as well.
One more lap.
59.3, pretty strong and stable. How are you doing, Unlucky Vader? What are you doing at this time? Surely this is late for you. Yesterday your girlfriend caught you watching... That's worse than your girlfriend catching you watching Midget. Not that there's anything wrong with Midget. It just confuses people. If I wanted to lose body weight, what I would do is not take advice from people in my live stream chat. That's my first tip. It's a good tip. My advice would be to just live off a diet of biscuits and alcohol-free beer. That's my advice. Just unwinding. My advice would be to drive faster. We were actually 3/10 up and then I dicked it up through the chicane. We would have been a 58. A 58, which would have put us in the same place. Oh well. Why doesn't your girlfriend watch me, Skookin? She'd love it. You should put me on at the set, like watch it with me. I basically, I turn women on just them watching. They'll be like, oh, she'll want you even more, you know. So it's worth watching. You know, 10 minutes of this and she'll be like, oh. The effect I have on women. Is that tea? It's non-alcoholic beer. Lewin de Trois.
That was great.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a good, cloudy, sunny day at the Nürburgring for some racing in the F4 car. On pole position, knocking Connor Clifford into second place, is none other than Leo Otacharov, who, rumour has it, has shared a setup with Connor Clifford, who then shared a setup with another driver. It seems like there's some dirty behind-the-scenes setup sharing going on here. In third place, behind Connor Clifford, sandwiching him in the middle, is Jason Ristovasky. Those drivers at the front, only one of them with a 57, Leo there, putting in the time, committing a crime. He's well ahead of everyone. Look at the rest of the grid though. There's 6 58s. That is going to be a close race. And there's a couple of 59s and then some people that forgot that qualifying was taking place. Drivers getting in the cars. Let's go ready to go racing at the Nürburgring in the F4 car. Good luck, have fun. And please remember to scream down the microphone when you get crashed into. Here we go.
Good day, James.
Good day, mate. Nice setup you got there. Be a shame. It'd be a shame for that setup in the Open Series to end up in someone else's hands, if you know what I mean.
Okay, let's go.
Right under the bus.
A reminder, if you let me win this race, I'll be giving you a Porsche, a Ferrari, and a Harrier junk jet. So please let me win. Right, here we go.
All Kane.
Green flag, green flag.
Clock him up.
Left side. You're on the right. 3 wide. Still there. Still there, still there. Car on your left, 2 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. Clear on the left. Right side. Clear on the right.
Nice and easy. It's all about not losing wheels at the start. I'm not mad. Sounds like she's mad. I think she's trying to gaslight you.
Car on your left.
Thank you. Thanks for the bump draft. Harry McDonald.
Car on your left.
Dan, that's extremely O'Connor.
Harry McDonald, give me the Diet Coke. What are they doing?
Clear.
Oh my god. Parking it on the apex.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Still there. You're in the top 10. Keep to the right. You're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. You're on the right, 3 wide.
Oh god, we've got some lag in here. We've got some real bad lagging. Guys, leave a bit of space. There's quite a lot of netcode here. I can see cars wobbling. Oh my goodness. Yeah, guys, be careful of netcode. iRating's wobbling.
James, you're talking about wobbling at Bathurst. What do you actually mean by wobbling?
When the netcode's laggy or there's big ping between people, the cars like dart all over the place and wobble.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh my goodness.
Right side. Clear on the right.
What is he doing? Like, so aggressively defending.
Hey, Leo, a quick little question. Are you cornering the curb at the chicane?
Yeah, a bit.
They're like slow, but then really aggressively defending. Fair play to him though, he held it.
Not a whole lot, but just enough.
Yeah, cheers.
Go right.
Oh my god.
Left side. Car right.
Mate, I'm having to let you through so you don't pump me. You were going to just wreck me there, Harry. Harry McDonald, trying to give me a Diet Coke and a medium fries. Jesus Christ, had to just let him through.
Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left. Go right. Go right. Go right. Car right. Go right. You're on the left. 3 wide. Right side. 2 wide. There's an incident ahead. Stay on the left. Clear.
Scatman John there. Oh my god. What on earth? David John Gibbons, hello. Go right, go left, go right. McDonald's in the back. Yeah. Bandits are waking up. These are lag bandits. The worst. They're even worse than your standard baguettes. Baguettes. Bandits. Baguettes. Baguette the bandits. Oh dear God. Langits. I mean, how much do you think that red car's going to wreck? What are the odds? It was... If I hadn't moved over to the left when he went for the move, he would have wrecked us. Oh, here we go.
Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left. Right side. The car in C1.
He drove into the pit lane wall.
57.417. Clear on the right. You're in the top 10.
Oh, this guy, look at his, oh my goodness. He's got more ping than a Chinese family tree. Jesus Christ. I think how am I meant to race this? There's a limit to the smoothing. In fairness to iRating, it actually does a pretty good job with high pings. Does smooth stuff out quite well. But the problem is, it smooths it out and then you get like a ghost contact that you can't see where they were. But I would argue that's one of the... It's good, they just need to make the contacts less. But it does look good, so... Oh, Christ, it's impossible to... Oh, he's got past the Ferrari of death. If they can crash into each other without taking me out, that'd be perfect. Oh yeah, maybe in the braking zone, I would. We've got a McDonald's drive-through, a lagger. Oh Christ! Oh, do you want to reactively block any harder, mate?
Still there. Still there. Hold your line. Clear.
There it is. There it is. There it is. It's so predictable. Fortunately, we knew he was going to service a McDonald's. I let him through, and then we let him combust. It's so predictable. We need like emojis for when you can detect the missiles. Fortunately, he missed us, which is nice. Bloody hell, guys. Look at this guy lagging. David John Gibbons. I need your curtains. Give me some fresh curtains. Freshly ironed curtains. Show me your curtains, love. Thanks for following. This race is sponsored by David John Gibbons' curtains. Mr. Gibbons, I hear you've got some nice curtains. Would you like to show us a photo of them? Counter dive bomb. Oh, oh, oh.
We are where we expected to be.
There you go.
New fast flat for you. Car right. Keep to the left. You got a slow car on the left. Still there. Clear. Car right. Car stop on the left. There's an incident ahead. Clear on the right.
People are doing the dive bomb up the inside of them failing. Oh my goodness. This is hard to work out what on earth he's doing. Schrodinger's lag Red Bull. Oh, it's a Red Bull as well, isn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ, of course. Lag and Red Bull. The most dangerous of combos. Is that a Red Bull? I think it is. It's the white Red Bull livery, right? This is like mixing matter and antimatter. Arthur, what country are you in? Your car looks like a snake board. Oh my! Looks like he's got one of those skid trainers on his car. It's got more wobble than a grandma with a broken Zimmer frame in an earthquake. He's in Australia using Starlink. He's in the ISS.
The leader is running 57.334.
Oh God! Now he's blinking. Engage further difficulty. Shall not pass. Annoyingly, I think the orange car has damage, and I think we do have enough pace here because I'm not really pushing, but I don't trust this laggy car. And so the ideal situation for me now, because it's like 4 laps to go, would be to push and pass this car and then have enough time to get the orange car, but he's so laggy, it's just too risky. Kangaroo on a hamster wheel needed a break. That's what's powering his internet. A highly motivated kangaroo. Just want to let everyone know that's watching from Australia that I could beat up a kangaroo. I'd chin it. And jellyfish. Nothing would stop me. And great white sharks, chinned them. Oh, these guys have got to crash and it saves me the effort. Come on, lag into him. No. Oh, no. I was hoping that they would crash. I'm the master of chinning. Yeah, last night I chinned a jelly. Box jelly was gone. Oh shit, they're bad. What is he doing? You haven't lived till you've chinned a jelly. Look at him drifting around that corner. Sharks, when you chin a shark, oh my goodness. When you chin a shark, it just confuses them.
Car on your left. You're on the right, 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. Clear on the left. Right side. Clear. Car right. Still there. Clear on the right.
Well, he's not making it easy for me, this guy. Fair play to him. Some nice moves, though. Nice defending by him, really. He squeezed us, but no more than... No, totally legal.
Left side.
Oh, I don't want to be on the outside.
Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Clear. Left side. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 57.24.
No, you're so lagged out. You're going to wreck me. You're so, you're so laggy. I can't race you, mate. Arthur, you're so laggy. That's just going to wreck us if anyone holds a position.
Clear on the right. Left side.
Jesus Christ.
Clear. Left side. We're on the right. 3 wide. Car on your left. 2 wide. Keep to the right. Clear.
Like he goes for this send, which would be fine if we didn't have like 1,000 ping between us. Oh, now the old field's in here because I'm stuck behind this guy. Bloody hell, last lap's going to be carnage, isn't it?
There's an incident behind.
Jesus Christ. It's good for him to battle, but not on that. Do you know what I mean? Not 3 wide on a corner where one bit of lag and everyone's going to explode. It's like doing battle with a car that's filled with radioactive waste or something. Or like the whole side of the car is nuclear bomb triggers.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Bloody hell, it's going to be an interesting replay, this.
Right side. The car in C1. Just set the fastest lap. 57.121. Clear. Incident behind.
Problem is his battling is allowing the cars behind to catch up. Oh no.
You're in 5th. Left side.
What's this guy doing?
Keep to the right. Still there. Clear. Car right. Stay on the left.
Oh no, the McDonald's back.
Still there. You're on the left. 3 wide. Right side. 2 wide. Stay on the left.
Mate.
Still there. Hold your line.
Did McDonald's force me off the track?
Keep to the left. Still there. Hold your line.
Oh my goodness.
Clear.
Finally.
Left side. Still there. Hold your line.
They're all giving me. Oh, you fucking idiots! Fucking idiots!
You've got wheel damage.
Fucking idiots! You guys are absolute morons! Absolute moron! You could. What is wrong with you guys? Like, why can't you race on this? Every single race in iRacing, someone has to drive into the back of you like a complete idiot. Like, what is honestly wrong with you? Absolute morons. I mean, we're racing. It's every...
Around the different dudes I get to the front, F4 drivers aren't you.
Fuck it, iRacers, guys. They're so dumb. It's every race. You having actually alright racing, and they always wreck you. You can't race in this. Oh, fucking idiots. Absolute morons. It's so like, how many laps do we do really perfect clean driving? Oh, it's just, it's constant. It's like, it's such a textbook example of it doesn't matter how good or how safe you drive, you're gonna get wrecked by someone, like someone just driving into you. We absolutely outdrove all of them perfectly. Oh, well, we should still finish this. Absolute morons. It's so dumb. It like...
You're losing on the car in front.
Surely...
4.1 seconds.
You'd be like, oh yeah, there's a big group of cars in front. Oh, I'm going to at least wait for the final lap. You know what I mean? Or like, It's so moronic. You just can't race in this at all. But I mean, that's the price you pay for playing iRacing.
Go in there. I'm gonna have to watch some laps and try to remember how to drive this beautiful track. Be up there with you soon.
This is why you have to just hot lap in this and not be near anyone.
The pace car is out of control.
I don't even understand where they drove into us as well.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. That's it. Exactly, that Jeremy's bets. That's it. That's all right, Leo. Don't worry about it, Leo. I'll let you off. He's saying sorry, so that's fine. But it's so dumb. Like, we're driving absolute textbook, side by side with laggers.
Car stops on the right. Car stops on the right.
Right. Jesus Christ. Like, there's nothing you can do, is there? It's so dumb.
Unlucky, James.
Oh, I've got no rear wing. How was the car still driving?
It was a fucking crazy race.
Right. We drive like 11 laps trying to be carefully pass bloody laggers really carefully. You know, dealing with McDonald's. Oh, fuck. That's 2 races now. Two races. Where we like lose a fair bit due to people being stupid. Now we're giving this guy plenty of space. Driving around the outside. Finally get past him. Put the car nicely on the inside. Compromise the line just to give a lot of, you know, to make it safe. Bonk. Like, what on earth? Like, what are they doing? They're hot lapping into us. They're literally, they've got the wider line, so they do the hot lap on the throttle into the car that's in front of us. Like, of course you're going to exit the corner faster if you're on the outside line and you're coming across. He is lagging as well, but like, of course you're going to exit faster than the car that's on the inside. Because you're doing the hot lap line, but there's a car in front of you. You know that you would know that the car on the inside. You would know that the car on the inside is going to be slightly slow. You just don't hot lap it. He's not going to double back because his car's there. It just throttles into it. This is such iRacing. Oh, it's so dumb. This is after. Keep in mind, we did like 10 laps of avoiding people. Thanks for following. Welcome to the teapot. Like, we're leaving so much better than that guy. We had to let him through. Oh, here we go. Let's see the dive bomb. Geoda, thank you very much. Blessed be. Appreciate that. Look, right, I see that he does this dart, and I'm like, there's no way he's going to make this corner without wrecking me. with the speed he's going into, we're already in the braking. I've already started to not turn into the corner here so that he doesn't hit us. So we basically, that stopped him from it. Like, you can see the way his car's going. If I was doing a normal, with how the net code is, if I hadn't started turning, I started turning left or basically not doing the corner here. Yeah, look, he's to the left, the corner's to the right. He's so far behind. It's only because I turned to the left that he didn't wreck us there. Ah, dear. And then he bloody wrecks. Then he McDonald's. And he McDonald's this guy. It's like the amount of avoiding you have to do. Jesus Christ. Here we go. He just... I don't think I could have driven this much better in terms of like balancing safety, not doing aggressive moves, holding lines. Yeah, this is hello Kirith, how's it going? This is avoid shit drivers, the simulator. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, but it's just like, look at this, bloody this laggy guy. So this is another example. This guy's got chronic ping. So, and then he goes, oh yeah, I'm going to put it 3 wide here, even though he's not even exited off the corner particularly fast. He's allowed to do this, fair play, but like, you know that this is just going to be a wreck. So I'm like, right, I just have to let him through. Oh, look at his car. Look how it's moving. When we just retake him as well, because he's not actually that fast. He only caught up with us because this car was slow. The problem is, it just takes one person to decide to drive into you, and that's it. And even on this corner, I'm like, I put my car right on the inside. That's the safest thing you can do, is put your car right on the inside, so no one's going to send it up. So the only way they can get you is by driving into the back of you, basically. That is true, Kerith. We could do with some Forza Rewind. But then if you take if you stay on the far right to stop the cars doing it the inside, you get people hot lapping through and then just like. But I don't even understand this. Where is he gonna go? Why even throttle through the car here? There's no rush. Like, you're stuck behind this car. This car's gonna go up the inside anyway. There's no point in like being on that car, so there's no point to it at all. To be honest, I think if someone does this to a car in front, they should actually be that should be like a warning, because it is effectively an intentional wreck. Like, it'd be classed as a racing incident. Like, you know when people do hot lapping into other drivers in iRacing, where they take the wider line and then drive into the car on the inside. I think that should actually be classed as a wreck, because it's your responsibility to not drive straight into another bloody car. Hello, Crispin Rit. Well, no, because I can see, so I get the delay. This isn't what the server sees. This is what my client is seeing. So, but then you would still, if you're lagging, he's lagging relative to me. So I accommodate that by being extra careful and extra safe. But you would know, if you're in this position here, you know that you can't exit faster than the car that's in front of you on the corner anyway. So it's irrelevant. Also, I'm not understeering or anything. You know, you just be like, well, yeah, but I'm not going to be. It's not that type of lag. Like, it's not. So normally the lag would be side by side stuff. My car, like how his car's moving, it's still in the reasonable position. I would still be on the inside of the corner. I might be warping a bit, but it's still not going to be like that. The lag doesn't excuse him driving into the back of me here. This is entirely him doing a hot lap line, carrying more speed through the corner because he's taken a wider apex, and then not accounting for the car in front being slower due to it taking a tighter apex. Well, we're also sliding a little bit off, so it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Like the point. I could be like warping all over the place. It wouldn't make any difference. If you're a car on the outside, you can't just throttle. At this point here, this car could be doing anything. You just know that if you're this car, you can't pass this car anyway. No, my car's just going to be slightly slower because it's on the inside through the corner, so it's sliding more on the corner exit. This is entirely just a car hot lapping. Regardless of lag, he would have driven into us. But you know, if you're lagging, you know that they're lagging. So all through the race, I was letting cars past. I was moving out the way. We were stopping people from wrecking us by just pulling out the way. You know, I'm massively accommodating other drivers because of the ping difference. So like here, for example, here's a good example. Yeah, but this is the example here. He goes for a dive bomb up the inside, and I'm like, well, you know, even though I'm fully right to actually hold this position because he's actually going to have to drive off the track, I'm fully within my right to hold this line, and he would have to drive into the pit lane, so it's an illegal overtake. Even with that in mind, I'm like, well, he's laggy, and this is going to be a total shit show, so I have to just lift to let him through. So the other thing is he's slow. Like, we just overtook him straight away. So it's not like I'm not doing. I'm doing so much to accommodate these drivers. The fact I'm stuck behind this guy is because I'm being extra cautious in overtaking him because of the ping. So it was just fine. It's never going to be perfect with when you're playing at this time. I mean, you look at the start of the race as well. Every single race start, there's just like... Bloody hell. Yeah, that guy would have an argument against me if I lifted or if I was really slow through the corner, but I was on the throttle, just doing the normal inside line. But the McDonald's car there, constantly trying to send it on us. Morning, Cheddar. How's it going? I mean, like, we're having to... So this... He's gone full send here. This car in front slams his brakes on there, so I'm having to go left to avoid it, and then he's just doing hot again. He's going for the hot right. Why are you hot lapping in this situation where there's traffic in front? Where are you hot lapping to? What's the point of doing the hot lap line in this situation? You're just going to close the gate. It's like people that tailgate on motorways. Right, let's say nothing happens to me here. Where is he bloody well going? Where's he going? He's not going to, like, go through all 4 cars. He's not going to double past us. Our car's very much in the way. And so he almost wrecks us there. Because they have no brains. Absolute Tetris blocks. Oh, it's so moronic. And I'm just driving it. We're trying to have a little bit of a... And then this guy... We react to that guy braking quite erratically. So my car goes in a straight line. And you see, most of the people in this race are fine. But again, what it is you'll notice there's the people that wreck you are the ones that hit you 3 or 4 times before they actually wreck you. So again, it's something that iRacing could be aware of. If a car hits another car, like, twice in 1 lap before spinning them, well, and they've done that in multiple races, which guaranteed they do, you can identify, you can pick that up. Normal race drivers in any series will maybe have a 0x or a 4x once in a lap, right? And they'll have 1x's and stuff from going on the grass. The shit drivers, the bandits, drive into other cars 2-3 times in 1 lap. You know? I think if what you could have is if someone drives into you multiple times in 1 lap, it saves it, and then if you report it, then that automatically elevates it. It's just, you know, it is what it is. It's a game of iRacing. You got to take it on the chin. I've been chinned by iRacing. I've been chinned. Jesus Christ, I've been chinned. Wow. I'm just devoed for the people putting points on the line. Right, let me update the points there. Bloody hell, we lost 25. Nobody said no, so nobody won or lost points. New poll. For 20 iRating, 10 minutes. I'll do 15 minutes, actually. There you go. New poll's up. Yeah, I mean, the warping... The thing is, I think the warping's alright. I think iRacing actually does quite a good job with high pings. You know, you're going to get some warping, and it can only smooth so much. The damage and car contact results is something iRacing need to fix. But their actual smoothing code is probably some of the best. The downside is it causes ghost contacts, but they just need to reduce how much cars are affected by contacts. Like how it is in R Factor 2. You know, you can hit a car and it generally affects the car on the inside that's driving into the car on the outside more than the car on the outside, so... But it is what it is. Appreciate everyone watching though, and the Geo Dirt and me donating and the members and the follows. You're making it easier to suffer the iRacing.
The pace car is out of control. iPoman. Welcome along. Appreciate it. We're taking it easy. The first race we did today, for those of you who just joined us, we lost 80 iRating due to a car decided to brake in front of us on they had cars next to them. They basically just lifted, and then either they broke or they lifted in the middle of the track on the racing line out of the blue. There was no way, like, I stamped on my brake and then my car was rotated and there was just no more track because they were turning into us. And yeah, so we lost 80 iRating from that. And I thought it's because they had to slow down, but they just arbitrarily decided to lift for no reason at all. They even had track. There was no reason. Even the car behind me was like, well, that was weird. Wow. Yeah, you know, we pretty good. We got good pace on this track though, which is good. So that's pretty decent. We're chooching along, all right. We got a setup as well. Problem is, as soon as the bandits get on in the UK, it's probably going to be a bit of a shit show. Is it? They haven't sent it to me. Let's call it if they are though. That'll be a really popular wheel. Truck's an oval. That's true. You could use a truck wheel for actual oval racing as well. The same sort of thing. I've been using it for like 2 or 3 months, I think. It's been alright. We'll probably go back to Fanatec stuff soon as well. I like to use stuff for a while before doing videos on it. Oh dear. Why is this failing? Hang on, what's going on here? Oh, it's this one. All my hack setups. My pit crew. His helmet's going through his face. There's no point in going on track because this next race is about to begin. Yeah, we have all the details turned down. It's all about frame rate. You know, with iRacing, I think it's really important that they do stuff like weather before making the sim run smoothly on all tracks that currently exist. I feel like that's a good idea. If I was iRacing, would you prioritize realistic tyre model? Or like consistent graphical performance, or crazy weather system that most people won't enjoy because it'll make the racing even more carnage? What would you prioritize? The VR cable works. If it's not working for you, Hack Me, you need to plug it in the correct order. So I think you have to plug the power cable. What's the order? Oh, come on here. You have to plug power into the cable, then plug the cable into the headset, then plug the cable into the PC. Also make sure the power adapter that you're plugging into the cable is a good power adapter. You've been running iRacing on max for years, not had any issue. Yeah, but what frame rate are you running at? So I have to get 120, and I'm playing at 4K res as well, and I can't have it drop down at all because I need it to be absolutely perfect. Apparently we've got maximum. You guys, can you just see the windsock behind the race labs here? Look, this is this windsock is fully extended, so each stripe on a windsock is 5 knots. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 knot wind. I think it's 5 knots. No, it's 3 knots. So Fully extended, 15 knots, 17 mile per hour wind blowing against us. But that's like absolutely fully extended. It's not even moving. It's a very consistent wind that we've got on this track. Yeah, realistic snow. That's what I'm here for. We need more rain in Sims. What else could iRacing add? It's actually, whenever I've been to the Nürburgring in real life, it's always been really nice weather. Normally too hot. Look like bloody boiling. Here we go. Been here 3 times in real life. Yeah, we're also Potato guys, gonna be good. We're trying to convince Tony Kanaan to be on our team. He's obviously intimidated though, you know, because what with me being such a successful sim racer, for an amateur driver like Tony Kanaan, it's intimidating to be associated with someone of my stature. So, you know, we'll have to see how that works out. Oh yeah, no, I like, so if you've got good car handling, rain is just good fun, especially like it changing from like a bit of drizzle, you know. But most iRacers, probably like 60-70% of them, and this is most sim racers, can't drive in the dry consistently. Like the vast majority of people just don't have time to practice tracks to be consistent. Like it, realistically, it takes probably 300 to 400 hours of sim racing to get sim racing, because it's harder than real driving due to the differences in the sim's lack of feel. So let's say it's like 500 hours of practice, which is already like a year of practice in terms of like an hour a day. So most people don't have that time. That's just to understand how to drive, you know, counter steer, braking, trail braking, you know, getting the concept so that you don't have to think what you're doing with your hands and feet, right? Then there's the different simulators, which are weird, okay. But then each track, I would say, is probably minimum 20 to 35, 40 hours worth of practice to get within a second or two of pace. So that's in the dry, in non-changing conditions. Elku, thanks for following. So adding rain to that is only going to make it even worse for those people. If a simulator's got good physics and you've got good car control, then it'll be fine. But I think they're gonna add rain to iRacing. The sim doesn't have realistic physics in the first place, so it doesn't make it. Unless they've massively changed the tyre model, the rain could not really work. Well, how many hours would you say? I think that's about right, to be honest. If you look at people that are like reasonably speedy in sims, they've done 500 plus hours. You know, like especially if you like people that are pretty good at racing, and normally people that have done a lot of go-karting, they'll have gone to their local go-kart track for like 20-30 hours. Right, let's go. Thanks for following, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, the problem is there's no force feedback for braking in iRacing, so you can't just drive. You can't drop. You can't just push and catch it as well, because the cars don't handle over the limit. So you really can't just turn up and drive in iRacing like you can in real cars, or like you can in some other simulators. Yeah, LMU's force feedback's rubbish. Yeah, the cars are easier to drive, but the force feedback's still pretty bad. Like only AC1 has the good force feedback for braking.
The pace car is out of control.
You're following, thank you. Yeah, but a GT3 shit, so. No, IRFFB's, it helps, but it's still. The problem is iRacing's physics don't allow you to drive properly, so the force feedback doesn't really help. Yeah, LMU is basically the same as
I don't like
RFX2.
ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's
we've
probably
got to do an okay qualifying
one
lap
of the,
here.
well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
No, R-Factor 2's force feedback is massively overrated. It lacks force feedback for braking. It's good track detail. The people that say R-Factor 2's force feedback is really good, they've not played. They don't understand what they're talking about. Basically, it's better than ACC force feedback, and I think it's probably better than iRacing force feedback. But you can't. There's no. Both LMU and R-Factor 2 have no force feedback for braking, and there's no dynamic range for the absolute grip at the limit. So you could actually probably argue, maybe not with GT3 cars, but with some of the cars in iRacing, there's more dynamic range to the force feedback for slip, especially at high speed. Yeah. R-Factor 2 has a lot of like vibration and suspension compression and suspension loading, but that's not useful. That's not useful to drive from, but it feels like a lot's going on, and people are then like, oh, it's got really good force feedback. That's the same thing that people say with ACC. They're getting like blinded by vibrations and aggressive self-aligning and the suspension loading, which, as I say, you don't. Those aren't force feedback forces that you use to drive the car. They're like immersion, basically. But yeah, unfortunately, most people don't. I don't think they've played AC1 with the wheel setup correctly to understand how much more detail and how good the force feedback in AC1 is for telling you what the car's doing and how it lines up with the tyres. And until someone's actually experienced it, they won't even understand what you're saying. So it's just one of those things. Right, let's try and get a good lap here.
One more lap.
Oh wait, we need to be doing 58s. Let's go. Oh no! I thought that was a good line. I thought we'd got a faster wide line. Clearly not. But you know what's weird with AC1? The curbs cause that issue due to the single contact tyre model. They should just don't do what iRacing does, where if you look at the older tracks in iRacing, the curbs are 2D. Look, these curbs are all flat. They just have a vibration that plays. And that means that they don't affect the physics of the cars badly. So why didn't we should just do that with AC? Done. Curbs fixed. It's really that simple. Thank you. Nice. Oh jeez, I didn't. We messed up this. We need to be a lot faster. Yeah, but it's not quite that simple. we need to qualify. We need to be doing 58 fives in quali.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Oh, the strength of field terrible as well. Oh dear. Hi Vitali, thanks for following. Welcome. Oh, this is must be interesting. Hopefully the crazy laggers aren't in this if we're lucky. Oh, Connor and Leo battling away. I think we've got a few high iRating drivers and a lot of low rated ones, so we really need to not crash. What's the best feature of iRacing? What iRacing does really well, smoothing for high pings, the online ranking system, the actual track mesh quality, like the 3D model quality of the track surface is really good. The audio is quite good in iRacing. Bit dull, but works really well. The onboard camera, its settings are really good in iRacing. The events and the driver swap stuff is really, really good as well. Basically, everything outside of the tyre physics are really good in iRacing. Graphics are, maybe not graphics, but pretty much everything else is the car contact. There's some game design issues with iRacing. Car contact forces.
Hey, Leo, you pretty much have to win to get iRating here, don't you? Like, if you come second, you'll lose iRating.
That's a shame, because I'm clearly going to beat him.
SOF is 2,149.
Oh, shit, I didn't realise the Honourable James West is here as well.
Points a lot.
It's UK West. It's UK West. That's my new name, thanks.
I'll have to remember that.
Good luck, guys. Guys, if you have a lot of ping or you see a car wobbling around, try and leave a bit more space. I'll try and leave space as well. Last race was pretty mental with pings.
That's all us Aussies, mate.
Well, I'm on at the wrong time. it's my fault at this time. Hello, Thomas.
Bed's going to work at 9 in the morning.
Full-time live streamer. I'm at work already.
Good luck, James.
I hope your setup's good.
It's okay.
What's your iRating, Leo?
8.1. Yeah.
No, he means 8.1. That's it.
801.
No. 8.1. Oh shit the bed. Here we go.
You got a slow car on the right, left side. There's an incident behind. Stay on the right.
Every
right,
time they
wide.
like.
Car on
Oh
your
my
left,
Christ.
Still there, hold your line.
Try and leave space and then the lagger sends it.
Still there, hold your line.
What's he doing?
Hold your line.
Stop driving into me.
Of course. Bunch of farmers.
You're on the left.
Oh God. That could not just wreck you. No, I'm just on a single screen, but that's all. You don't need triples. I'm taking stupid lines with cold tyres because I'm mirror watching. My concern's a car driving into my arse. The problem is, has he damaged my rear? The problem is, you have to drive absurdly defensive lines to try and discourage them from dive bombing you, which then slows you down. But the choice is doing that, or they wreck you.
Clear.
So you really don't have a choice. I think we've got damage from him driving into us. The rear feels a bit weird. Oh, God damn it.
Bunch of fucking amateurs.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a pro.
It's not that they're amateurs, it's that they're just selfish decisions of just driving straight into the car in front. Thanks for following.
Go right.
Like, this guy's actually really slow, but because he was punting his way past us, I'm now stuck behind him. Now we have another car that's trying to ram us.
Car on your left. Still there.
Why are you moving in the braking?
Still there.
Ah, for Christ's sake.
Still there. Hold your line.
I have to let this guy go through.
Clear on the left.
You're held hostage by the shitty drivers. Look at him blocking. Why? Just drive faster, you idiot. The torture. The torture. But now we lose the guys in front. This guy will probably inevitably wreck regardless after having driven into me already. So they slow you up, they drive into you, they slow you up, and then they wreck, and then you can't. Then you're out of the race because you've been held up for like 5 seconds. That's the punishment of F4, guys. It's actual hell on earth.
Left side. Stay on the right.
What are you doing?
Still there.
Again. How many? He's already driven into us. I've got wheel damage. He's already driven into us twice now.
Right.
This is exactly what it is.
Clear. Left
What am I supposed to do? 3 times he's driven into us.
Clear.
That looked nasty, James.
3
Wing is damaged.
3 times. It's the same people. They're so shit. And iRacing does nothing about it. And it will just be one car that drives into you over and over and over again. So why do they not moderate this bollocks? Most drivers don't do it.
Right
Fucking
side.
iRacing. I'm gonna have to do a pit here. Why do I have damage as well?
I'm gonna pull to the left. I'll let you guys pop.
I think I should just keep posting videos until iRacing actually does something. They probably won't. And you know you get people going, oh, well, actually, where's the... They'll go, you'll get a load of people going...
Jesus, Jesus, pass right.
Oh, no, see, what you need to... it's your fault. It's the whole
My apologies there, John. That was a little bit messy.
Right here.
I'm not too worried about this race.
Oh, goody. Start at the back. Right, I am playing this in. Oh, absolute carnage. I bet it's the guy that was driving into us. Yeah, we got to do a bit of a recovery drive here, guys. Yeah, you just have to qualify in the top 5, otherwise you get stuck behind wreckers. That's all. That's the only choice you have. The least iRacing could do is reduce the damage, though, so that the noobs don't wreck races for people.
Well, there, buddy.
Sorry, I didn't see you, man. Stay on the right. Stay on the right. Still there. Clear on the left.
This is absolute torture. That's part of it, though, isn't it? Just have to deal with it. No, yeah, people get protested, but the protest system's an absolute joke. They care about, basically, iRacing only care about stuff that makes them lose face. So if someone happens to report like voice chat arbitrarily, then they'll be like, oh yeah, but like they don't moderate it. So you'll have loads of races where people are like swearing or doing absolutely stupid shit driving, and they don't do anything because, you know. So basically the protest system is effectively just used as a weapon by the shit drivers that sometimes are like, oh, I'm upset that guy happened to make a mistake on me this time, even though I'm the shithead, so I'm going to protest it. That's the bulk of the protest system, is shitheads using it as a weapon.
Car 11 has taken the lead.
What they need to just moderate the races. That's it. We've said this a million times before.
Still there.
It needs some moderation. People are paying. Source on that one. Fact. It's just fact. The source is that I've done enough racing and I've seen it so much.
Still there. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
Also, the people that protest me, that I've had protests for, is always like weird butthurt drivers, not like normal people where you have like an accident and you go, oh, you know. Like the times I've been protested, Australians saying that I was racist. And it's just like weird shit. There's like really minor stuff. Not, you know, not like crazy moves or anything. Just like your normal MX-5 weirdness.
Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. The leader just did a 58.038.
Well, so far, the races where we've lost iRating is from drivers driving into us or doing stupid shit. Not from, like, you know, racing incidents. It's absolute stuff that they should be moderated, which is pretty standard, to be honest. The only reason why other series in iRacing don't seem as bad is because people aren't actually racing in them. They're just in a convoy. So they're like, oh, GT3's clean. It's like, yeah, there's no racing. It is just a convoy with most of it being separated by quality time and no way to really attack back. That is why. There's no opportunity for people to actually race, to have accidents or to do stuff. Well, it's much more limited compared to Formula Ford, F4. By design. Thanks for following. Welcome. Get to. Thanks for following. Sorry for misnames of followers. Oh, your internet went out, eh? I am the pronunciation master. Oh, well, you have to take... I've been chinned by iRacing, guys. 2 races in a row of chinning. We just have to get our qualifying better to not get chinned. We're just cruising around now. Our good lap times are 58.
Thanks for that, man.
Three plus 1. Yeah, but this is you have to remember, this is the FIA officially sanctioned race, so.
You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right. There's an incident ahead.
Oh yeah, I get weird. I actually get more nice messages than nasty messages randomly. People that don't know that we're YouTube, like because if someone's driving, I'm not a good driver, but I don't wreck people on purpose. Well, sometimes I do, but generally don't. And if we've got a similar pace guy to us, we will have like good side-by-side racing. I mean, I don't do anything because of the netcode and how iRacing is, because I'm normally trying to, if we're doing this, we're trying to gain iRating. Basically, I'll just hold the inside line. You know, that's it. It's very predictable. No, that's what I mean, like through their private forum. But then I do sometimes get messages of angry messages randomly. But I don't read them, so I'll check like like once a year. I'll have a look and I'll be like, oh, okay.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
We really need to be doing 58 flat, so that should be our goal. The thing is, this is a good car track combo. It's a really nice track and it's quite high speed, so you can slide around a little bit, which is always nice. I like drifting and sliding. It's the most fun part of driving is a bit of slip angle. But why would I watch a lap? I'm going to time you out. We're driving perfectly fine. Just need to brake later for the NGK chicane. Carry a bit more speed through it. It's just braking. Our line's perfectly fine. Why would you type watch a lap guide as well? Like, first of all, do you not think someone that's been sim racing for 25 years would be aware of lap guides if that's what they wanted to do? Then you just watch this race, right? We're clearly driving a perfectly reasonable racing line.
Right side.
Around the track, right?
Clear.
So, it's a stupid thing to type. What turn? Oh. Car coming up behind us.
Car right. Clear.
Oh, here we go. Oh, voice chat in the rain is going to be amazing.
Car right. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Bloody hell.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
Aquaplane bowling. You can aquaplane in the dry. What was I watching? I was watching something where someone lost control of their car and it looked like the wet. Yeah, but Root, so the thing is, there's watching a guide, and then there's actually doing it. It's like me going, oh, you have someone that's playing the piano, and they're playing a bit shit or something because maybe they're like for whatever reason, and then you're like, oh, have you watched a guide on how to play that track? It's like, well, obviously they've probably watched professional videos on how to do it. They probably know what the general idea of playing a piano is. But like actually doing it, it's not. This is the weirdest thing with motorsport. I'm not having to go at you, but there's this thing where people are like, this assumption that it's like, oh, it's just a case of driver coaching, or it's just, you know, you just. It's
That's
like
crazy.
It's like, right, yeah. For certain things, if someone's doing like a massive thing and they've not identified it as a big issue, yeah, obviously, but then you wouldn't need to say, watch a guide. You would just say to that person, you know, you're doing X incorrectly, or this, you find this easier, or on this track, on this simulator, cutting the track here, or say something you can do, or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
You got a slow car on the right. Car stop on the right.
I think we managed to get back to 27 there. But like for some reason in with sim racing, it's really weird because people don't do it with other games that much. When we're playing Counter-Strike, you might have someone that says, oh, well, it is Thomas, but that's the point, is that the person would be aware of it. So like, you're in the middle of a game of Counter-Strike, someone might say, oh,
I just think, guys,
smoking window is a good strategy there, or no, I'm just timing you out. It's not a case of more trail braking. Oh, jeez, it's just dumb. Like, it's not. So people really don't seem to understand that you're right. This blows. I think this is an iRacer thing. It's not. What you do if you're a normal person with normal driving, what you do is you gradually get a feel and adjust yourself into like doing the right thing, like getting up to pace. So in a sim where you can actually drive on the limit, what you do is you overdrive. Well, you don't have to do this, but you can overdrive and you dial it down, and gradually you start getting faster and faster because you're like, okay, that was slightly wrong. I can dial that back, or you're then like, oh, that was slightly slower, so I go faster. So the driver normally will be like, oh yeah, I could probably brake a bit later there, or I could trail brake a bit longer, or I could do this, I could do that. They just haven't done it yet to internalise that routine. Right? So, it's one of the dumbest things. Tyrant Lane. Right. Oh, dear God. Right. Following behind. That's a timeout. Jesus Christ. You've already got one timeout, so there's 2 timeouts for you. You've obviously got a history of doing this. Right. If you're following behind another car in a race, guess what? You're going to actually start seeing what they're doing and doing their lines, so you actually get to practice in a really good way. Also, real life is not like iRacing, so watching real life videos is useful for like seeing what laps are possible in real life and the general stuff. But no, you'd be better off watching iRacing hot laps if that's what you wanted to do. But if you're reasonably at pace, you can actually get up to speed pretty quickly. No, Jeremy Betts, because you're not a moron, and you see what they're doing, and you don't have to do exactly what they're doing. You lead up to it, but you can see what's possible. You're right. If someone was going to sit down, like in real life, if someone was going to go, right, how can we design the ultimate training tool to get someone up to speed at an activity? What you would have is them being able to be right behind you, seeing exactly what you do, so they can replicate it. Now, you might have noticed this, but if you do dance classes, you'll have the person at the front leading the dance class and a mirror, and then everyone behind them can see what they're doing, so they can understand what's going on. You might not have noticed this, but like if you have like musical lessons, typically you'll have a teacher or an instructor that will actually do the thing, and you'll be able to see what they're doing, and then you can practice it yourself, and then you can see what they're doing directly right behind it. You might not have noticed this, but there's a lot of digital training tools out there that let you see exactly what someone else is doing, the exact routine, and then you can take that on board. Now, this might blow your mind, but there's a thing in racing sims called telemetry, and what this does is it records the steering, brake, and the accelerator, and it maps it onto a graph, and then you can see exactly what the other person's doing, not only whilst they're driving it, but you can also see it separately. Amazing, that. No, Alfred, what are you on about? Right, you're banned from YouTube, chat. What is that on YouTube? Alfred, right, you're not even coming up in the chat. That's not complaining, that's explaining. Time out. Jesus Christ, why have we got so many morons here? Time out. That's a 10-minute timeout. There you go, goodbye. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, guys. If you type stupid comments, you're gonna get timed out. So, someone explaining coaching. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at the nibbling we had there from that guy. God damn. Right. So much nicer just timing people out, you know. Oh, what lap was this on? Pretty early on. Oh, here we go. Well, they can... No, someone can offer advice. Oh, hang on. Someone can say something that's useful. But what the pattern is, right? So we'll be winning. We've been doing racing for 5 hours today. We finished like 3rd, 4th, 5th, or whatever. You know, we've been obviously driving perfectly fine. And then what happens is there's a crash due to someone driving into us or some stupid shit that we couldn't avoid. And then you get all these people that come in chat that are like, oh, look, I'm watching the stream now and I can see that he's not in the top 3. And obviously it's because he's slow. So I'm now going to say, oh, it's your wheel rotation, it's your field of view, it's you're not braking, you've got the wrong racing. Like, do you know what I mean? It's so consistent. Yeah, no, that's a timeout. No, I'll let you off. I'll let you off on that. Yeah, right. So let's just analyze this. What's going to be more entertaining for people watching a live stream? Actual racing or a guy hot lapping?
I can't believe you've done this.
Doing lap time slightly faster. What's going to be more entertaining for a live stream? Like, let's think that variable through as well. I mean, Jesus Christ, guys. Why do people just not think before they say stuff at all? It's insane. Right, here we go. What was he even doing? In fairness, this was just weird. Oh, so he did the iRating. He lost it, and then overcorrected it into us. So this is iRacing's physics basically causing this, but he'd already driven into us like 3 times, so he's obviously at the edge of what he's not confident in controlling the car if he's going to do that. He tried to give me all the space. What are you talking about? He's already driven into us, so he'd driven into us 3 times, I think, before that. Right, look. This is so common in iRacing. The car takes a wider line, and then they throttle through the corner as if there's no car in front of them. He's literally driven into the back of us. If he's gone to the left a bit, it would be fine. If he's come off this, we're still coming out of the corner. Yeah, my car's just understeering here. We're locking up. We're on the throttle. Okay, we're just coming out the corner, and then he's not even. It's just a hot lapping thing. Yeah, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter what iRating they are. It's just non-stop, isn't it? Yeah, I'm watching the track guide. And then he's gone, yeah, and then he can't control his car. That's basically wrecked my car. I think he hit us before that as well. Well, I just think iRacing should moderate the F4 a bit better, given that it is the official FIA series, and the racing can actually be quite fun. So it's not like the cars. This is probably one of the easiest cars and more forgiving vehicles in well, if you can counter steer. It's not too crazy with draft. It's probably one of the better cars in iRacing for general racing. It's one of the least affected by iRacing's physics. Like it's once you're at speed, it's pretty esprit. Yeah, well, and the variable is basically 1 or 2 drivers in each race, which consistently are causing carnage. You'll have like 24 cars on the grid, and there'll be like four drivers that are ruining it for everyone. Basically, you have a lot of people in this that can race really hard, that are really good, or defend properly. It just takes 4 people that just, that's why you need moderation. But yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? Right, I'm being chinned. We're being chinned over and over again. We recovered from the chinning though a bit there. Let's have a look here. Oh, we're on 29999. That was a -26 chinning. We just need to make sure we do our actual pace in the qualifying, then we'll be all right. Do the poll results here. go. New polls up. The weird thing with iRacing as well, actually, for like tutorial and guide videos, the vast majority of them don't actually mention crucial stuff that would be applicable to most people playing iRacing. So, like the don't drive on the limit, do a weird amount of braking in a straight line before turning, before trail braking, like. Don't lean on the tyres at all. Driver coaches are starting to mention to use the tyre skid sound to know where the limit is. That's only in the last like year or so that people have really been saying that often. You know. Well, GT3 doesn't really have much racing in it. For racecraft, probably F4 and Formula Ford. I mean, the thing is, there's going to be racecraft for each type of car. There will be a way to approach each thing, isn't there? In terms of you know, like the racecraft for oval is going to be different for the racecraft in. But to be honest, in iRacing, the racecraft is just hot lap. Yeah, just hot lap. Just get up to pace and offline. Do shitloads of hot lapping. Get up to the pace, and then make sure you qualify in the top 4, and then don't race anyone. That is the ultimate racecraft. If your goal is purely iRating. Porsche Cup shit as well. It's terrible. The tyres are just all the driving has to be preemptive, even more so than other vehicles. So, and it's also a bit of a convoy. It's terrible.
The pace car is out of control.
TT Prince. Porsche Cup's really good in the first Assetto Corsa. Johnny Harris, thanks for following, guys. Welcome. Yeah, Porsche Cup's amazing in AC1. Funnily enough, in ACC, it's much better than the GT3 cars, but no one races it. Naomi Sousy, probably soon. We did some RSS yesterday. Yeah, it was alright in R-Factor 2. I think for the Porsche Cup cars to make sense, you need a physics engine where you can overdrive. Because it's that type of car, you're really gonna be slopping around quite a bit. The GTE cars in LMU are quite good. Like, I think that's better than GT3 because you have there's TC, I think, but there's no ABS, so it gives you more opportunities for overtaking due to people missing brake points. The whole GT3 thing's crazy, really, isn't it? Like how they've become. It's a shame GTE isn't the thing. Because I think GT in real life, GT3 cars I think are better than GTE cars for racing from the races I've watched. But in Sims, I think you need to not have ABS or something. You need opportunities for people to make mistakes. In real life, the track and the conditions are so variable that it offsets ABS. Also, ABS systems aren't like perfect in real life. No, I don't know. In iRacing, I find the only cars that sort of get around the physics, the tire model issues, are light cars with downforce, like Formula 4, the F4. But when people don't crash into you, I like the racing in the F4 car. Keyboy, IRL GT3 is good because most drivers are fast, rich idiots. Fat, rich idiots. Oh man, like, it's so funny that myth in sim racing that real drivers are like all pro. There are obviously lots of really good real world drivers, but I think it's gradually changing. There's so much mystique and bollocks around motorsport that either, like, let's say you're just a general. So I wasn't like into motorsports growing up. Like, I watched races, but I wasn't like a big motorsports fan or anything. So I kind of really didn't buy into it at all. Either way, I was just ambivalent to it. But you have a lot of people that are like fans of watching motorsport, but they're basically consuming it entirely from like the Formula 1 Drive to Survive spectator experience that's presented, the promotioned experience, which leads you to like this really weird sort of, oh yeah, you know, it's a legit race, the best driver wins, or sometimes it's not totally fair, or there's crashes, it's, you know, whatever, right? But then if you do sim racing and you can actually drive a little bit, you're like, oh, you understand the different dynamics with the vehicles and how much setup and things affect stuff and all this stuff. But then if you're actually around motorsport, like people like actual race drivers, the degree of the bollocks of motorsport and the wealth aspect of it, the setup, the all the crap in it, there's no way that you can like. I don't know how you can really even watch it as like a spectator in a legit sense. If you've ever been around an actual race drivers, like, you know, an actual team, it's the difference between the spectator view and the reality of what it is. I don't think there's anything else where it's that extreme of a difference. Obviously, everything's going to have a disconnect if you're actually involved in it. But like sim racing, esports sim racing and normal sim racing is actually pretty close, to be honest. Like, you know, if you're really good at iRacing, AC, ACC or whatever, you're really fast and you do league racing or you do online sim racing events, well, like, the esports stuff's pretty much the same. There is some bollocks, like different equipment at events and like random behind the scene politics and team stuff and things, but really it's very, very similar. Like, if you're genuinely really talented at sim racing, you know, there will be some stuff that happens, but it's mostly, you know, pretty links up pretty well. It's not like entirely rigged. I'm not saying what it's great to watch as a team member, but what do you mean by that? I'm not saying that you can't enjoy watching the sport. Also, like, I mean, there's GT3 and Porsche and stuff. It's going to be different, isn't it, to like Formula or on the road to like F1. But if you're driving in it, then you must be aware of how like bollocks it is in terms of the wealth component of it. Like, unless you just accept that, I guess if you yourself are quite wealthy.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following Ilya1409. If you yourself are quite wealthy, you might just be like, oh well, you know, it's just something that other people that are wealthy are doing, and so you discount the fact that basically the only people competing are all just wealthy people, so that's excluded everyone that isn't wealthy. But then surely you would still see that a load of people are even in the. So in GT3, even people that are quite wealthy on the grand scheme of things have been progressively excluded and pushed out of the sport due to the costs going up, due to the business of GT racing wanting to capitalise on the furthering wealth gap, and there being richer people willing to pay even more. So you would surely that would make you go a bit jaded with the activity. You used to think that well no, they are talented, but it's a selection of rich people, so it means that you don't have. It's not you've mixed things up there. So right, yeah, they are. Just because they're rich doesn't mean that they're not talented. But the point is, you have a selection of talented people that are there because they're rich and also talented. But you've got so many people that would easily beat those people that can't take part because they're not. We're not just talking about like quite well off. They can't. There's no physical way for them to even get sponsorship or anything. There's like no. Even if they were like, so you could have someone that is 10 times better than someone that's that's moderately wealthy, and they can't even get in at all. They could be 20 times better. They can't get in at all. There could be 100 Michael Schumachers here that aren't wealthy enough, and then 1,000 bloody like Pastor Maldonados that all are just wealthy. Or you could have like 10,000 Michael Schumachers and 50 Pastor Maldonados taking up all the slots. There's nothing available for people. The problem is there's nothing available for people that are not just that are not really quite wealthy. Not even if you were upper middle class, there's nothing available. Can't even do go-karting. If you're middle class, you can't even do go-karting. So it's absurd. Yeah, I was just using Maldonado as a joke. He's probably an all right driver in many ways. See, what's weird is motorsport's actually inherently quite expensive, regardless. But like ice skating is another one where you could be like an amazingly talented ice skater, but you can't get into Olympic stuff without the specific coaching and without the specific connections. So it's rigged for basically only being accessible to super wealthy people. Yeah, I just think it's a shame that there's like the nice thing with sim racing is anyone can really do it, and racing is really fun, and even like go-karting is it's a really fun activity, and there's no reason why it can't be. There's no reason why more people can't do it. That's the thing. Granted, some things motorsport's always going to be quite expensive, even if you cut the cost down with go-karting and stuff. It's always going to be quite expensive. But so even stuff like GB4 or like someone was telling me recently, like the Radicals, for example, Radical SR3 series, they introduced the XXR, and it's basically made the previous Radical redundant because it's a few miles an hour slower. So if you want to be competitive, you're gonna have to buy a new Radical. So, it's totally arbitrary. The new Ferrari, for example. So there's no reason in GT3 racing that you really need a new Ferrari for that grid of cars. You could have a cheaper car, and by cheap, like £200,000. But they know that they can make money by selling to the parts, the people that are quite incumbent in the sport and controlling it. Make more money by selling slots to super rich people, and then so you can have a new Ferrari that costs a lot more to make more profit out of it, but it's at the exclusion of people that happen to have less money. It's just business, isn't it? Like, but people go, The problem is it's ruining the accessibility. Even iRacing, as much as iRacing's annoying, it is the most active online simulator, right? How many people internationally are completely excluded from iRacing due to it is needlessly expensive to access? You would think if your goal is to be the premium racing thing, you would try and make it so that there's an affordable way to access the racing, and it would be better for iRacing because you'd get even more numbers. Even if that's like a low graphic mode or you know, whatever, I don't know, like you can't use trading paints or the whatever, but something that means that you don't need to spend £350 a year to play a video game. No, it is expensive. It's one of the most expensive video games. So it is expensive. This is hard for people to understand. Yeah, iRacing is cheaper than real driving, but it's a video game. Yeah, £8 a month it's not £8 a month. It's £8 a month plus content fees, which if you don't have the cars and tracks, as I say, it's £350 for the first year or so if you wanted to play it properly. You buy £270 a year, let's say, and then for 4 years. If you're not in the West, that's quite a lot of money, also for younger people. iRacing was expensive for me when I first got into it. Yeah, but how many... Miv, why are you being a... How many hours do you get out of other racing simulators or other video games? That's not... Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is not... iRacing's not a premium game, though, is it? It's a dated driving simulator. But people can't... They're like, oh, well, you know, yeah, obviously you can get value out of it. Fine. Doesn't apply to everybody, and there's other driving simulators that exist. I'm not having this debate. You have to be absolutely fucking moronic if you're going to argue that iRacing's not expensive. It is this probably after Train Sim. It's probably like the second most expensive video game on earth. Yes, you could get good value for money out of it. Separate conversation. Jesus Christ, you never get anywhere because people just keep recycling the same bollocks. Oh, but real go-karting is 10 times as expensive. Yeah. Well done. Real world activities are more expensive. Guess what? Someone has to be employed to run a go-kart centre. Use up tyres, using up the go-karts. Train Sim's like £5,000 or £6,000. DCS is expensive as well. Expensive doesn't mean bad value for money for individuals. Also, then some people say, well, a cup of coffee will cost you £4. It's like, yeah, but guess what I don't do? Or guess what a lot of people don't do? They don't have Starbucks coffees because it's too expensive. People want to actually, you know... People don't want to spend money on stuff. Yeah, well, the Apple Vision Pro, relative to what it has in it, isn't necessarily bad value for money in terms of what it actually specifically has in the device. I mean, the Quest 3 is a lot better value for money and does pretty much the same thing, give or take, but yeah. The only way, like, the value of iRacing is largely created by the fact that it's active users online. That is the bulk of the value of iRacing. It's not even the direct product. It's like Reddit. The value of Reddit isn't like the stability of the website or that it's such a good website. It's that there's a lot of users creating content on it. Which now they're going to publicly trade it and monetize that user data that they've stolen off people, basically. But the stupid thing with iRacing, in terms of monetizing it, there's a lot of people that would happily pay a lot more. So iRacing is not getting as much value from iRacing that they could be getting. So iRacing, thanks for following. They, in theory, I mean, obviously it's easy to say, you know, unless you've got the accounts department, you're willing to take the risk yourself. But in theory, they've got users on there that would happily pay more. Like the whales that you get, it's like people that play in Peggle Deluxe or whatever will happily pay shitloads for like some pointless thing in the game. And then you've got users that would pay something because they want to take part in it, but they can't afford the basic track and content prices. So you're missing out on capitalising on the absolute whales, and you're missing out capitalising on a potentially larger market. And iRacing is very conservative in their business practices. They basically set up, they did their initial model is based off like 2007 thinking, around about the time World of Warcraft was popular, and then they've just stuck with that, and it's not really fit for purpose, but you know, it's obviously making money, so you, as a business, you wouldn't want to risk it unless there was an outside pressure. Yeah, as I say, I'm happy paying the price for iRacing. I get good value from it. It makes me feel terrible every time I play it. But voice chat is entertaining. It's good for streaming. For me, it's fine. But I can recognise that there's a lot of people that don't have much disposable income. There's a lot of people in other territories and countries where £5 is like the equivalent of £15, £20. You know. So... But also, just that it's always going to make a game. The more people you have in a game, there's going to be more likelihood that I'm going to be racing against people at a similar skill level to me. No, I know it's a different price in other countries, but it's still quite expensive. So even in the UK, oh, thanks for subscribing, Paul. Even in the UK, it's quite expensive. Like £250 a year is quite a lot of money. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that pay the subscription for iRacing and barely use it. Well, hang on, so maybe they're doing it right. Well, it's a bit of a circular argument. Oh.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, shit. Well, how do you drive into the car on the straight? Oh, here comes the guy that killed his last race is behind us.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right. Car right, clear on the right. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Oh, he's good. This guy's so all over the place with his car.
Still there.
Jesus Christ.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. If he drives into the back of me here, I'm having to move to the right.
Stay on the right. Clear. Right side. Clear. Car on your left.
Oh my god, he's just sticking his nose in every bloody corner. Fair play, you know, why not?
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
I wish he'd wait like a lap or two. It's a bit hopeful.
Left side. Clear on the left.
I think the car behind's going to deploy permanent DRS soon. That's what seems to normally happen. If we can escape him, we'll get the draft of the car in front and we'll be able to get away from him. Thank you. Incredibly depressing content. It is still incredible content. Incredibly bad content. This is on now. It's been remarkably clean driving from the cars in front. It's going to be a drama. I am the drama. This is a drama school. Ah, he stoned me. He's gonna shove an ice pick in the back of my skull. Oh, is this the booby car? No. Oh no, we've been slowed up by this car. And then that's going to get the ice pick in my arse. And I have to now drive like stupidly defensive lines so he doesn't send it up the inside like a terrorist.
Car right. Stay on the left. Stay on the left.
Oh, what is he doing? Idiot! Oh my god! He's just going to wreck me. There you go, that's the first hit. That's the first contact. He completely understeered off the corner. Ah, it's undrivable.
Clear on the right.
Drama. Oh look, he's Now he's dropped. What is he doing? Has he got damage after that? Ah, that was close to us being absolutely wrecked. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a first stab with the ice pick.
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, it was not a bad move. It's just like iRacing is gonna like feel like you're gonna kill you if you go side by side. Both got through. Nobody died. Fair enough. I mean, it was all right actually. It's probably just net code. He's probably driving perfectly safe. I think he's got damage though somehow. He's dropped right back off. The problem is, someone could be just driving close, and then it's all right, and you can have a little knock. But it's really hard to tell if they're driving close or they're driving into you because of the way the smoothing is in iRacing. You can actually, weirdly, have some quite a lot of bumping as long as both drivers are actually pointing not into each other. I think he got damage.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, I don't think a subscription's a bad idea for an online simulator. I don't think iRacing should be free to play. I think free to play is often a bad thing. I think if you shouldn't have a subscription combined with a content fee. I think that's a really big problem. It's as much a problem for participation and for a competitive game where you want people to be able to race each other. That's more of the issue. Also, the problem that iRacing has is you have quite a few people that have got most of the content, and then so for them it's not any issue when new stuff comes out and the monthly fee doesn't really matter because they buy it at Black Friday at reduced price. The issue is that it gets harder and harder and harder for new people to get into the sim or buy content. Do you know what I mean? Thanks for following, guys. Welcome. So for me now, if a new car track comes out, it's like, okay, well, £14, fine, doesn't really matter. But that's after having already spent like £800 or something, or probably maybe even more over the years. But, so it's not. Thanks for following. It's not a problem for me. It's a problem for new people coming to it and building up the users more, or you know. Oh, it is the booby car.
Keep to the left. Clear.
The pace car is out of control.
Car right. Still there. Clear on the right.
Absolute boobies there. He got slowed down as well. There we go. Yeah, but the tracks that they put for free are normally really shitty tracks. So, or they're like older tracks as well, or the tracks that literally no one wanted to drive. Oh, here comes the bloody ice pick. As I say, this is something that I'm probably more passionate about than others. I am really aware of the price of stuff, and I don't like expense excluding people, because I'm really fortunate. I'm from a middle class family. I never had to struggle. I mean, there were times when my parents didn't have much disposable income. That's mostly because they were saving more and they weren't aware of how much pension they were going to get. But like, so I've not had to struggle. But I've always been very aware of cost of things, and then how that excludes people and how that divides people up. Oh, please don't kill me, come on.
Clear.
And with one of the great things about video games and sim racing is it allows everyone to take part in it. It's like really meritocratic.
Car right.
Oh, we're going to get ice picked, guys.
Keep to the left. Keep to the left. Clear.
How long until he wrecks us? He's already hit us twice. 2-0X's so far. You know how it works, guys. You know the pattern. Normally it's on the third 0X that they actually just drive into you.
The leader just did a 58.73.
They keep with you because of draft.
Car 2 is up the front. Left side.
This guy's just going to wreck us.
Keep to the right. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right.
Because he doesn't actually have the outright pace to actually beat us. He's just getting us on draft. So inevitably, I'll drive the inside line very clearly and deliberately. And then he'll just not brake and he'll drive into us. We've seen this happen a million times already. No, AC2 is going to use its own game engine.
Car right. Still there.
What is he doing? Like, it's just every single corner sticking his nose in. Instead of waiting for the corners where you can actually overtake. Then we pull away from him. And he gets draft and then does the same thing over and over again until he wrecks us. I think we've got like a lap before he kills us. The only chance is that the car that's behind him hopefully starts battling him and that'll slow him down. Yeah, that's the only opportunity. The only hope is for John to get ice picked instead of me. Bloody hell. That was a bit close. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. Welcome to Gamer Muscle gets an ice pick in the back of the head. It's only a matter of time. He must know he's only keeping with us because of draft.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Oh dear.
Right side. Stay on the left. Stay on the left. Still there, hold your line. Still there.
That's 3 times now. He just drove. If I had to drive off the track to avoid him.
You're on the left. 3 wide. Car right. 2 wide.
It's just ridiculous. 3 times he's driven into us. He couldn't have made that stick without running this off the track. It's the only way that he was getting that corner.
Still there.
Oh my
Clear on the
god.
right.
It's cost us
Car
2
right.
places.
Still there. Still there. Clear.
Right, the boob's gone. No, he's... Are you mental, room man? He's been drafting us. We've been pulling away from him, and then he drafts. Of course he's going to be 2 seconds faster when we're driving the defensive line so that he doesn't ram us. Christ. Oh, wonder why the car in front is slower when they're having to hold the inside so they don't get punted by the car from the outside doing ramshackle moves. I wonder how the car behind would draft and not having to bloody... Jesus Christ. My pace on this track is 158. Can someone time Ruman out for typing stupid shit in chat? If you heard a timeout if you... Oh, there's been a wreck up front.
Car 1 is up the front.
Bloody hell. Now the textbook thing will be for him to spin it into us. Rammed. Ice picked. We've had 2 ice picks in the side pod so far. Fortunately not one in the back of the head, but I'm sure that's still coming up. It's not over yet. Yeah, you should watch the track guide. Oh no, here comes another ramshackle. This guy's actually quick, the guy behind us. Yeah, the Marco's actually a lot faster than this.
White flag, stay smooth. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 57.972. Car 6 has taken the lead.
Oh, he's going to absolutely block us if we do a nice overtake on him. For sure, he's not going to be as kind to us as we were to him. Thanks for following, welcome.
Right side. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear, right side. Clear on the right.
Bloody hell. He was driving right into us there.
Right side. Still there.
What are they doing?
3 wide. Still there, still there. Right side, 2 wide. Clear.
What? 5 times he's driven into me. How are we on 0Xs? I do not know. Bloody hell. Absolute jokes. We win. I mean, what is that? Do you mean pushed him off twice? Are you... Right, that's a timeout. How many timeouts do we... Oh, he's just driven into me on purpose. What a sore loser.
Really well.
Absolute IRATing. There you go, guys. Right, who am I timing out in chat for being an idiot? Johnny Harris. Hang on. Timeout. There you go. Goodbye. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. That's him on intentionally wrecking us. Yeah, we can report him for that. Why is there no moderation? iRating, are you ever going to moderate? Like, sometimes they're on live streams, sometimes they watch live streams. Are you going to moderate anything, iRating? Or, you're going to wait for people to have to report stuff? Dear God. Who's this, Connor? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know. Morning, guys. Alright, let's look at our move. I think the thing is, he only overtook us in the first place because he kept trying to ram into me beforehand. Ice Peak versus Muscle. Oh, well, he's just going to wreck us, isn't he? Right, I think this is fair enough here. Why? I don't know. Right, this is what I don't understand. If you're this car in front, why would you not just park your car on the left? Like here. Why start moving to the right? Why move to the right? Why not park your car on the left? Because is it because he thinks, oh, all right, iRace is just driving to the back of you? I would have to lift. But he moves to the right. So he opens it up for me. Why? Like, because he's learnt this due to how dumb iRacers are. His expectation is that I would just drive into the back of him. Obviously, I'm not going to because I'm not an idiot. So, you know, he just holds the left. I can't drive into him. So he's actually just opened it up for me. When he's actually won. Realistically, he holds on the left there. He's won the corner at the inside line, which is what you want for this corner. Like, makes no sense. Yeah, I think he was pretty upset, but he's left us. He's left us room there. Zeke, you appreciate me being aware of the price of things. I love iRacing, but I don't think I can afford it. AC with low fuel motorsports is really good. The thing with iRacing is it has good participation internationally, and if you do oval, there's no other simulators for oval racing. So if you're on certain time zones, iRacing is the only active sim in those time zones. And iRacing does have like really comfortable camera, voice chat, good driver swaps in the events they do. So they do have some really good stuff on it. Yeah, LMU's pretty good at the moment. If you put up with some of its force feedback's a bit weird, but yeah, it can be good value for money. It's a bit buggy. The best value for money sim, and also the most realistic driving wise, is AC with low fuel motorsport, but it's not active, and it can be a bit laggy at times. Right, he's turned into me here. He's already started right.
yeah, I'm going into this corner hot, but he's already driving the hot lap line as if my car's not there. We are side by side into this corner. You can't just hot lap into the car. Like, he's not got the corner. Where does he expect my car to go? So why is he hot lapping into us? Yeah, like, this is constant in iRating. Also, this guy has driven into us at least 4 times prior to this. At this point, if you're on the outside here, you can't turn in as if at that speed, as if there's no car there. That was almost a wreck. We need to. I'm going to report. We can save replays. I don't know. How do you do clips? 'Cause we're going to report everyone that drives into us as the police car. Right, now that's him driving into us here. It's very clear that I'm on the inside of this corner. I'm not moving to the right at all. Very clear that my car is on the left. LFM and ACs, well, they're running like weird car track combos, which don't make any sense. But also, it's not dead in like Euro times. It's just American and Australian times. AC's very Eurocentric. He's actively driven into me here. Like, that's not just coming off the corner. That is him turning into us. So why? And then this guy's just driving like twice. Yeah, ACC LFM's pretty populated. I mean, why is he still turning in at that there? Like, there's a car, you've got a car side by side, car on your inside, he's not doing the wider line entry. You can't, like, why is he still turning in? Like, yeah, I should have slowed down more, but still, we're both on a weird line. You're not, there's no, right, however you look at this. Well, because we both broke really late.
I am the champion of the ninja.
Links89, thank you very much for subscribing. He's actually locked up, which is what's causing his car to rotate. So we both broke late, so we're both understeering. He's locked up, which then rotates his car into mine more. Yeah, I know. We both went into the corner, as you would expect. Like, we're both, why, you know, that's. Let his wank. No, I'm making the corner still because he's actually hit me in a way that makes my car want to miss it even more. I've still made the corner. Well, it can be. It depends. But this guy's so butter that he's done this on purpose. So we're gonna save this clip. That's intentional. So what's the car? Denny Ice Pick. How do you select a section? Is this? Do you do this? Did that do it?
Oh, maybe I should save the initial thing so it shows that it's revenge. So from here. Oops. We're going to save all these and we can report everyone. There we go. Well, we gained rating here. Beautiful. Yeah, well, this is out. This is very clearly. I'm pulling off the track, and he's turned into us, and that's entirely intentional. So that's a closed case. Yeah. Oh, we should do that. We should totally do that. We should just start reporting everything that we see from every race. Just give iRacing thousands of reports of every single thing. Oh yeah, someone wanted to see earlier on. The constant ramming of us. Yeah, presumably, if the same driver has driven into you multiple times, like, that's him punting me off the track. He's not made any effort to actually make the second corner. He's hot lapped into this. Well, I'm allowed to go around the corner. He's got space there. I'm allowed to drive the, like, he's made no attempt to take. Look. I'm like, I've reacted to him being like, he's got to, like, make the corner. He's making no attempt whatsoever. Like, it's not like I've not turned in and closed this space off at all. He's on the throttle here as if, like, look at the angle of his car. Look at the angle of his car. Like, what on earth? Look at the line I'm taking through the chicane is completely normal way that you would drive this chicane. With me also leaving space on the inside, he's completely missed the corner, gone in too deep. You, like, what is that? He has to, at this point, you have to slow down so that you're not... Like, what do you mean go to the last lap again? You guys aren't going to go, oh, that's the same but the opposite situation, because if you are, you I don't know what to say. Oh, Jesus. Like, I don't know how people can look at stuff and be like, oh, yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same thing. No, it's... Oh, my God. Oh, right, that's it. That's the timeout. Who is it? Who am I timing out? Let's show the last corner and let's go through it again for those of you that apparently have some kind of, like, I don't know what's going on in your heads. I'm not sure what's going on here. Right, so the difference with this is, first of all, what is he doing here, driving into us multiple times? And the difference here is both of us have broke late. Both of us are understeering here into the corner. Both of us. He's understeering as well. He's lost the rear of his car. And he's rotating from the rear of his car. Also, we're not running him off the track. I'm still turning left here. My car's turning left. If anything, he would have pit maneuvered us the other way if I wasn't making it at all. So, how is that comparable
It doesn't matter. It's a completely different situation. Are you insane? Both of us are understeering, and then if anything, he's turning into me here. We're both side. So the difference is, we are side by side into the corner. Both of us have broke late, and by the point of contact, my car is also twice as far in front of him. He's behind me here. So, and also the contact is actually from him rotating. It doesn't matter. No, I'm making that. I still make the corner despite him hitting me, and the force of his hit would rotate me to the right. So, do you understand how physics? Right, oh, Jesus Christ, we've got to time people out here. This is so stupid. Oh, jeez, so dumb. It's just too dumb. Right. Imagine thinking that this, where both cars are understeering, on the final chicane, on the final lap, imagine thinking that that is comparable, keep in mind that he's also punted us 3 times beforehand, is comparable to this. Also, he's actively on the throttle into us, whereas the other incident, we're both understeering, and he's locked his rear and spun his car into me. Oh, Jesus Christ. John, I'm going to have to time you out. That's it. Sorry, don't care if you remember. if you're stupid, I can't help you. Maybe a track guide will help. That's another time out. There we go. Enjoy. Oh, no. Can't untime him out. He's timed out. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I can't help people that can't identify. They don't understand that if both cars are understeering because both cars are on the final corner and both are braking late into the corner, it's not the same situation as when neither car is understeering and one is throttled into the other car. Nice pick at his second account. Oh, I wonder if the guy that rams you at the end of the race is maybe more guilty as well. Oh, hang on. What are they also drove into us multiple other times. Hang on. Let's have a look. Yeah, if both cars are understeering, the reason there was contact on the last lap is because he lost his rear and rotated into us. Yeah, in both scenarios, it was actually him turning into me. That's what's so obvious that, like, there you go. Exactly, DJ of Choice has pointed it out. I mean, where was the other overtake? What lap was it? Was it on the final lap, wasn't it? Oh, thanks for following. Welcome along. Yeah, like here as well. So he's left the inside open. and we're there on the inside. He goes to the right, and he's now hot lapped into us. That's him driving into me. That's not. I'm making this corner perfectly fine. We're ahead into the corner. My car's just rotating it so we're not understeering. That's him driving into us again. He's gone from the outside line back across to the inside, ignoring that there's a car there. Oh, that's another timeout. There you go. We'll just keep timing people out. Can we? Do I need to mod someone? Hello, Yuri. How's it going? How did I get from 2K to 5K? Raw talent and skill. Now you see what's stupid with this is why, if you're this car in front, that he's being slower. He was slower than us for the whole race. He just kept getting the draft down the straights, but he was actually slower. Why would you open up the inside here? Why would you not just keep your car on the left? Why literally open the door to the car on the inside that's got to run? It doesn't make any sense. And then, why go out and then go back in as if there's like no car there? It doesn't make any sense. Oh dear. Anyway, he's going to get a bang because he rammed us after the race, so good on him. Register up to this. I'm going to get a fresh cup of tea, I think. Oh no, I'm all right. Oh, it's cold. Yuri's been telling me how to drive, so I put spikes on the side of my car. Johnny Harris, do you need banning? Why are you typing when it says that you're timed out? I don't understand it. Is he typing whilst... Oops. How do I even... I don't know how to get rid of this. I don't know why Johnny Harris isn't timed out. Let's untime him out and see if it times him out again. No. Right, here we go.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome, Naminis. Oh, they're poll results. Oh dear. Yeah, well, I can't be bothered to give people like I think it should be like in Formula 1. You know, when you get like a crash in F1 and you get other people going, "Oh, it was this driver's fault," when it blatantly wasn't. They should just get timed out. Imagine how good democracy and politics would be if people were like, "Ah, no, the Tories are good for the economy," and you just go, "Oh, time out." You just get time out. Do you know what I mean? Ah, the Tories care about homeless time out. I'm voting Conservative because they care about Britain. Time out. Ah, man, we could fix the world. The world would be fixed. It'd be beautiful. This is sensible iRating, sensible soccer. Plus 28 iRating. There we go. And we're going to do a new poll. 20 iRating, 10 minutes. Start a prediction. There you go, guys. Time out. Yeah, time out. The problem is, Twitch should say people's like mental age by their username, not their actual age, just like the mental age, and then I could read the comment and I could go, they're obviously a bit stupid. That's fine. That should be totally normal. They should say that it should have their iRating, what car they drive, and the mental age, and then if it says F4, time out. Turn the speaker mic off. Yeah. It's always bandits that come in.
Okay, let's go.
Weak bandits come in to like tell me to learn to drive. Well, I have low IQ, yeah, but I mean my IQ is really low, so you can't judge someone outright by their IQ. People without low IQ can still be decent people. That's the problem. Well, you know. Right, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna get a coffee, I think. Yeah, let's get a little coffee. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna bring back the court of muscle. So when the dum-dums start going on about who's guilty, we've got the court of muscle, and we'll determine who is guilty. You guys can do a poll. We can say who's guilty and who's not guilty. So we've got it all set up. We're ready. So we'll see. We'll see. Though juries are always terrible, so probably a bad idea. But order. Then we can shame the members in chat that are stupid, and they can feel bad. This is good. It's important for people to feel bad. No, say you guys can vote. We'll have a poll. Is Barbark, are you looking for a timeout? It sounds to me like you're looking for a timeout. I get it. I understand it's confusing when an old, jaded, bold sim racer demonstrates the supreme control of the vehicle. And there's a lot of younger iRacers with rich parents in this series that are confused by being dominated by an elderly man with no hair. I can coach you guys in how to run a YouTube channel. So yeah, and how to make a living from playing driving simulators if that's what you want. We could do that, yeah. Co-AP. Coach AP. Like, yeah. I mean, if you wanna demonstrate how good you are at driving in F4 for 7 hours in a row whilst talking, yeah. All right then. Well, we'll see who fares the best. Oh, did you not consider that component? Oh, strange that.
Green, green, green.
Yeah. So let's see how good some of these toddlers drive with the chat room blocking their view of the screen. Then we'll see. Then we'll see. Well, we have to cut. It's all about qualifying, guys. I mean, I think Jeremy Clarkson's a bit of a tit. James May would probably be alright. Richard Hammond's a tit as well. To be fair though, I think Clarkson probably be better than a lot of politicians that we have now. That's how bad they are.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following Luke the Thorn. Welcome along. I guarantee you, a lot of these kiddies that are like, oh, do this, do that. I bet you when they're like 80 years old, I doubt they'll be, you know, they wouldn't be doing this. They would, their body would be falling apart. If they've been doing go-karting, their knees will have fallen off by now. So we'll see. We'll see in 40 years' time. We built a beat a 12-year-old New Zealand national go-kart driver. Get in there. Nothing more satisfying than beating children at video games online. The pause. Clip it and ship it. Out of context game of muscle.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
Oh, physics! Physics turned off. Turned too hard. Can't counter steer in this game. Once the tires are turned off, they're off. Fortunately, we had some downforce out bail this out there. It's like the British economy. That was a Brexit corner. Still recovering from it. a few years later. iRacing tyre model is like the British economy. It takes ages to recover, and even when it has recovered, it hasn't actually recovered, and it's worse than you thought it was. Every car in iRacing is like a new Conservative politician. You think it might be different, and you think it's going to be better than the one previously, but somehow it always manages to be worse. Oh, I'm starting 11th. We dicked it up. We can't. Oh, we just.
All right.
iRacing ignores all the obvious problems that everyone's demanding to be fixed, and instead introduces something new that no one asked for, that's also going to have its own problems. iRacing is a perfect metaphor for being British. Maybe that's what it's actually meant to be. It's not really about the racing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. Well, it's time to die again, isn't it? We're definitely going... definitely, we've had too many good races. The Liz Truss. This guy's Liz Truss isn't even a car. Liz Truss is a lag. Oh, here we go. Next week, I think. Oh, you've missed some legends. Oh, Jesus Christ, we need to... Oh, this is not good. I'll put the volume on so you guys can listen to the salt. This is the open setup. We did the fix one. My computer deleted it. It's also deleted half the fencing as well. I like to pretend I'm playing a game on the Sega Mega Drive. Why aren't you racing, Connor? Ah, he's given up on suffering. He hasn't got the stamina to suffer.
Go up, guys, go up.
Oh dear, here we go. We've got another toddler in here. Why send your children to daycare when you can send them to iRacing?
Green flag, green flag.
Woo!
Car on your left, you're on the right, 3 wide. Go left, still hold. There's an incident ahead, left side, 2 wide. Still there. Still there, hold your line.
Okay.
Clear.
Fair enough. I was going to let him go in front of me, but I'm glad I didn't. Quality race start there, guys.
Okay, let's go.
Bundle it. Push me.
Oh no, you can tell when there's bandits because they start talking bollocks on the radio. Oh, I need to go to Tesco's. Buy some healthy food, some vegetables. Buy some milk. That's not healthy, but... Got Takeshi's Castle in front of us. Hope he doesn't throw a boulder at me. Okay, he's doing taking some shortcuts. Oh, Denny Ice Pick's in front of us. The Ice Pick's climbed up the mountain. He's done some ice climbing. Oh, he's about to Ice Pick. Carson, get ready. Shame we can't report immediately. It would have been banned already. Why? Well, because I tend to drink too much of it.
You're in the top 10.
Oh, here we go. Guys behind the catching as well.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
Sorry.
It's all happening.
What are you doing, mate?
Total jam.
Left side. Still there. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side. 2
I'm
wide.
just saying sorry. I let you by. I'm sorry for that move.
Right side.
What are they doing? Oh, Ice Pick off the road.
To the left.
We've got some real banditry going on here.
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side.
Why are you doing that?
To the right. Clear.
He's stuck his nose in a way where he's just going to pit us. I should just let this guy go past, otherwise he's going to wreck us.
Stay on the left.
Just let him go.
Still there. Clear on the right.
He was sticking his nose in everywhere. Yeah, there's no surviving that. If he's willing to just stick his nose in when he's that far behind on there, that's pure death. It's more about survival. Yeah, I stick my nose in with precision though. I've got a big nose. Nose of power. If we're lucky, Mr. Nose Sticker will take out the Ice Pick. That's the dream. Oh, look at him sticking his nose in. He's going to get Ice Pick all over his nose. For sure. Oh, he's definitely going to get some Ice Pick. Just hope he doesn't Ice Pick me. he's definitely going to... What? What? Oh no, the Ice Pick. Twice! He's hit him twice! Oh, there's the Ice Pick. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Oh no, the Ice Pick just let him through. Oh no, now the Ice Pick's on him. Oh my god. Come on. Jesus Christ. Come on, Ice Pick, drive into him. You know you want to, you're feeling it. Just don't drive into him in a way that gets me. Oh no. He's got away from the Ice Pick. Round 2, Ice Pick versus Muscle. Keep in mind that the Ice Pick wrecked us after the last race. So he's got beef with us.
There's an incident ahead.
I need a bullet bill. We're going to get Ice Picked if I battle him.
You just
Please don't overtake.
What?
Right side.
Why is the ice pick just... What's he doing? Did he have a penalty? What is going on? Okay, doesn't make any sense. Is he wanting to wreck me, maybe? Don't know what's going on here, guys. Ice pick in the back of the skull. I think that's what's about to happen.
Hey.
I think he's got damage. Denny wants to stick an ice pick in the back of my skull.
You're asking me to push you, but straight when I got you, you just send it back.
Okay, I will let defend and you push, okay?
Nose master. He's a bit slow. Jesse Nose Master Lacey, the second.
Carson, push, mate.
Go left.
Ah, there it is. Oh, nosed.
Incident behind.
Jesus Christ, almost got me as well.
Idiot. Absolute idiot.
Nose mastered. Nose again.
You're now in third.
What a shame. What a shame. I feel really bad for them. For the nose. It takes a nose to know a nose.
The car in C20 just set the fastest lap. 58.492.
Oh, that guy that was in first is working his way through the field.
Never young idiot.
We're in P3, just chilling out here. Amazing how our lap times get better when we're not being pummeled. Though Denny Ice Pick's still waiting. I'm sure he'll drive into us before the end of the race. So
We're in a podium position. Just set your fastest lap of the session.
10 minutes to go.
The next car's the leader.
No, they're not. Not this again. Next car's the leader. He's still got trouble trying to work out which car's the leader, poor guy. Ever since that car accident, he's not been the same. Toothpicks in the draft. He's probably going to wait to wreck us on the final chicane. Typical ice pick, murder style. It's fine though. What? Battle up front. They're right driving into each other. Oh, there he goes.
The lead has gone off.
No, that he was second place. Here comes the ice pick.
Reported, mate.
You're not.
Your fastest lap of the session. The leader is running 59.135. The car in P3 just set the fastest lap. 58.445. Okay, you're in second.
We're definitely going to get ice picked here. I can feel the chill of the frozen water. Are you guys ready for the ice pick to ruin our biggest gains so far? Yeah. He's just been waiting, sharpening the pick. Waiting for the perfect time to ruin our race. Biding his time. Like a murderer hiding in a hedge. Yeah.
Go, Michael, go.
He has to
Go
keep.
inside, go
He has to
inside.
keep putting the ice pick in the freezer though, because it keeps melting when it gets too close too early.
Thank you. You're welcome.
.4 gap to the car in front. I don't think we've got pace to catch him. I need to throw a banana out the back of my car. No, he's got a special pick made out of ice. Yeah, special ice pick. I should know, it's been dripping on me all race.
The car in P7 just set the fastest lap. 58.178.
Exactly. Perfect murder tool. Oh, I'm losing like 3/10 on that corner. Where are all the comments about me needing to watch some track guide videos? Funny how they all disappear when we're in second place. They only seem to appear when we're driven into. It's weird that. Funny how that works.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left.
Ah, we're going to get murdered by Mr. Ice Pick for sure. It's coming. I'm ready for it. 5 minutes before we get murdered. Countdown has begun. He's staying behind us, he's waiting. Which is sensible because there's a 4-second gap between us and the rest of the field. So if he's going to make a move, he should just wait till the final lap. Then worst case, we shouldn't lose too much if he crashes. That would be the sensible thing to do. This is F4 though. Yeah, that corner is the one we're not hooking up.
Sorry.
Now that's how it's spelt. I invented the word.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Car right. Clear.
Oh! You had a little sniff then. The bird is on its way, guys. He had a sniff. Pick sniff. Oh, he probably will do. The bin is inbound. 2 laps to go.
The car in P9 just set the fastest lap. 58.037. Left side. Clear on the left.
I'm having to drive somewhat defensive lines to try and just to put him off from doing dive bombs up the inside. If he thinks about doing
Still
it.
there, hold your line. Clear on the right. Car right. Keep to the left. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car right.
There you go. That's the first one, guys.
To the left.
That's the first one. Well done. Every time. Oh, here we go.
Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
It's the first contact from him.
White flag this time.
Thank you very much. Think he'll try again?
Okay, let's go.
Why do like a half-arse move on the second to last lap? Why not absolutely send it on the final lap? I really don't understand what people are thinking. Because he could have just stayed right behind us, kept the draft, and then just sent it up. Do you know what I mean? I think he's damaged his car.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
There we go, nice and easy. Murder, ice pick survived.
Why, Zan, why?
I have a few holes in my head, but we're not dead.
Look where you're going, idiot.
Good job. Very good job.
Look where you're going.
George, the getter.
Right, let's have a look, guys. Pick on muscle. Here we go. He actually broke that time. See, this is exactly the same as the one that previously people were saying, oh, it was my fault for turning into him. We just did exactly the same line this time. But guess what? This car, the car on the inside, didn't throttle into us. So he didn't hit us. Funny that. Oh, there you go. See, he actually had to not drive into us this time. See how that works? Because the car on the outside is leaving the corner and it will be the car on the inside driving into the car on the outside. Where was the bomb ramage? Yeah, I watched the tutorial. It told me what the racing line was. Yeah, like, what is that? What is that? Why do iRacers do this? Did this damage his car, maybe, and slowed him down? They go... So what they do is they take the hot lap line. There's not enough grip in iRacing to double back, and it's not a type of corner that's tight enough unless this car's really off. So they're like, oh, I've got the run and I don't want to give it up. But you need to be further back if you're going to do this cut across. And you need to keep turning to the right. But you would surely know that you're not going to... Like, you have to be further away. And you could actually do it. Look, why would he not turn right more, though? Like, if he kept... He could have actually done it. If he kept turning right here, he would have actually done... He would have actually got more of a run. Did that damage his car? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it didn't hit me on his screen. Maybe it was just netcode. But the problem with iRacing, right? You can't be on the outside. If there's any overlap on this corner, you're screwed. Like, you can't... The outside line is... Unless the car on the inside is, like, massively off it, the outside line just doesn't work. So, like, you see here, he's actually broke later than us. But it doesn't matter because... Well, I can brake later and still make the inside of the corner anyway. And he can't turn in. Whatever he does, he can't... There's a car there, so you've got the car on the outside... They would have to, like, really aggressively turn in. He's actually locked up as well, so he's really on the limit of braking. I don't... The people in chat earlier that were saying that if I drove, like... So this is exactly how I drove it the time before when he drove into me, but this time he didn't. And before, they were saying it was my fault for driving... this is exactly the same move. And an example of the car on the inside not driving into the car on the outside.
like you as a car on the inside, he did the right thing. Like you know that you can't. It's gonna be this car driving into the car on the outside. Oh dear, it's good. It was good fun though. Like he was driving sensibly, so it was good. Like it's nice if you've got someone driving close and not driving into you. That's good. What? Right. What? What is this? What is he doing? What is he doing? He's at Takeshi's castle. He's on the brake. Nice and safe. He's got some space to his right. Nice and safe. Really good. And then he doesn't brake. Car on the inside is coming up there. Why is he going for a gap that's not even there? And then just drives into the back of this car? Why would you try and move to the why would you not just stay in the middle? Because you'd expect this guy to mess up. So you'd be like, right, no need to close this up because there's quite a good chance someone will spin at the front. You know, you never know. So why come off your brake here? He's braking and then he comes off it. Why? What? This last one with Denny, you are not that far alongside if he took the apex here. Oh yeah. If he had turned in sooner, yeah, ironically, what lap was it on? Here, yeah, ironically, he's actually ahead here. So one thing he could have done is actually turned left to tighten the inside on this car, which he would have been perfectly within his rights to do. But also, he could have actually he's ahead here at this point here, but he doesn't brake as well. So he could have actually have turned in here. He could have started angling his car more, but he's broke too early. But he actually would have been all right to turn in for the corner because he's more than ahead of us here. Like he's well ahead of us. So weirdly enough, the problem is his braking is so slow into the corner. If he'd kept carrying the speed, if he'd not broke as much, carried more speed into it, which he could do, he would have then been ahead of us into the corner and he could have just cut across us. Maybe he didn't know that he was as far ahead from us as he was, but then by the time he's gone in that wide, he's basically there's no way for this car on the right here to carry the speed through without hitting the car. Like to stay ahead at this point now, this car would have to turn left and throttle into this car. At this point, it's done. Like it's a done deal. By the time this has happened, this car has lost the corner entirely. There's no conceivable way for this car to end up in front of this car now without driving into them, basically. Because they're going to have to turn all the way left and then turn all the way right. It's not going to work. Also, the car on the inside has the advantage. They've got the dog skin on their car. Car on this side has the advantage of being able to straighten up here. and drive straight out of the corner. So even if this guy went wide, they would still come off the corner slower. Yeah. It's good that I've been watching guide videos. I watched some real onboards, and I've had some driver coaching guys, which is what let me get second place there. So, you know, it wasn't that we applied the skills that we've always had for the last decade. It was literally when I went upstairs briefly after the last race, and I quickly watched some tutorials and some videos that explain trail braking, which is really good. 'Cause I wasn't aware of it before this. I didn't know. Oh, there's nothing in this to. That's it. Yeah, I need to just watch the same track guide every single time you watch it. You get better because you learn new things. You have to. I watch a track guide and then I hit myself with a brick on the forehead, so I forget it, and then I watch it again, and it really helps. It was the hero without Capes. Thanks for following. Welcome along. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Twitch chat messages of people giving me good tips, I wouldn't have been able to get second place there. Really. Hello, why are you humiliating me all life? You do that yourself. Don't worry about it. Well, right, this is the other thing. It's the problem with, like, yeah, exactly, Wayne. Because it's like racing lines. You don't drive the racing line. You end up on the racing line when you're at the correct speed. So you're not following a racing line. What you're doing is you actually turn before, and then the car ends up understeering onto the racing line. Or, like, you don't brake where it necessarily says, well, okay, maybe you do with brake points, but you shouldn't really be trail braking based off the racing line. It should be that you trail brake based off the car being at the limit for where you're trail braking, and that ends up being the trail brake because you can't brake any harder because you'll lose control of the car. So you're trail braking as hard as possible based off the line that you're taking. Like, that's different to going, there's the brake point, this is how you trail brake. This is the absurdity of it. So many people now, and I think this is the problem with driver coaching in some ways. It's the thing is, you can make quite good money by doing driver coaching and sim coaching and selling setups. So, and it's also become like a meme in and of itself. So people then watch those things and then they regurgitate the general idea of the coaching, not understanding what we just said about how you end up on the racing line. I'm not saying the coaches don't. The good, like Swolio, good driver coaches, driver 61 in my view, they will explain car control and all these things, but the end result is that kind of gets ignored, and people will just see like short clips of this is how you brake, this is what you should be doing, like, do you know what I mean? And then they proceduralize stuff, and it's exactly like piano players that don't understand the music. Like, they can play the notes, and they can play the song technically, but it sounds like a robot going. Do you know what I mean? Rather than it being like, oh, okay, you played that note louder, longer, shorter, whatever. You know, for the next one, based off how you wanted to play that song. For the mood of that time, like maybe you wanted to play it exactly like this other person has played it, so that's one way of playing it. But maybe you actually prefer the left notes to be a bit louder to punctuate it over the right notes, or maybe you know, maybe you're like pacing the notes so that there's a separate rhythm to the music on top of the actual normal rhythm of the music. Like, do you know what I mean? So, but there's people who just don't get that because they're just regimentedly following stuff. Yeah, I'm suggesting that there's more to it than the binary this is the beauty of Assetto Corsa, is that you're feeling what the car's doing and you're responding to that in the time that it's happening. You can still approach it in rote memorization, but you can basically understand what the car's doing and go and get with the flow of it. That's why it's so compelling to drive. The problem is, so few sim racers understand that. Look, probably less than a quarter. And motorsport, even real driving, is really, really prone to robotic procedural approach, because you can actually be really, really quick and you can get away with it to quite a high level due to the lack of time on the track, the lack of competition. So you can apply these, like, those sorts of procedural, and it's a good thing to do. Like, it's a good. I'm not saying it's universally bad, but you can get away with it for so long that it becomes like the norm, the established norm for a lot of people. And then I guess if you were to put them in a rally car or something, their brains break. Yeah, white noise muscle. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's like you do. Yeah. But that's not to say obviously there is value in seeing how someone does something. There is value in proceduralizing something and breaking it down and going and being analytical in that direct sense and going, okay, how can I? That's a really good way of isolating something that you might be struggling with. So again, with like a piano, you know, that's where a coach would come in. They go, oh, clearly your pinky finger is a lot weaker than your other fingers. So I've noticed that you tend to be playing, your fifth finger tends to be playing too light, or, you know, those notes are weaker. So you need to compensate for that. So you need to practice doing more exercises on that thing. Or like in a driving sim, someone might not be able to counter steer slides, or they might be overdriving or underdriving. So you know, it's really good to identify that. You get people under, yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, no. I used to play trombone. I mean, I've used keyboards and stuff to produce music, but I don't play any instruments. It's just a useful analogy. I can't think of a more popular instrument. EB gum track guides. See, my track guides are useless. Buy gum. Oh dear. I like the Dave Cam thing, right? Like I like Dave Cam. I think his videos are like really nicely structured, how he does it, and really easy to watch. But the thing is, right, from an external perspective, he does races and he will only record or upload the good race that he has, generally. Like, a lot of YouTubers do this. It's a normal thing to do. I'm not having to go at him. It's a sensible thing to do. Why would you upload a race that's shit to watch? You wouldn't, would you? So, what happens, though, is that he then every week he'll do, like, the F4 race or the GT3 or whatever good race he has that he's recorded at the same time. And so people only ever see the good races, not the stupid shit stuff, unless it's like a crash compilation or he's highlighting it. But he's not sat there for 10 hours doing 10 races in a row for you to then go, you know, do you know? And so the general view, I think Dave Cam, he definitely is faster than me at iRacing. He's better at iRacing than me, so I'm not knocking his ability. But like, YouTubers can very easily cultivate it's not even their intention, they're just putting out content that's good, but the viewership are like, oh, that guy is a good driver. Like, not that they're not good drivers, but do you know what I mean, versus someone that's live streaming. So like, I'm definitely an average driver, but like, you can really notice the difference between someone like I'd say Dave Cam's a good driver, but he's not amazing. Whereas Emil Bernstoff, for example, is absolutely shit hot. Like, you can tell. Like, he's live streaming, he's dicking around and absolutely poning it. Not even trying, you know? Yeah. But you get, if you only upload, like, the good videos... No, I'm explaining it's not an excuse, it's about how you can foster a narrative around your viewership that makes people perceive you as a better driver, or like another way of doing it is like with equipment. Like, if you do loads of reviews of hardware and you have like loads of equipment around you, people assume that you're like some like uber knowledgeable person about that thing, or your views are more important than some rando person that doesn't have loads of fancy equipment. You know, I'm not saying the YouTubers that do that aren't doing it on purpose. No, well, yeah, Will have an audience to do that. It's an argument from authority. Like, Will's not doing that himself on purpose. He's just reviewing stuff. He's well aware of this as well. He would say this to people. He doesn't claim otherwise. I'm just explaining the reality of how audiences... It's not even YouTube. It's like if you go into a bike shop and it's got like loads of expensive like bike equipment and it's all nicely presented and they have a show bike with lights shining on it on a nice display. People be like, oh, that bike shop, they know what they're talking about because look how shiny it is. And it's like, well, actually, no, if you go to like your bike shop that's round the corner where it's Bob who spends all day long by himself and his kid or whatever, or some family people or some rando people he's employed, building bikes and that they actually care about it, you know, they will be better than probably not always, but generally, than the shiny shop where it's all the effort's gone into that the promotion of it, you know what I mean? Yes, but yeah, they'll have a bike on display that's something no one would ever realistically ride, or a bike that would only be useful for like a triathlete or something in a very specific context. Yeah, it's exactly the same sort of thing, but it works. It's perception, isn't it? I quite liked Halfords though in the past. They have a very specific tyre smell. This was years ago though. I don't think Halfords are as good anymore. To be fair, Decathlon's really good actually for what it is. I think it's a good, like, Decathlon strikes a balance really well from what you get from Halfords, where the staff don't know anything at all, and actually the stuff in there's a rip off, versus buying like really niche, hyper specific, very expensive bikes. They pump the smell. It's bicycle. It's inner tube smell. They just have someone pumping inner tubes. It's just weird. It's interesting how much you can cultivate. Greg's. I don't like Greg's. We've just came second, so that's pretty much top split second. You know, F4 top split second, absolute masterclass. Yeah, I think they had stock issues, Skynets. I think a lot of Decathlon stuff is like their bikes and things are made in India. Their bikes are awesome. I've got as I've said before, I've got a Decathlon Rock Rider bike. It's really good. I've had less problems with that than I had with what was it? I had a Doors bike once, got stolen, and I can't remember what the other bike was, but it was a nice bike, like a £500-600 bike. That got stolen as well. But this the Rock Rider bikes, it's I think they've ripped off the one of the other classic bike designs, but it's a good design to rip off. Oh yeah, Decathlon have a really nice shoe that's not waterproof though. I actually bought my last shoes. I got from Decathlon, but they weren't Decathlon brand ones. They were like there's some other. But yeah, the Decathlon brand trainers are really, really good. Value for money. Really good. I want to get a set of waterproof, you know, like hiking tracks. They're like trainers, but they have the hiking bottom on them. So like hiking boot bottom, but they're trainers, but they're also breathable, waterproof. And I've not been able to find a pair that are comfy. But Decathlon had a pair that they were so good, but they weren't waterproof. So I was like, well, forget that. Well, if Moses sent me one, you got an electric bike. Salomon don't fit me. I have like one of my feet is like quite wide compared to the other. It's really annoying. Salomon shoes are really nice. Yeah, there's a couple of brands, but like annoyingly, what's the Merrell were really good and fit me quite well, especially if I bought the wrong size. But then they changed the design and the quality of Merrell shoes over the last like about 5 or 6 years ago. The quality went to shit. Like the glue they used and stuff. They basically just tried to make money out of it. I think as much as possible. The DJ of choice, it depends if you're using a bike for transport, doesn't it? Or if you're using a bike to ride, like a mountain bike. To be honest, I like e-scooters myself. If I'm using it for transport, whenever I'm in Germany, I'm always on the e-scooters. So good. Like £20 on like a Lime, and it's well handy. You don't even use taxis. You can actually look around whilst you're like Berlin, Dortmund, Nuremberg. Awesome. We don't really have e-scooters that much in the UK. I think they've got them in Milton Keynes, but don't really see them in London. It's a shame because they'd be good. Here we go. Fixed setup race. Time to die. Oh, we need to do the poll. We gained iRating. Let's do a new one. Go 5 minutes. Get in there. Try and nail the quali here. I'm not seeing him. Woo! .3D printed logs. Log. Woo!
Get in there.
Green flag, green flag.
Woo! Thanks, Grog TTV. We need to be doing 58 twos, really. Almost lost it there. That feels like a 558. 59 foot. What? I'll put this in third. Maybe the track's warm or something. Oh, bloody hell. You do like the smallest of slides in this and it costs you 2/10. Oh, I need a hamburger. Starving. Although my pasta's lasted pretty long. I think I passed like 4 hours ago. Just need an orange. An orange. Oh, we need to get 5/10 through the chicane. Easy. There you go, 3/10. I'll take it. Oh, 4/10. Messed up the final corner a bit. Not too bad though. That's pretty good.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Oh, almost 58. This car feels like super wonky when you're on the limit through the chicane. I think we're pretty fast through the chicane now. Yeah, iRacing is so weird because, like, in some ways, it's like monster grip with no like the car is so hooked up, but we are pretty much on the limit of where that grip will suddenly just disappear. And then, but you go at, like, it doesn't make sense. You go slightly over it, then you just slopped. Like, you can even see the car, like, gripping over the bumps. iRacing is like the most grippy and slippy simulator at the same time. This is alright. In fact, this car on flowing tracks is alright because the downforce negates the tire model issues. So like this car's good at Road Atlanta, Road America, Alton Park, this circuit, Silverstone. It's good on these sorts of tracks, I think. It's just the drive, like, it's perfectly drivable. It's fun, like, to just drive. It's just the other drivers are a bit weird, but let's go. Or in 10th place. Oh, the pick is still here. Ice pick battle resumes. Oh my goodness. Constant. I better strength of field this time though. Bloody ice pick wars this. I'll leave the salt on. Okay, guys. Oh, we're separated by 2 cars. Well, he drove good in the last race. He didn't hit us, so it's good. He probably felt like we drove into him on purpose or something, and then he probably then he might have noticed. Oh, actually, we just hold the inside line, and you know. Rocky versus Apollo. Surely the space program will win. Isn't that the moon? Isn't that Apollo 11? The moon is Rocky, and then Apollo's the yeah. Okay. Just try my best here. Oh, here we go. Time to die. Lol.
Green flag, green flag.
Jump the start for that guy. Well, that's one place. Take it.
Car on your left. You're on the right. 3 wide.
Oh my god.
Hold your line. Left side.
Oh
2
my,
wide.
we got idiots.
Keep to the right. Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear.
The bandits have awoken. This has clutches on it. Yeah, I don't use them though.
Go right.
My goodness. Carnage.
Right side. Clear on the right.
He's not making that.
There's an incident behind.
Interesting line. Lol. Oh, come on. If you can serve that slowdown with that. There we go. Thanks for following. Lol. Oh, dear. Yeah, we forced an error from him. Now, he only got in front of us from his dangerous dive bomb at the start. Ah, hopefully we can still close this gap. He just went straight on. Hang on, the tyre scrubbing sound's the only way you know you got grip in iRacing. The ice pick's alright. I've made friends with him. We had a good race last, so last race was nice and clean. Oh dear. We're dragging some cars behind us along. It wasn't a dive bomb, he was doing a dam buster. That's when you do a dive bomb but you take a bunch of people out. Bloody hell. Oh, you idiot! I had to move out of his way and come off my brake, and he still drove into me. What a twat. Fucking hell. Almost wrecked me.
Sorry for the pun, James.
No, not sorry. I had to move out of the way, and you still drove into me. Sorry for the punt after I literally turn out of the corner, come off the brake. Jesus Christ. Can't say sorry after throttling the person off the track. Well, we got some replay footage there. What a Tetris block. What should he say? He should say hello to his brake pedal. Fair enough if you lock up or you do something stupid, but he outright throttled into us. With me taking evasive action, still hit us. So that's a pretty good achievement. Yeah, well, normally when people say sorry, I'm like fine, but I don't know what he was doing.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Car 4 is up the front. The car in C9 just set the fastest lap. 57.865.
They'll probably end up wrecking. It's alright if they catch the gaggle at the front and then we can all move forward, it's fair enough. It doesn't really matter, but If someone just says sorry, I normally just accept it like 99% of the time. But if someone flat out rams you, not, you know, blatantly, not even debatable, you know, and they're in a position to just give the place back. Sorry, but I'm just going to throttle into you. Oh, here we go. Oh, looks like an accident might happen soon. Probably ice pick. Annoyingly, his punters pushed us off the draft.
New fast flat for you.
There we go.
There's an incident behind.
Oh. Well, that gives us a breather. I was like, there's a guy right close to us, and they've gone. The convoy of ice pick. It begins again. Bottom of the car's bouncing along on that corner. That's true. Yeah, I mean, God forbid I'm just driving more. Oh, here we go.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Go right.
Oh, it's the ice pick. He's been frozen. He's been slapped in the head with the ice pick.
There's no place for a dive bomb.
That's not even a dive bomb, that's just a fucking overtake that you don't leave an out of space. That's it, there is place.
There's no space, fuck you.
Oh, that's so good.
Fuck you. Okay, copy that.
I need to save that. I've got to save the audio from this. Lap 6.
I will come back to you anyway.
Fuck you, copy that. Fuck.
Go right.
Oh, thank you. Just forget that though. Fuck you, copy that. Fuck you, copy that. Oh dear. No place for a dive bomb. Fuck you, copy that. Beautiful. That's what you love to see. We seem to be the similar pace as the ice pick because we always end up on track with him. So far it's 2-0 to me. This could be the end of the ice pick though. This is probably where he destroys us. Oh no, he killed us in one race. Seems to be a bit slow though.
Don't worry, keep pushing right up.
Pick of doom.
Consider 59.033.
I don't know what he's doing.
Car right. Still there.
What are you doing? No! What are you doing? Jesus Christ! Overlap of wheels there. Jesus Christ, that was
Car
close.
on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Oh, super close to getting wrecked there.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear. Right side. Stay on the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Why does he always drive into me?
Clear on the right.
Every time. Oh, he's wrecked my car. You idiot. Fucking idiot. He's wrecked my car. That's it.
He's up the front.
That guy, he's slow and then drives into us every race. Every race. Like, what? And he's already driven into us at the... Oh, what? Like, why is there no moderation?
The car behind is
He
closing
missed the corner, drove into the back of me. Oh, god damn it. Like, every time we lose a race here, it's from the same people driving into us.
Bye-bye, Denny.
Ah, what a nice pick. I didn't know that we had damage until after the call. I'm going to need to pit. We've got no rear wing. What a selfish bastard. What, he's so... No, we're on the inside and he turned into us again, basically. Yeah, he'll have just driven into the back of us. Same thing again. He just won't. He drove into us on the corner before as well. He doesn't understand that he's... Once you've left the inside open, you can't just turn... You can't take the wide line and drive into the cut. Well, you can. Obviously, it works out sometimes. So selfish.
The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 57.569. Pit box in 10. 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Move it, move it.
He's such a dick. I mean, how many times he's rammed us after the race? I'm gonna... the problem is I need to remember the time slots. Ah, shit. We should... when he drives into us and we save the replay, we need to save the time slot as well of the replay. the race, so we can. It's pretty ridiculous that the same guy can basically repeatedly wreck you, doing the same thing over and over again, where they don't know how to handle their car back. Like, they don't understand that if you've got a car on the inside of you, you can't just drive the hot lap line. Also, we are faster than him. Like every race we've done, we've either overtook him, pulled away from him, and basically he's only ever kept with us because of draft. So whenever he's been in front of us from qualifying, in the race we've caught up with him without draft, and then overtook him, and then he drives into us. So it's not that we're getting in front of him and then he's actually slower as well, and then gets draft and then drives into us. Then pickaxes us, ice picks us. Bloody minus 62, all because of a selfish arse. It shows you how ridiculously broken it is. Oh, every incident we've had with him has been him driving into me. Every single time. I don't think I've done anything. I've not done a single move on him, which is me driving into him. It's basically been him on the outside turning into my car over and over again. Well, they don't moderate the servers, do they? Like, why is there not a member of iRacing staff in races? What? Top, occasionally in top split, you know? Well, why can't you, why don't they have like an instant report thing as well? Like, why would you make it so you have this dumb call off where you have to then do a manual selection of the replay? Like, why can't you just have an insta report option? Then you would obviously have drivers that get reported more than others. Yeah, it doesn't matter because you don't look at every single thing. You'd be like, okay, this guy statistically reported 5 times as much as everyone else. I think okay, now we'll look, we'll watch a server that they're in. Done. I don't have any adrenaline from these. Like, if you do like 8 hours of racing, yeah, I know what you're saying, but then, to be honest, as I say, the people that are reporting and say that they're reporting are just people weaponising it. It's not the vast majority of people.
Good racing, Pedro.
Yeah, man, last race. Are you going to do the next one?
Nope, I'm gonna go to bed.
We'll look at the replay. like, you have to ask, why is it always the same people though? Do you know, like, we're not having accidents with other cars. It's very because as I've said like 10 times now, what you notice is the guys that cause problems hit you 2 or 3 times in a single lap. It's the same cars. It's not that you've like got, oh, is the contact. Oh. They will hit you multiple times. That guy almost wrecked us 3 times before what lap was it on? Right, he's fine. He's defensively driving here, but like, oh, here we go. Was it that one or was it before that? There was a lap before where I think he nearly wrecked us with the wheels crossing over. Where was it? That might be the lap after. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a new concept, is it, Multi 21? Like, what is that? Was that it? What on earth is he doing? It's so dumb. It's the same thing every time. He goes wide, ignores that there's a car on his inside. We are fully side by side going into this corner. You can't just hot lap into the car that's on your inside. Like, what is he doing? It's the same thing every... Like, what is that? He's done it 2 races now, and also the damage is so random that for some reason my car was just gone, just wrecked. This guy, he just hot laps. He has no awareness of. Well, he's done it 3 times now. Where is he? Right. What's he planning to achieve here? How does this work? You don't leave the inside, right? He's probably just butthurt because he's moved over again. Right, he keeps doing this as well. It's so stupid. Right, if you're defending the left, which is what you want to do, stick your car here and hold it here. Then I can't go up your left. I'm still on the track here. I've got 2 wheels on the white line and this is curbing. Don't move to the right. He moves over. So he's now opened up the inside for me. Don't do that. Just stay on the left and then I have to go around the outside. If he wants to defend it, just keep your car on the left. But now he's lost the chicane. Right, if you're not a moron, you've lost the chicane here. If there's a car on your inside in this chicane that's ahead of you going into it, you're done. Like there's no point even trying to, like, you should be more concerned about this car. Ah. So stupid. How is it even fun for him as well? Like, that's what I don't get. I've gone into this corner totally normal. Not understeering. I've got to make this... So the thing is, I have to make this corner without understeering so that he could go around the outside still. he's driven into us so hard that he's not even. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. He's got 3 accounts. Hang on. What do you, he's got 2 accounts. No. Yeah, you can pinch people wide, but then he turns into you. So, and also no, in that scenario you can't because there's a car behind. So if I pinch him wide, first of all he's likely to just turn into us. But also, there's a car behind us that would have the likely move up on us anyway. That this guy was attacking us all the time. So yeah, normally I would close off the right so they can't cut back. But to be honest, to me it seems like this could even be 3 wide. It really wouldn't make sense. Also, I'm just doing the safer thing. I'm like well ahead into the corner, so it wouldn't make sense to really pinch him wide into this corner because you're liable for this car could have been closer. You know, there's only so much I can pay attention to, and we're so far ahead. At this point here, I'm sort of thinking, at this point here, this yellow car's making a run, and then there's also another car here, so I have no visibility. I think the spotter might have even said 3 wide, so yeah, I would have had to have started moving it here, which would still be at risk of the yellow car darting to the inside, so it wouldn't have made any sense. But we're so far ahead anyway, because we already had the run here. So I know that we are basically, we're not going side by side into the corner, and I know he always brakes too early as well. So, but if someone's going to just drive into you, there's nothing you can do. Why do these hot lappers always do this? They always just turn it like it's as if he's driving the corner. Look at where his car is positioned. He's driving it as if there's no car there at all. They're just like completely blind to anything around them. They're just hot lappers. I'm not coming in tight. Yeah, I'm coming in tight, but it doesn't matter. I'm on the inside. I'm braking. I'm ahead of him. So obviously I'm going to be slower through the corner because I can't. My responsibility is to not chronically understeer. Yeah, I can do whatever I want here. I'm allowed to be on the inside. My responsibility is to just not, because this guy, unless he's like dumb like he is, he should be going around. If he's going to try and do a pass, which makes no sense, he would be on the outside. So I have to preempt that, and I have to make sure I'm taking this corner slow enough so that I'm not going to understeer into this car if he was actually next to us. What do you mean it's not very smart? Like, what I'm doing is completely normal driving. There's no better way to drive this. Like, you can't. This is entirely on the car behind me driving into me. You can't just go. You can't just go wide and then apex as if there's no car on the inside. It don't make any sense. I'm not parking it on the apex as well. We're driving this totally normal. There's no defense for this guy even slightly putting his car here. Like, yeah, but okay. So you go, wow, don't race them. Well, I've got to overtake them at some point because otherwise I've got these 2 cars that are catching up. I'm faster than this guy. We overtake him every race, and then he just stays behind and drafts us. So yeah, I could just stay behind him, and then I get pummeled by the other cars. So it's not like... No. John, I'm going to have to time you out for being stupid. Again. Time out. There you go. 10-minute timeout. Jesus Christ. There you go. Dennis Johnson gets banned. 10 out of 10. That's what you get for being dumb. Yeah. Yeah, like what's really weird is people that watch these replays and then go, "Oh yeah, no, you yeah, see there's one thing you could have done, which is what you should have done." Yeah, it wouldn't matter if I was next to him, he still would have turned into us. If I'd gone to the right, this car would have been. If I'd followed this car, if I'd followed him up to the right rather than swerving to the right, which would you legally. You can't swerve to the right reactively, would be erratic and weird. So if you're going to follow this car to pinch him into the corner, you'd have to follow him out of here to the right, which then would have caused this car, unless he's stupid, would have caused this car to go to the left, which would have opened up the inside, and this guy would have been in the inside position, and then I would have been in the sandwich. So that would be stupid to do. If I suddenly swerve out to the right here to pinch him at this point, that would just be erratic. That would be mental driving, especially if he decides to turn left. God knows whatever he'd do. So, yeah, also probably be moving under braking. Just the hot lapping of these drivers. Don't play iRacing's a lesson. Also, this guy has driven into us in the last 4 races. And after a race had finished, he intentionally wrecked us. So, well, you know. Yeah, that is true. It's a good idea, Marty 21. Just be a loony. Oh, it's so dumb. Like you have really good racing, and then there's basically out of 24 cars on the grid, it's always 1 or 2 drivers, and they're not even necessarily the drivers at the same pace as you. He's even driven into that guy. What? He's done it to it. He took another car out. So he brakes too early because he's on the outside, opens it up to this car, and then does exactly what he did to me to this guy. Just is completely unaware of them and powers them off the track. It's so dumb. Why does he not get damage?
I'm hot, and you're not.
Oh, it's so dumb. No, what an ice pick.
Bomb.
Hang on, so he's blamed the other person?
There's no place for a dive bomb.
This is not a dive bomb. This is a completely clean pass. He's well ahead of you into the corner. This is a textbook. This is an absolute textbook overtake. The car on the right has broke way too early. He's broke really early. This guy, plenty of space. He's side by side before the turn-in. So it's not even a dive bomb, really. It's just a normal overtake. And then he's turned in to the car in front. What a selfish driver.
There's no place for a dive bomb. That's not even a dive bomb, that's just a fucking overtake, but you don't leave enough for space, that's it, there is place. There's no space, fuck you. Fuck you, okay, copy that.
Ah, dear, we need to clip this.
There's no place for a dive bomb. That's not even a dive bomb, that's just a fucking overtake, but you don't leave enough for space, that's it, there is place. There's no space, fuck you. Fuck you, okay, copy that.
Beautiful. Yeah. So he takes that guy out.
I will come.
He takes him out there. No awareness from him. He always just hot laps into the car in front. Obviously, the car that's on the inside is going to be slower.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, hang on. I can report him for swearing as well.
Not even a dive bomb, that's just a fucking overtake, but you don't There's no place for a dive bomb. That's not even a dive bomb, that's just a fucking overtake, but you don't leave enough for space, that's it, there is place. There's no space, fuck you.
There we go. I'm reporting for swearing. Hang on. So we got he's wrecked us on purpose.
That's it, there is place. There's no space, fuck you.
What time was this race? We've got like 2 clips on this guy now. This was the 10:45. Ice pick. We got evidence here.
Fuck you, okay, copy that. Okay.
So he took that guy out.
Right up.
And then this is him on us. Exactly the same thing. He brakes too early. First of all, leaves the inside open. This is even worse than the previous one. And then hot laps into the car in front and just rams them, which then wrecked the back of our car. And I didn't realise until we got to the corner, and that was it. It's a shame I didn't notice, because we could have pitted. Saving for future soundbite remixes. Yeah. Right. Thank you for that. It's good, another good racing. We got 2. We got him punting us after a race, and we got him now swearing after wrecking other people. So the police, the evidence file is adding up here. Right. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Gonna get another drink here. Oh dear. the war continues. This is the real war. The real fight. Oh, God, I'm going to have to set my pigeon on him. Jesus Christ. Right, get your polling in, guys. Yeah, we need to quali 2 cars in front of him. That's the problem. I don't think he's in the race. No, he's gone. No more ice pick. Fine, he's probably been banned.
The pace car is out of control.
Valletta, thanks for following. Welcome. No, I don't do like community races, generally speaking. We're doing Potatona, but yeah, I don't really do like rando stuff. I just because we just do loads of hosting and I can't commit to stuff. Yeah, we're already doing Potatona. I mean, I would do if I happened to be live streaming at the same time, but yeah, I know, but I'd have to be like, I just don't know if I'll be around at the time that it's on. That's the thing. Oh, you might as well, Christopher. I think we should do a well, I mean, if I'm live streaming when you happen to do it and you just say, oh, it's taking place and I can join, then fine. But we should do I think we should do like a mega endurance race where it's like a 1 week race. like a 3-day race, and the race includes having to sleep, like absolute mega endurance. So you have like around Nordschleife, but you got to sleep as well. So you have to do like 3 days. Here we go. Try and get an okay quali here. Well, I have done 1.58, just not in quali. Yeah, I'd be absolutely dead though. Morning, Dunkosaurus W. Oh, it's been really clean. We've managed to hover around the same iRating, thanks to one driver that keeps driving into us. We would be up like 300 if it wasn't for him, but that's fine. That's how it is sometimes. It's all about getting ice picks in the back of your head, apparently. We're collecting evidence on him, though. He's wrecked us after a race, and he's sworn at another driver. So I think we can have a barrage of reports on the same guy. We've got enough evidence to put him down for years. He's got a long criminal record and he doesn't even realise it.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Oh yeah, did he have it? He has 2 accounts as well. How stupid is that? That is so ridiculous, isn't it? It's always the Smurf accounts as well.
2 laps of fuel left.
So would he drive like that with his other account? I don't think he would. Off to jail. Is it Connor Clifford's alt account? Off to the gulags for him. Connor Clifford could win every race with his eyes closed. Who is it? It's Mitchy Hoyer's secret account.
One more lap.
59.4. It's the best I can do on the these tyres. On the first lap.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
Oh, yeah, it's really weird how you can't push in iRating now. You're pushing R-Factor to AC. Like you have to like. You really just have to know the preemptive drive. For each like state of the tyres. I really don't know how rain's meant to work with this. But oh well, that wasn't terrible. It wasn't very good either.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
The thing is, you need to have broke. You have to. The whole corner is defined by when you're braking initially. Well, there is the possibility with the rain that the track will be colder because it's wet, and therefore you'll have more grip. Literally.
Literally. But as we said like multiple times, if they change the tyres with the next update so that they were actually realistic, like more like R Factor 2, LMU, AC, you know, well even ACC, iRaces would be like, what, WTF? Because you would have to drive the sim completely differently. No, we've done like
¿Alguien me escucha por aquí?
15-hour live streams.
¿Eh?
Oh, sun's come out. It's nice. Yeah, so I just don't... it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. How it's going to work.
The estimated SOF is 2,915. Let's take opportunities.
Fucking copy that. It'll be interesting. Because most of the races won't have rain. It'll be like a rare thing to happen. I wonder how it'll work with... Well, the other thing I don't get, surely for rain, you need to have safety cars and yellow flags for pit stops to work properly. So how does that work? Like, you'd need to have pitting to be able to change the tyres. So really, you need safety car, because that's how it works in real life. Even with any race series where they drive in the wet, normally you'd end up with a safety car, which then gives people gives people an opportunity. Just slipped off the pedals there.
Green, green, green.
Praise the clutch pedal. Yeah, I just really don't understand how it's meant to work.
Left side. You're on the right, 3 wide. There's an incident behind. Hold your line.
They so dumb.
Left side, 2 wide. Still there. Clear on the left. There's an incident behind. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear, car right.
Ah, such an effort to avoid these people. You don't need to attack like that guy. At the start, there's no need. Like, if you have an accident in that arena section at the start of the race, it's probably race over. Oh my god, I was getting ready to dive out of the way of the car behind then. Thought he missed a brake point.
I don't trust Martin Dale. He's driver 6, so he probably feels like he's entitled to the position. Until you race with someone, you can't know.
There's an incident behind. Left side, clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car on your left. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line.
Oh, you fucking idiot!
Clear.
Fucking iRacers!
Got wheel damage.
Like, I knew it! I knew that orange car was gonna drive. Like, the fuck is wrong with them? It's impossible! It is impossible to play this! What the fuck? What the fuck, guys? Like, he comes off the corner and then just assumes that I'm going to turn right, so he just drives into me. And he's slow and he's only caught up with us because of the car in front. Fuck, I mean, this sim is bollocks because there's no moderation of this shit. And iRacers are all hot lap, not all of them, but like so many hot lappers in this sim. Oh my god, so dumb. Just zero awareness. Copy that. Oh, my car's wrecked. We're still going though. What's this guy doing?
Clear.
Car's absolutely bollocks. Right, was it this guy that drove into us? I'm going to defend this position.
Right side. Still there, hold your line.
Because he took the line. Because he drove straight into me.
Still there, hold your line. Stay on the left.
They have no awareness. They have zero awareness. Like it's actually undrivable. They have no awareness of what's like. They absolutely zero awareness of the cars around them. It might as well be AI on a path.
5, 3.
Yeah, I know. I thought it would drive into us. My race is already over, so I thought it'd be funny. But
Go, go, go!
like, what? If you're gonna race, like, there's no racing, is there? There is no racing. It's actually, it's just absurd. We'll watch the replay. Absolutely zero awareness. Like, I think what iRacers do, you know, I think they've got so normalised to hot lapping the other drivers, because if they drive like I've just driven those 2 corners, if they hold a normal position, they know they'll get driven into, so they basically don't drive. There's no racing. Like, unless you are racing against another car that you know, and you know that then they're not a hot lapper, which you would have to know preemptively. You don't. There's no racing. You don't race. It's actually ridiculous. The degree to how it's not this bad in LFM, ACC, LMU. The degree to which people hot lap in iRacing is actually absurd. We not racing. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Also, the fact that you can see the car that's going to do it in advance because they drive into you or nearly miss you a few times. So you know that what they're going to do, and then the choice is let them through and you probably get wrecked by someone else, or, well, that's it really, or they wreck you. So the only choice is hot lap so that you're in the top 3 and you're not actually racing anyone. That is it, which we established before. No, so the other series, the reason why they're safe is because people aren't racing in them. They're not actually racing. That's why they seem safe, because there's no racing by default. Like,
sorry, Dan.
So GT3 is just a convoy where you can't really do moves like there's not much stuff you can do because the cars are so big and sluggish. Lars, what do you mean? You wonder what do you mean you wonder why you don't have these problems? Do I need to time you out? If you're not having these problems, it's because you're not racing people. You're pulling over, you're not holding your line. Like, it's not just me. This is like a really well known. It's not like, oh, it's just me. It's like, no, this is a really known issue. You're not sure what I mean by there's no racing GT3. So, because the cars have ABS and traction control, drivers don't tend to lock up or do particularly like big mistakes. So once you're in the top split or high splits in GT3, what you're going to end up with is largely a convoy where you can't, the cars are so heavy and don't move quickly, there's not much you can do as a driver. It's going to be a much more predictable vehicle in terms of cars around each other. So the best that you can do in GT3 generally is you trail behind someone, and then you're going to have to just wait. I mean, you could door bang, but then you're going to die. But yeah, it's not as fragile as F4, but like, there's just not as much racing. It's its own type of racing, but it's not. It's more. Yeah, it's the reason why there's less egregious stuff is because there's less freedom for the drivers, and the cars are much more tame cars. So it's more basic. Even with GT3, even more emphasis is put on your quality time, basically. That's, you know, it emphasises not racing, it emphasises hot lapping even more. Like you will still get. Oh, there's a bit of rear wing. You will still get moves, and there is still.
I have damage on the wing, right?
There is still racing, but relative to like Formula Ford, F4, Formula V, you know, or like, you know, MX5, there's going to be a lot less movement of the vehicles, if that makes sense. Also, there's going to be much more. So it's like, you know, like oval racing. For a lot of an oval race, you might have cars like next to each other on like a super speedway, but they're not necessarily racing. They're just following each other around the track, you know. There will be times where they are racing, but a lot of people get confused or mistake cars driving close together and maybe changing some positions with people that are strategically driving different lines or trying to, you know, trying to get a mistake and then move the car to the side or doing a dummy.
The car in front is pitting.
Well, this is going to be an interesting replay of... Hang on, wasn't this the guy that wrecked us? Oh, no. Oh, that's a 1X. The thing that's weird is this F4 car is super predictable, really nice and easy to drive. It's really chilled out. There's not much you can do with it because your trajectory is kind of predefined. It's way less agile and nimble than the F4 in AC, for example. You know. So it's really weird that people do like drive into you. It's happening so slowly. It's the iRating's tyres are like really quite sloppy. So it's not. Which means that like the braking zones are quite drawn out. It really throws me off when I go from iRacing to AC. In AC you brake a lot later and you brake a lot more aggressively in AC1, and you're actually having to like really you're braking and really balancing the car to go quickly, counter steering on the braking, like, you know, you're really on it. So which means everything has to happen in a much tighter space and a much smaller, you know, it's way harder. So it's kind of weird. It's like iRacing is unforgiving when you lock up and you have the risk of train lining, but the actual braking and moves and stuff is really pretty drawn out because the tyres, though the grip disappears, you can't control it when they do that, they are quite slow.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
How come I'm not A licensed? Because I don't do B class races. Well, I haven't. You need to do B class races. But people keep driving into me, so that's not helping their safety rating. Because it's entertaining, fast boy. Do I need to time you out? The whole point is the suffering. That's the point. That's why it's entertaining. Because you have like voice clips like the last race. The suffering is the entertainment. That's the point.
About 5 laps of fuel left.
That's why it's entertaining. People like watching streamers suffer. Copy that. F you, copy that. Copy that. Oh dear. The mistake is to think that, yeah, this is about raw enjoyment. Yeah, LFM's dead at 6 in the morning as well. I mean, it'd be nice if they ran like more popular cars rather than random shit, but you know. Yeah, it's all about the carnage afterwards. That's what's entertaining. Like, which Formula 1 races have been the best? Was it the ones with like
great racecraft and the fastest lap times, or was it like the end of 2021? No, Michael, not like this. Wasn't that like the most... Was it 21 or was it 22? I can't even remember. What year was that? Yeah, that had nothing to do. Yeah, had nothing to do with the driving and the racing. It was hilarious. It was the most entertaining, most ridiculous sporting event in the history of sporting events, where everyone's pretending to take it seriously, but it's the most absurd, ridiculous, stupid, arbitrary rules, regardless of like who's right or wrong or who deserves to win. Like, I don't even know. It was just like so arbitrary and so stupid. It was the best thing I've ever witnessed. Like, it almost made the last like 10 years of terrible Formula 1 worthwhile.
Car 2 is now leading. The car in C7 just set the fastest lap. 57.
It was genius.
47.
That's the peak motorsport. I don't have any health. See, if we break the streams up, people don't know that we stream for like crazy time. iRating is quite comfortable to play though, so it does do that really well, like the camera settings, you know. And once you've got the graphics set, the frame timing and stuff works well. So from a live streaming perspective, it's that's a nice thing. Well, yeah, if you ignore if you ignore reality, yeah, it's pretty good for producing entertaining situations. Yeah, Times New Roman. Do you think the real one does as well? Like, why would you not use like Impact? That's such a bad font choice. They should use Comic Sans just to wind people up. Why? Yeah, surely that's illegal. Like, you can't license Times New Roman. Like, Code Bold or Arial would make more sense. Yeah. Or maybe like Papyrus should be used. Well, Comic Sans is a good font for dyslexics because every letter looks different, so it's easier to read words or see words independently. Yeah. Nothing says serious document like Comic Sans. All the peace treaties and military documents that the British government uses are done in Comic Sans. For that reason. Yeah, word art. Comic Sans with a bit of distortion on it. What more could you want? We've got a car with damage in front, I think.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left. Left side, clear.
What a great race, guys. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay. I actually read all my books I read are in Microsoft Trains text. Wingdings. That's what I can read Wingdings.
Took me years to learn. The nice thing with Wingdings is I get to feel like an Egyptian. It's really good. I actually I watch films with the text on the bottom, and it's in Wingdings. It's the only way I like to watch them. Oh dear God! Well, that was another good one. What are we on?
There's the flag. It's
What are we on?
Better schedule
Ah,
some
minus
testing. We'll
30. It
get
could be worse. Could be worse. Replay time is the best part. Jesus Christ. What lap was it on? Right, first of all, here we go. You already knew from this. Oh no, this was it. Was that it that caused the damage? Was it that? What is that, iRating?
The pace car is out of control.
What is that? What is that? Was that what it was at Rectus? Or was that... Yeah, that was it. No? Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. What is that, iRating? Like, first of all, what is he doing? But also, what is that netcode? What is this? What on earth? Like, I mean... He said sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. What on earth? Well, first of all, how does this work? Yeah, I mean, what sort of net? He's come to. He has. It is netcode, but he's done the traditional thing. He's following the car in front and completely ignoring the car to the right. Look, you can ignore netcode. It's. I see you're about to slag me. It is a complete lack of awareness. There is netcode as well. He has said sorry, so I forgive him. But bloody hell. You can't... This is iRacers. Come off a corner and ignore the... Like, you can't just assume that the car on the right is going to turn right here. Why would they? They don't need to. They do not need to turn right here. Like, there's no reason. If anything, if you're this car, what you should expect is the car on the inside to run across and block you off, run you wide. That's what you would expect. That's what I would expect from someone racing hard. I mean, I am still turning to the right. It's not like I'm not even going to the right. This is the top split, guys. There's no reason. He's only caught up with us because of the draft of the... Oh, my God. Bloody hell. Oh, yeah, that wasn't even the thing that fully wrecked us, was it? He's just not turned into the corner there. I mean, it's not really that bad. Hang on, what on earth is going on? So we're on the inside. Yeah, I mean, that's You could say that's me. He's in front of me, so I need to be. I mean, the line he's taking through there is mental, but I'm behind, so even though his line is mental, I should turn more to the left. Like he stops turning for the corner. Well, no, because he's still not turning for the corner, so it's not. There's space there. He's not turning for the corner. Look, he's turning, then he stops turning. No, look, he's left. He's straight here. Turns right. He turns right. Now watch. Now watch. Watch it from his view. Watch his onboard of his wheel. I mean, it's up to me to... I still need to... But it's my fault for driving into him. That was me driving into him. Oh, what? This was next... Oh, so on your machine you didn't touch me? So maybe that would explain why it's so weird. So maybe on your computer, that's why it looks like he doesn't turn in. Oh, it's because he dabs the brakes. But yeah, I drove over his wheels, so. Yeah, iRating's got so much smoothing between clients. A lot of the time, it can look like it can be a bit weird. But then it makes it look like the drivers were doing stuff when they actually weren't. I think he only caught up with me because of shit in front. Where was it? I think we had damage from that initial contact. Oh yeah, we already had damage, didn't we? I remember, because that's why I said we held that line through the corner, because we already had damage from this. This had already wrecked our car, basically. So that broken our rear wheel anyway. Oh yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
You can see all the other cars pulling away from us after that, so that we'd already got the damage anyway. So yeah, this second thing doesn't count. I think I remember saying in the stream I said I was going to defend it aggressively after we'd been punted. 90-degree rejoin.
Oh dear, guys. You know, I mean, there's not really much you can do, is there? I mean, if iRacing is going to have like mental contacts with weird damage, why don't they just reduce how much damage there is from contacts? Surely that would make it more fun. Because it's definitely not realistic as it is now. I mean, I guess that would probably wreck both cars. Yeah, but if anything, this would write off both cars entirely. I'm on a single monitor. But yeah, if you're talking about damage, but like, it's so utterly arbitrary. If this was real life, to the point where a car has just outright turned into another car like this, surely this car would be wrecked from this, and presumably my car would be entirely toast. Yeah, like this would be both cars probably totally written off. So, like, occasionally, maybe not, but like, more likely than not, there would be wheels detached from this kind of contact, or a broken side pot. Do you know what I mean? The car would be totally bent out of shape. So how does one car drive off as if nothing's happened, and then the other car, like... It just doesn't... The damage is so arbitrary. Yeah, I mean, it depends, like, because the thing is, you do equally in real life have mental crashes where somehow the cars are fine, but yeah. Oh, dear, guys. Yeah, I mean, the only choice is to qualify. Make sure you qualify with 58s, basically. That's it. You have to qualify. You have to qualify a 58. Otherwise, it's too random. Oh, my car flipped up. Oh well. No, the problem is if you start from the back, you're never going to make the places up to get in the top. I have to finish in the top 6 to gain iRating, and so if you start at the back, unless you have mega pace, unless you're like P1 pace, you're not going to catch up. So I have to qualify within 3/10 of P1, 4/10 of P1. You have to qualify in the top 5, basically. That's it. Yeah, the problem with the F3 cars is that I think they're generally safer than F4 because they're more like drawn out. The slides are like larger. They're bigger cars, but the damage on them is insane. Like the slightest tap and the F3 car falls apart. So, and then people slide more and then drive into each other more. Oh dear. We got reasonable pace though on that track, so it's nice. We do the poll results here. That was good. Good fun.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following. Oh, we're back to 29999. We're stuck at 3K today. Today's 3K day. Ah, dear.
Oh, hang on. Fixed Ferraris at VIR. Oh, here we go. Let's do one of these. Perfect. This will go well. we weren't happy with losing rating. We're going to lose some now. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Ferrari. We'll see what this car's like. Yeah, well, you know, we just have to selectively pick. Let's see what this is like to drive. Is this the old one? What? Well, that's a good sign. So far, it's going well. I think this car costs £750,000. Bargain. Why is the steering so dislocated from the driving? Well, it's funny when people make videos where they're like, steer with your feet. It's like, yeah, okay. How else do you drive iRacing? There's no other way to drive it. iRacing has its like mental brake pedal. You can't even drive with the throttle. It's all brake pedal. Hello, Bourbon Biscuits. Well, no, you can choose it to some extent with R-Factor 2. A realistic sim, you can choose pretty much equally between steering wheel, feet, and, you know. Now, ideally, the car's going to be on the limit, and therefore a slight balance change from throttling and brake will get the desired turning because the car's neutrally balanced. So you don't really need to do any steering input to make some stuff happen. It's a really good track, this. Yeah, R Factor's a lot more realistic than iRacing, yeah. His tyres are like on a absolute another level. It's going to be an absolute wreck fest. Oh well, be good fun. There's no way people are going to fit through that corner without punching each other. I really like this track. It was weird that this track was in iRacing before it was in anything else. It's one of the original. I think this Laguna Seca, VIR, Lime Rock. I think this is one of the original iRacing tracks. They've updated it since it first came out, but. I don't know why a lot of people don't like it. Yeah, they took the tree away. It got rotten. It's got lots of grass. What more do you want? Right, here's a recreation of what's going to happen in the race. Someone's going to go here. They're going to miss the brake point. They're going to hit another car, and they're going to go like this, and they're going to hit off the wall, and then they're going to drive into the cars there. That's my prediction for the race. I'll do a poll. iRacing. There you go. I'm going to get my chips.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Sweet potato. It's not even potato. It's a lie.
I quite like them. They're hard to get crispy though. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. I'm working in a village and can only get 1 4-foot. What type of village are you working in? I'd give up, yeah. Imagine living there. Yeah. I wonder, there must be people that can read wingdings. Are there people? I mean, basically that's Chinese writing. How to speak wingdings. Wingdingles.
The pace car is out of control.
Thank you for following. Welcome along. We're alright, thanks. Been up since 2 AM, so we've just been live streaming. Working in the live stream coal mine, not gaining any iRating. 10 hours. 10 hours of losing and gaining iRating to maintain the same amount. It's been terrible. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's worse than hell. It's been entertaining though. And crucially, I've not complained, because that would be very tedious to listen to. A guy complaining non-stop. That would be really annoying and boring. Why is... you know, I think the thing is, it's easy for live streamers to forget that they're in a privileged position where people are donating and subscribing and watching adverts and stuff. So it's easy for them to forget, and then they can just start complaining, and it just makes them look really entitled and annoying. So I'm really careful not to do that. Do you know what I mean? I always stay positive and refocus any negativity and turn it into positivity for your entertainment value. This could be, well, we're going to find out, but this could be the thing. In the past I have liked Fix Ferrari, and I do like this track. Oh no, I just we've banned 2 people and timed out 6 people today. They deserved it. I'm gonna give chat the ability to control timeouts though.
we're going to do court of muscle, and then anyone that disagrees with us gets timed out. Anyone that loses the democratic court of muscle vote gets timed out. Beautiful. Because they'll be found guilty. I need a gulag graphic. We send people off to the gulag. Yeah, but I mean, you can. We're not banning people disagree. What? I'm sure a real GT3 car would do that. Obviously, that's a totally normal thing for a GT3 car to do. What was that? What? What's going on? Guess we're starting at the back. What is that? Right, what is this here? What? Why? Why? What? The rear shouldn't lose traction like that. You should just, that doesn't make any sense at all. We're counter steering. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous for a GT3 car. Absolutely bollocks physics. Like, you have to be absolutely deluded to think that this is what a real, like... It's gone. Full counter steer. It's just gone. Like, that is not what a GT3 car does. Absolutely ridiculous. We're mostly in a straight line. I mean, it's a little bit of turn. Yeah, no, that's not how cold tyres work. You just counter steer. Again, I'm gonna have to like time people out that don't understand. You know. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Yeah. Yeah. This would make sense if the track was wet. This is the kind of thing. This is exactly what you expect if a track was wet. This is what a wet track would do with slick tyres. Where you maybe lift off a little bit too fast or whatever, it locks and then the grip won't come back. That is exactly what a wet track would do. This is so unbelievably broken. Anyone that defends this is so clueless as to what physics are like in a race car. You just, this is a nothing. This is something you just, if the car goes a little slidey, you just counter steer. Oh yeah, you can just stick the throttle and brake on. Yeah, like if you think that's if you think this is what real GT3 cars are like, you need to go and play LMU and AC. It's not braking way too late. It's totally like it's and also you just counter steer. So no. Oh, who am I timing out? Tell me who thinks that this is a normal slide that's acceptable, so I can time you out. Yeah, it's literally it's what a car does when it's wet. Is you can't counter steer because the tyres are sort of aquaplaning on the water, or they're just like the grip won't return. Yeah, the rain physics have been in iRacing for like 15 years. Okay, there you go. Axel Z, thank you. Thanks for highlighting that. Timeout. There you go. Goodbye. Off to the gulag. You've been found guilty of
Tetris block. "10 minutes to think about." You'd be found guilty of being wrong. No, you can disagree, but you could, like, disagreeing and there's being a complete moron. Timeout record. Guilty of disagreeing. No, it's you can disagree, but if you think that this is what GT3 cars do, like, without you being able to counter steer it, right? First of all, the number one, the one thing is where the cold tire. The first thing is, if someone says, "Oh, it's cold tires," they've clearly never been on cold slick tires. I've been in a race car on cold slick tires. They still work. This is like one of the stupidest things in sim racing is the cold tire thing. It's like they still work like tires. They're just slidey. They're just not grippy. Like, yeah, you could lock up easier. Yeah, you could understeer quite easy. The car still works like a car. It's like, do you not think when they design a race car and everything that goes with it that you would not want a car that bins the driver, especially at the very start of a race? Also, do you not think that GT3 cars are driven by absolute plebs? That are, right, I don't think people realise the degree to which in GT3 in real life, the degree to which some of the drivers are stabbing the throttle pedal, stabbing the brake pedal, or just doing absolutely atrocious driving, and totally it's fine. I really don't think people realise how how terribly some GT3 drivers drive. Yeah, it's not really about the point at where the tyres lose grip. So iRacing is actually really quite grippy. It's more if they lose grip and it can never return, or if the driver can counter steer when the car starts to slide, or how the car slides. You know. R Factor 2 and LMU is way closer, and AC and AMS1. I haven't got anything against GT3 drivers. To be honest, I'm jealous of them. If you're that wealthy to be able to do GT3 for shits and giggles, fair play to them, and it'd be really fun. It's just that they themselves wouldn't even pretend that they are high-skilled race drivers, but it's a good example of the meme that sim racers have, that apparently anyone in a race car is a race driver. It's like, no, they're just rich. There are really talented GT3 drivers in real life as well. Don't get me wrong. I have made games. They were shit. They paid the bills though. Yeah, no, my games that I've made are terrible, but they made all right money. So that was the point of them. They weren't meant to be good games. They were meant to make money for as little effort as possible. Genius. Here we go. No, there's no point. Like, this is...
the weaving that people do in iRacing, I think it's utterly negligible to actually making the tyres actually warm. Like, didn't they even show in real Formula 1 that it didn't make any difference? Like, didn't they, like, basically prove that it's pointless? Like, because the tyres are obviously designed to warm up to the right temperature when driven at lap pace, which requires crazy amounts of load and sustained slip. So, wibbling left and right is utterly negligible to the amount of temperature that you need to get into the tyres. I'm pretty sure there was, like, in real motorsport, they actually showed there will be certain series where it does have an effect. I'm not saying it's not the case everything, but I think it was something in Formula 1 where basically they worked out that it actually didn't really make any difference. Like, the risk of crashing or other issues outweighed any potential warmth that you get in the tyres. I'd have to double check on that, but it would make sense. As I say, tyres are designed to be at temperature when they're driven, like, quite hard. So wibbling around, like, left and right is not this, you know.
Okay, let's go.
Right, time to die. And in iRacing, for sure, I really don't see it making any difference relative to what you gain.
Stay focused. The pace car is in.
Mind the gap.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car right. Still there. Hold your line. Clear.
My God, this car's understeering. Remember, this is not a Formula car. This is an absolute tank. Oh, don't drive into me. I'm trying to... Jesus Christ. I was trying to go wide to then get a run. And then he just tries to send up the inside like an idiot. Jesus Christ. Almost ramshackled there. Don't know if there's enough draft to even do an overtake in this. Oh, it's pure qualifying racing. Oh, this is so understeery through there. Like, when you watch onboards at the real Ferrari GT3 cars, they're quite pokey. Like how they are in AC1 and LMU. And R-Factor 2. Yeah, and everything. They're not like this weirdly sloppy, slidey, slow motion slide tank. You can see with the onboards that the car's actually quite pokey in real life. Yeah, relative to what lies. Do we need Max Verstappen quote again? Do we need that? I mean, why do people?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
The normal Assetto. The normal. We don't talk about the abnormal Assetto.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal Assetto. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right. The car behind has gone off.
Set up, yeah. Yeah, it is stupid. I don't know why sim developers name games so badly, like, especially international sim developers. Like Automobilista, it's like, well, no one pronounce it correctly. And it's not exactly that memorable outside of Brazil or something. Same with Kunos. It's like, okay, I guess it's fine because you can just go AC or ACC, so it's not too bad. But it is kind of funny. Like, I think as much as people might not like Project Cars, for example, it's actually a pretty good title because some pleb could be like, oh, I like cars, you know. But I don't know what it is with car game developers. They often, I know it's difficult for, it can be difficult to have something that you can license, fair enough, but, you know, like next car game, Wreckfest. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, racing experience. Like, what? What does that mean? They were good with like GTR Evolution, but I think that was Project Cars devs again as a title. Fair play to Richard Burns Rally. I think if you name it after a driver, that can work. Like Sebastian Loeb Rally, Richard Burns Rally. That's fair. That's fair enough. That's easy to understand. And the F1 game, fair enough. Yeah, Burnout, fair. You know, you can be like, oh, yeah, that's cool. You use the verb to describe what's going on. Great. Like Need for Speed again, great. Fantastic. Spot on. We don't have enough laps for this to be... We need this to be like a 30-minute long. We'll be in front by the end of it. Live for Speed's alright. That's not too bad. I mean, Netcar... Kunos are the worst. Netcar Pro. What on earth is a Netcar? What is a Netcar? A car on the internet? Yeah, such a developer name. Bloody hell. So bad. Weirdly, if they called it Sim Car, that would actually work. That would make more sense. Or like Virtual Car, like Virtual Racer. There you go, that's good. That makes sense. Oh dear, what? Yeah, I don't know what it is with sim. I guess because they're the super mega ultra nerds that are clever enough to program time models. To be fair, fair play to iRating
it's a good name. iRacing for like internet racing, and then it's also associated with Apple, which is a premium brand in people's brains. So fair play. Credit where credit's due. iRacing is a really good name. So, you know, can't really be too critical about that. They did a good job on the name. Good job, iRacing. Ironically, there's no racing in it, but you know. Yeah, R Factor. What does it mean? It's like the race factor or something. Oh, it's so stupid, isn't it? I can see why live streamers like doing GT3. It's a lot more relaxed than F4 because you can basically just follow the car in front of you, and you don't have to really concentrate too much on what you're doing. Whereas in F4, you're having to watch like behind and in front of you constantly for random shit. It's not like much is going to happen with an F3 car. Virtua Cop's the best Virtua game, let's be honest. And I don't know why no one's made that as an officially licensed virtual reality game, where it starts off with an arcade cabinet and then you get pulled into it. Surely that's the obvious thing to do. You get 90s arcade light gun games. It's so obvious. So there's a huge part of the VR audience are people that are 30 to 40 years old that have got disposable income to buy VR headsets, and they then buy them for their kids and stuff, right? And those people all grew up with light gun games in the arcades, right? So they're like, yeah, okay, great. So surely, given that VR is also really suited to light gun games, surely you do like a Virtua Cop or Time Crisis, and it starts with you using the cabinet as the actual game that was in the past, which is something a developer could knock up in 3 months easily. It's not a complicated game using Unity or Unreal. And then you're drawn into the cabinet, and there's additional levels, the classic levels. You could, right, a small developer could make that game in under a year. Like a 4-man developer could make that game in under a year. And everybody would buy it on like Quest. It's so dumb. It's like, why would I think it's Namco that own those Time Crisis. Is it Namco? I think it's Namco. Yeah, House of the Dead. That's Sega. You could just license it. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it would be so fun and so much nostalgia to play those games in VR. I know you can play the arcade versions, but like to actually be in them. And they're replayable. So the thing with Time Crisis and House of the Dead, if you played it at the time, it was really fun once you already knew where the enemies were. It was really fun trying to just play through them as quickly as possible. It was super, super enjoyable. Duck Hunt is not a good game. Oh dear, I really want a VR point blank. Gun Club VR is the closest thing to it. House of the Dead games got worse and worse, the arcade ones. The shotgun version was crap. The submachine gun version was crap. The original House of the Dead one was so good. Yeah, it's by the is it Stress Level Zero, the guys that do those videos? It's by the people that did Boneworks.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, welcome. Slowly Racing, thanks for following. Physics expert. No, I have actually worked on games, like But guess what? It's a lot easier live streaming and making shitty YouTube videos. It's a lot less stressful. So, you know. Before I did YouTube, I used to make casual games, and I'd sell game design and audio and graphics, to a whole bunch of stuff. Doctor professional. Hello. Oh, we're gaining iRating in fixed Ferrari. What's going on? Without qualifying, last to first, pure skill. Well, we're still going to bin it. One more lap to go. Yeah, like, the thing is with GT3, once you've memorized a track with the car, it is so much easier than F4 in terms of, like, everything is happening so slowly and so predictably because the cars can't move around that much and your car can't do that much. So it's like super duper easy mode compared to, like, Formula. But for some reason, people, like, attribute GT3 to being, like, the pinnacle of sim racing. It honestly does not make any sense at all. It's like driving a rowing boat. Oh, I'm not catching him. Forza Motorsport thing is a bit weird, like a bit slidey and a bit weirdly disconnected. Not the worst though. To be fair to it, it's not absolutely terrible. It's just a bit weird. Yeah, but it's only hard to be fast in the sense that you need to just rote memorise what...
Okay, let's go.
Once you're up to speed in iRacing, because you've memorised the inputs, this will change with the weather hopefully, the more sluggish and drawn out the car, the easier it is, because it's going to be easier to replay those inputs. And if you've not got, like, a huge amount of draft and loads of cars battling you, and the cars can't dance or dart all over the place, you know. I think that the thing with GT3 is that if you're doing longer races, maintaining concentration for really long periods of time, I think that would be that's actually quite impressive.
Great job. You did really well.
GT7 has, like, broken force feedback, but for some reason nobody mentions it. It has, like, clipping force feedback by default, which is really messed up. But people just don't mention it. Cars have, like, really weird baked understeer physics where you just drive into the understeer and you don't really balance the cars. It's really, like, sloppy. There's huge amounts of input delay in Gran Turismo. There's also the V-Sync is mental on it. Yeah, it's Gran Turismo is good with the gamepad though. Like, they've clearly designed everything about Gran Turismo around playing it with the controller, and it's probably the best game to play with the controller. So it makes sense. It makes sense to have something designed around driving into understeer when you're playing with a gamepad, because you can't really catch oversteer properly with a gamepad. You can if it's done really well. Project Cars 3 actually has really good steer assist that feels very natural. And also, actually, the steer assist in Automobilista 2 is actually really good if you're playing with a gamepad, and you drive into the corner, you let the car oversteer, and you sort of let it kind of half catches itself, and it's not in a like really crazy way. It's in a kind of way that a force feedback wheel would just catch the slide for you. So it's actually quite good. Yeah, you can see the smoothings exactly. Yeah, AMS2 runs really well on the Steam Deck. It's the best driving game on the Steam Deck. I need to make a video about that. I spent like a day trying to set it up with gyro controls and mouse and everything. Yeah, Forza I think has better physics than Gran Turismo and better force feedback than Gran Turismo, but the game's buggy, inconsistent, content's all over the place. I think Gran Turismo stylistically is more artfully designed. The quality between content, tracks, vehicles, vehicle dynamics. Gran Turismo is very consistent across the board, like it's very cohesive. Whereas Forza is all over the place. So Gran Turismo is a better game than Forza by miles. Much better game. Forza's a mess. You got AC installed on them. Yeah. I mean, there's no right. If you have a DD wheel and you got an alright sim rig, there's no comparison between if you set up AC correctly, and you have like the Lotus 211, the Ferrari F2004, the Nissan Primera, the MX-5, and you set it up correctly, it's utterly incomparable to any other simulator in driving experience, connection, detail. It's crazy. It's actually such an incredible work of art. It's bonkers. But yeah, GT's a lot better with a gamepad. If I was gonna play, if I wanted to just play a realistic driving game with a gamepad, I would probably recommend Gran Turismo 7. Or Forza Horizon actually with a gamepad is really quite nice and snappy. Quite fun. Nice braking and stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, Ultima Hate. The thing that I always thought was a bit stupid with Gran Turismo 7 is it really lacks decent single player. Which is really weird because the older Gran Turismos were really fun just to play through. Like, I don't know what's going on with games at the moment, guys. It's just really a bit sad. There hasn't been a good driving game since Burnout. No, since Split Second was, I think, the last good driving game. It was like really fun to play through single player, about 15-20 hours. Oh no, Forza Horizon 4. There was 5's probably all right. I just couldn't get it to work. But yeah, Forza Horizon was the last good single player driving game to play through. It's just weird, isn't it? And you know Ubisoft? So they you had that new, was it Black Flag or whatever, and they dicked it up through shit game design. And then Ubisoft and some other companies are like, well, single player games. It's this whole thing about not doing single player. It's like, it's like, what are you guys on? What are they on? It's the best games that you play are probably single player, like as we always say, like Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Portal, Half-Life Alyx, the Max Payne, the original Max Payne games, some of the older strategy games. I still need to play stuff like there's a new Metro VR game that looks like it'll be really good, but the old Metro games, the older ones, 2012, Doom, the new Doom reboots, really good. Really good.
What else? What have we played single player that was really enjoyable? There must be some stuff. Sports Car GT on the Atari. Hang on, I can't remember. Sports Car GT. I'm losing my voice, guys. I'm losing my voice here. Oh, this is using G motor. It looks like G motor. Yeah, Image Space Incorporated. Wasn't this their first G motor game? No, 99. The F1 97 was like the first F1 97 game. No, F Formula. There we go. Formula 1 video game. So Bizarre Creations, that was using, well, that probably like renderware or something, I don't know. It was, no, F1 97 was Bizarre Creations. F1 98, no, that's still Bizarre Creations. Signosis publishing it. No, it must be an F1 2000. No. No, Studio Liverpool, which was part of Signosis. Oh, I'm pretty sure one of these was which was the R Factor one? F199. Studio 33. Was it not? Was it like 90 something, 97? F1 Challenge. That's it. It's called F1 Challenge 99 to 02. F1 Challenge. The different. Here we go. F1 Challenge. Oh, this was Ian Bell. But this used ISI motor. Is there such a thing as an open source simulator? Well, the new sim by Marcel Offermans, the last garage. It's not open source. Like the physics aren't open source, but the graphics engine is open source graphics engine. The way that AC is operating is it's not open source, but like it's the closest thing it can be to open source before it being open source. Like the physics in like the underlying game aren't open source. Obviously, that's Kunos property and what have you. But like content manager, well, they're not open source, but like you know what I mean. It's like so like modded. It's for the end user and for production of content for it. It's pretty similar to an open source project. Yeah, you might as well just get it now. Just make sure you get the complete edition. So it's basically free. Yeah, it's a little bit of a fiddle to set up the first time, but it's worth it. Oh dear, how are we doing for rating on this? The driving in that Ferrari wasn't mental. It was, you know, people seem to be being pretty careful, especially for fixed Ferrari, which is a change. Five iRating, that's where it's at, guys. Right, Right, lap time. Best lap time for the leader was at 1:45. We were doing 47s. 45.4. So we were two seconds off the pace, which is insane. Hang on, most people are doing 46. No, we were a second off the pace. The leader was insane. Yeah, one second off the pace is not it. That's all right. It's good. We never practiced it. Yeah. Oh dear. Right. I'm losing my voice, so Emil Bernstorff. Yeah, LMU's like the game to play at the moment. Let's raid Dan Suzuki, GT3 Suzuki. Oh, Samsoid's on Le Mans Ultimate. Let's raid Samsoid. Our new combos, yeah, we'll have to check them out. Right, we're gonna raid Samsoid. This guy's a good driver coach. Worth checking out. Again, he looks a bit like me, but with hair. So, thanks everyone for watching and taking part in the stream. Really appreciate the donations we had, the followers, new members, the despair, the misery, those of you that were timed out. Samsung just wrecked someone. Perfect. I'll see you guys. Have a good one, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.